Bleak, beautiful, and the scene of one of the most horrific crimes in British history.
This speaks to a level of sadism and psychopathy rarely seen in the UK or indeed in the world.
Power and sex were sort of intertwined in the process. So the power over life and death, taking the children from the street, committing the murders, and then celebrating sexually.
But actually you feel that they've been born that way. It is an act of nature rather than nurture.
Many have tried to unravel the mind of Ian Brady.
Did you see how someone could come under his power? I mean, was he as clever as he made about to be?
I can see why people would fall under his spell.
In 2017, a briefcase became part of a cat and mouse game of intrigue played by Ian Duncan Stewart, also known as Ian Brady. Is there information inside which could uncover a macabre 56-year-old secret? Only Brady knows the answer.
Getting behind the mind of Ian Brady starts with this briefcase. This is the end point of his life, but in a lot of ways it tells us about where this all began. Right before he dies, he leaves a briefcase to the care of his lawyers, and he leaves it with very strict instructions that it shouldn't be open. So in some ways, he's controlling what's going on from beyond the grave.
The question mark, what's in that box, what's in these boxes, what's contained within the boxes.
Ian Brady. What went on inside the mind of a serial killer?
Serial killers have a desire to kill. They have a thirst to kill.
It's weird, it's silent. There's no birds twittering, it's just silent. Even though down below, it's a busy road. Up there, you hear nothing. You can't hear anything.
It's barren, it's freezing, and it's somewhere where he found solace. It's somewhere that he felt, he saw beauty in, and I guess this nothingness kind of maybe attests to what that kind of dearth of love for humanity. They had nothing in his soul for that, right? There was no sense of connection to the world, and this is one of those places where you feel, I guess, very disconnected to humanity. There's, very little thrives here.
Ian Brady spoke about events on Saddleworth Moor to few people during his years in jail. One was Jeremy Coyd, who was tasked with assessing Brady's mind.
At one stage of the interview, he managed to provoke me. I felt really to the boundaries of my professionalism. And that was really unusual, that actually he irritated me to a considerable degree. And also I felt a sense of personal dislike.
Without a woman at his beck and call, Brady might not have become a serial killer. Myra Hindley described her role in Murders to a prison counsellor.
It was his job to dispatch the children. His ultimate aim was to kill, and for her just to assist with that.
The extent of Ian Brady's killing might never have been revealed, but for a raw recruit in the Lancashire Police who determinedly stayed out on the moor until he made a breakthrough discovery. His evidence in court was given just feet from where Brady and Hindley stood.
I was in the witness box, and when you looked over, The thing that I saw was the photograph that always portrayed deep-set, staring eyes, and they just stared at. There was no reaction to where they were. It meant nothing to them.
Drawing on first-person testimonies from those who examined both Myra Hindley and Ian Brady, Linda Papadopoulos has been on a journey of exploration inside the mind of a serial killer. A journey which begins with analysis of his final murder on a cold October evening in 1965.
I think one of the most telling pieces of evidence about his state of mind is what he does on the night before he's actually arrested for the murder of Edward Evans.
Edward Evans was at a bar in a Manchester railway station, now an exhibition centre, when he was approached and asked to return to the home of a couple who lived nearby. Edward had been out looking for a late drink, so he agreed. The house he went to, which stood just to the left of this modern block, was later demolished. The couple that he had met were called Ian and Myra. They were going to kill Edward. It would not be their first murder, but it would be the first time they would invite others along to help. David and Maureen Smith, Myra's sister. Enlisting partners in crime that night was the idea of Ian Brady.
So up until this point, he's enacting these fantasies, and he's got Myra on his side, and he's controlling her, and he gets such an inflated sense of control over his surroundings, over people, over these fantasies, that he decides, you know what? I've done this with Myra. I'm actually going to bring somebody else in.
Brady asked David and Maureen if they would join them on their sexually charged fantasy of child snatching and murder. At the couple's home on Wardlebrook Avenue, Gorton in Manchester, the man would witness Brady first beat Edward with an axe and then strangle him to death.
Just think of that for a moment. The idea that he has such audacity, such self-importance, that he thinks he can bring in somebody who has no idea what he's doing. Actually, it's Myra's brother-in-law. Sit there, allow this person to watch him horrifically murder a young 17-year-old man, and then expect him to not say a word.
The next day, Myra's brother-in-law told police what had happened. Brady was arrested, and sometime later, police searched left luggage lockers. Inside one, a cache of evidence, including a tape recording.
It was a suitcase that had been left in the left luggage at Manchester railway station. The left luggage ticket had been found down the spine of Myra Hindley's Bible. When they got these suitcases, they opened them up. The contents was photographs, tapes, all sorts of things, and they realised that they were not just dealing with a murder. There was more involved, and it involved children, male and female.
The recording was of the torture of 10-year-old Leslie Ann Downey.
And you can hear the screams of this child in horrific distress, asking for a parent. I kind of feel that it's one of those things that you read about and it almost contaminates your soul. The enormity of the sadism that went on, it's I think for even seasoned professionals, it's beyond words. This little girl was not only murdered and tortured and sexually assaulted, but her ordeal was taped, was audio taped, so that Myra and Ian Brady would continue listening to it and enjoying it.
During the investigations that followed, detectives were to find more photographs of children and an exercise book with the name John Kilbride scrawled on it. It was not the first time they'd come across that name.
They started making their inquiries and realised that at Ashton-under-Lyne, they were looking for a wee boy, John Kilbride.
A search was ordered of Saddleworth Moor.
We went up with spades and bits of tools to search, basically search for John Kilbride. So we were using these photographs that we'd had, and we went spread across Saddleworth Moor. And it had got to lunchtime, and we'd got nowhere. Nobody had seen anything that was of any relation to what we were looking for. So we decided we'd go to get something to eat further down the road.
As light fell, the search was all but called off, but Bob Spires had a feeling that he should make one last sweep.
As I'm coming down the hills, something draws my attention to, it was a hollow in the peat filled with water. Stuck out of this water, it looked like a piece of withered stick stuck straight up.
It was not a stick. It was the arm of a decomposing body, not that of John Kilbride, but of Leslie Ann Downey. John's body would eventually be found not far away. What other secrets lay out on the moor? And what part does a locked briefcase left behind by Ian Brady in 2017 play in uncovering them? Ian Brady met Myra Hindley in an office in Manchester in 1963. It was to be a fateful coupling.
I think trying to figure out what was going on with Ian Brady means also trying to figure out what was happening between him and Myra Hindley. This dynamic where he needed to control her and she needed to please him led to some of the most horrific murders in the history of the UK.
It was Hindley who first called the relationship shots, but Brady needed her to fulfill his as yet unrevealed plan.
This is not to say that she was a passive participant, and in fact we glean a lot of information about Myra Hindley from the work that she carried out with counsellor Joe Chapman.
She told me that the attraction to Brady in the very beginning was his looks, his dress. He was suited, he was clean cut. The first thing that she noticed was his nails, because they were well manicured.
In Hindley's version of events, Brady was, even before the couple had exchanged conversation, playing mind games.
He didn't respond to her at all, which was an interesting thing for her. Brady knew the more that he ignored her, the more that she'd be drawn in. And the big thing for her was there was someone that she wanted to have some response to, and he wasn't giving any. I think that was quite powerful.
Brady, an unwanted boy who never knew his father and was given up by his mother for foster care, was a child who tortured cats, beat up classmates at school, and by 13 was in court on charges of housebreaking. He spent time in Borstal, prison for juveniles, before moving to Manchester. Hindley, by contrast, came from an orthodox working-class Gorton Catholic family, and whose job as a clerical worker was fairly standard. She may have fallen quickly for the brooding Brady, but he maintained a strong, silent act, part of his calculation perhaps.
He was a very clever man. He was clever. You think he came from ordinary background, self-taught, held a good job, clerk, held a good position, well-read.
He grooms his new partner, deconstructing her beliefs and values in favour of his, as he began training her, modelling her for what he described as the perfect robbery.
You know, they were talking about the consequences, and he was saying to her that we need to have no respect for authority whatsoever, because nobody's going to help us out of this situation we're about to get ourselves in. So they both knew that they were working towards something that initially was going to be the perfect robbery, that actually then turned out to the idea of a perfect murder.
According to Hindley, Brady soon wanted to brutalise her, prepare her for the sight of blood.
There came a point when Brady had decided that she had got to do something to see how far she could take her teachings, and one of those things that he suggested they do was she'd managed to get hold of guns because she joined the local gun club, which initially was to use on the robbery and going up onto the moors and taking shooting practice and stuff like that. But then there was the idea that she would kill an animal, a sheep. She told me that that filled her with horror. But one of the things she had to do was show him that she could cope with that process. So they drove up there. He got her to point the gun in the direction of the sheep. She didn't want to pull the trigger. And to shoot the sheep at point blank range so that she was looking into the animal's eyes, and then to bury the carcass. What she told me about that was that throughout that process, Brady was very much in control of what was going to happen, and very much the teacher with the student who was going to see how she developed the courage.
All of his moves were so calculated. He very much was, the star of his own show right from the beginning, right to the end.
Having blooded Hindley, literally, Brady now had what he felt he needed to fulfill his fantasy. He wanted to carry out the perfect murder of an innocent. And now he had the perfect partner.
One of the things about children as a victim for somebody who may have been strongly motivated by control, it's easy to control and fool and abduct children, particularly if you've got a female accomplice to do this with you, like Myra Hindley.
Pauline Reed goes missing in 1963. And with hindsight now, we know that this is where Ian Brady's killing begins.
His planning of that was meticulous. They'd worked out roughly how it was going to happen. They didn't know who or even where in terms of where their child might be walking at the time.
Pauline Reed lived near Myra Hindley. Myra often saw the teenager in Gorton, all to the good for Brady's first foray into murder. Myra Hindley pulled up alongside Pauline, saying that she had lost a glove on the moor. She asked Pauline if she could help find it.
But once she had managed to get the child into the vehicle, then everything from then on was checked. What she was wearing was itemised, how many buttons on her blouse, what was in the car. Notes would be kept on every single aspect of that abduction.
Brady, on a motorcycle, followed Hindley in the car. On the moor, it's believed Pauline was told that Brady was Myra's boyfriend. He had also come to help find the glove. Within an hour of Pauline getting into Hindley's car, she was dead. Her throat had been cut twice with a large knife. The larger of these wounds was a 4-inch incision across her voice box. She couldn't scream. Brady had conducted events. Brady had killed an innocent. What pleasure had he taken?
There have been various sort of indications that sexual pleasure was gained from the killing of those children. There also would have been probably of equal pleasure to him was the actual control, actually exerting, being cruel and in control of the victims.
Hindley would later confirm to one investigator that Pauline had been sexually assaulted. She could tell the way that her clothes looked. The couple left the moor, returned to Gorton.
And they went through the checklist at home. So he wanted to know that there'd been nothing left behind, that there would be no sense of that they'd been there.
I think when we see these sort of pairings, these sort of psychopathic pairings, it's easy to assume that one is much more active and the other one's a pleaser, but I don't think it gets to the essence of what's happening in this case. I think absolutely Brady worked to desensitize Hindley. He absolutely did. He would show her videos of horrors from World War II. He'd actually get her to reenact the process of killing animals.
What she said was, after the killing of Pauline Reed, that was the point when God ceased to exist, was her words. When her world became enmeshed completely with his. She knew there was no going back. Even if she'd wanted to, they needed each other in order to stay safe, so they were bonded at that point.
After killing her, Brady and Hindley returned to the neighbourhood. As they drove, they passed mother Joan Reed, accompanied by her son Paul, as the family searched the streets for Pauline. The killers returned to their house, Brady pleased with his partner in crime. The thinking amongst the vast community of psychoanalysts who've investigated Ian Brady was that he was soon controlling Myra Hindley.
If you were malleable and manipulated by him successfully, things would be good for you.
Some don't think it's that simple.
I don't think he manipulated Myra. She obviously followed the same lines as him, because I don't think anybody could be twisted enough. But she obviously had an inclination.
In 2003, Professor Jeremy Coyd was tasked with assessing Brady's mental health. He is perhaps one of the best to judge the state of Brady's mind.
I drove to see him in Ashworth in Liverpool. I think that what was most striking about him was actually to see this elderly gentleman who was thin, had a shock of grey hair, and he looked to be a bit like a very shabby Oxford Don. So he had a sports jacket and flannels.
The Oxford Don lookalike, staging what he called a hunger strike, had not, it seemed, changed the attitude he had to authority, and the one that he had instilled in Myra Hindley in 1965.
He also had a tube up his nose from where he was being force-fed, but that didn't actually stop him from appearing with a very large plastic mug of tea.
Coyd had interviewed notorious criminals before and generally found a way of seeing them as worthy at least of the respect that he might offer anybody. With Brady, he had difficulties.
With Ian Brady, it was totally different, and so it was extremely difficult for me to focus on what I needed to assess, because he needed to maintain control. This was a man whose obsession with control was on the order and level of madness, of megalomania, which is not really in the psychiatric textbooks, but that is what everything seemed to revolve around, an obsession about being in control, being the master, and so everybody had to be subjugated to his will and to his control.
According to Myra Hindley, she was being controlled by Brady in late November 1963 when they saw 12-year-old John Kilbride as they drove through a town called Ashton-under-Lyne in what is now known as Greater Manchester. Hindley pulled up, warned John that his parents would be worried that he was out so late. She offered him a lift home. Hindley also offered John the further inducement of a bottle of sherry, anything to get him into the car. Once inside, Brady revealed that they would have to go to their home to get the sherry. It was all pre-planned. Hindley would later claim that Brady had programmed her.
She actually said that Brady was structured in what he did, and he structured in how he actually approached the relationship, so that he was very clear about the process from start to finish in terms of the murders. And he was very good at getting her to remove any thoughts of the consequences afterwards. Just concentrate on what you're doing and remove any thoughts of what the consequences might be afterwards. So she would be asked to push those thoughts as far back as she could in her mind and to just focus on whatever she was doing in the moment at that second.
At that moment, she was driving a 12-year-old boy to Saddleworth Moor, where Hindley knew that Ian Brady had already killed. Brady and Hindley may or may not have gone to Wardlebrook Avenue for the sherry, but they did eventually head to Saddleworth Moor. Brady took John Kilbride outside. Hindley claims she waited in the car. Brady then sexually assaulted John and attempted to slit his throat with a 6-inch serrated blade, before fatally strangling him with a piece of string, possibly a shoelace. Saddleworth Moor has a magnetic attraction to some living nearby, like Cody Lackey. A former violent criminal and ex-convict himself, he's local and wanted to be a hero by unearthing the whereabouts of the body of one of Brady's victims. To win his confidence, Lackey became a pen pal, exchanging dozens of letters.
Cody, you wrote to him. What did you make of Ian Brady?
It's all obviously been very documented that he was very narcissistic and stuff, very self-loathing and stuff. So I just sort of came at an angle from a criminal's perspective, and he sort of, I think he trusted me to an extent that I got to know him on a different basis that I think a lot of other people did.
However, if Cody thought that he was going to get Brady to reveal secrets of what went on in the moor, he was wrong. It was Brady who began to control his new friend.
He was quite a manipulative character to the point that, did he try and get you to kind of do things for him? Did he do that kind of reward punishment thing that he often did with the people close to him? How was he with you?
When we started off, it was just like letters, and then as time went on, he began to trust me and stuff. We swapped DVDs.
Yeah.
He'd ask for very, he set me like, not tasks, but he wanted particular things like closed V envelopes and stuff, which I'd struggled to find because they're all peel and seals and stuff. And then I managed to locate some, I sent them in. Then he wanted Schaefer pen refills, so I was sending them in. DVDs he'd want sending in and stuff. And it's just like, it's like he was challenging me sort of thing. So I went above and beyond. I invested a lot of time and money and effort in corresponding with him and stuff. But like I say, I got to know him on a different scale than I think other people.
So do you think there was an arrogance to the man? Like, a lot of people have spoken about his narcissism, but there seems to be something more there. There seems to be something around him feeling better than. Did you find that kind of arrogance? Did you find any evidence of that?
He looked down on people. He was he put himself on a pedestal, and I think he honestly believed he was like godlike. I still see it even in death.
What do you think, because very famously up to his death, he leaves these two briefcases to his lawyer. What do you think was contained within those? Was this just another ploy to kind of, seem relevant, seem in control?
I think it was something for his legacy to go on even in death.
Okay.
The question mark, what's in that box, what's in these boxes, what's contained within the boxes, and it keeps him relevant.
So did you see how someone could come under his power? I mean, was he as persuasive as they made him out to be? Was he as clever as they made him out to be?
I can see why people would fall under his spell as such and stuff like that, because like I say, he was a manipulative person and stuff. He was quite demanding in what he wanted and stuff. He was always above people in any which way, whether it was as a criminal, whether it was in the gangland fraternity and stuff. He always saw himself as above people. Like I say, he saw him as like a godlike figure, if you will.
I think, speaking to Cody, what we get is this insight of Brady, of those years where he was incarcerated, that kind of attests to this, not just narcissism, but kind of arrogance, this sense of being better than. When Cody spoke about his tastes, whether they be in music or in shows, or even, the way that things had to be a particular way, the stuff that he asked for, I think part of it was about these wild goose chases that made him feel better than, but the other part was trying to kind of set himself up as somebody, even within these circles, that was better, was a pseudo-intellectual, and that very much feeds in to who he was from the beginning. So we do see a consistency within that character, but actually it seems to have continued and even been amplified in some ways as well.
The third Moors murder was of Leslie Ann Downey, picked up by Brady and Hindley at a fairground. It was her torment that police would one day hear recorded on tape by her killers. Leslie Ann was on her own when they approached her. Hindley dropped some of the shopping she was carrying close by before asking for the girl's help to carry some of the packages to their car and then onto their home. Leslie Ann was never seen again. It was her body which had been accidentally found in 1963 by the young officer Bob Spires as he in turn searched for the body of John Kilbride. The minute detail of events that day still haunt him.
So there's something there. I marked the spot with a stick, went back down to where the others were, loading the vans up, and I picked up one of these long metal rods that we had been using. The idea was you stuck these in the ground, pulled it out and you sniffed it. If there was any decomposed body, in theory, you would smell it. So I went off on my own, went back up to the spot, and again I prodded it around. I was determined. There's something here, but no idea.
Spires was on top of the moor on his own as the search was winding down. He called down to his colleagues.
We've got a body. It's not what we want. It's a female.
It was Leslie Ann Downey. The photographs subsequently discovered revealed that she had been gagged, forced to pose for photographs, before being sexually assaulted and killed. She was buried, naked with her clothes at her feet, in a shallow grave. After his death, Ian Brady's body became the centre of a debate and dispute. He had asked for his cremated remains to be scattered at sea. Campaigners wished for his remains to be buried deep in a hole in the grounds of a prison to be forever forgotten. It was a debate Brady may well have smiled at ruefully if he had been alive, and it speaks much to how his mind works.
He has an agenda of his own, and he wishes to maintain control.
That desire for control meant that the truth about events on the moor was only fitfully revealed by Brady and Hindley. They made two families wait 22 years before revealing what they had done, and they never gave up another secret, the whereabouts of their fourth victim, a boy called Keith Bennett. Is the truth of where his body lies, locked away inside the case, left behind by Ian Brady? Brady and his partner made the families of some victims wait 24 years before admitting the truth of how they had killed. Drip-feeding information was all that Brady could do to remain the centre of attention.
They're paying him attention, and that's wonderful for him, because much of what he needs to do is maintain control of these people, to constantly get attention and constantly be the central focus.
It was not until 1985, first Hindley, then Brady, revealed what they had done to Pauline Reed. Unusually, Hindley had driven the release of information.
And I got this sense that the person that I was meeting desperately wanted to get some sort of idea as to how and why she managed to get herself into the position she did with Ian Brady. But it soon became clear to me over a few months, actually, that those answers were there. She knew. I just think she wanted to verbalise it. She'd only previously spoken to the prison Catholic priest, and this was a sort of extension of that process, really.
The body of the couple's third victim, Keith Bennett, has never been found, and the whereabouts of his remains became an object of the cat and mouse game played by Ian Brady.
He reportedly says he can't remember, he thought it was here, he thought it was there, but you could seriously see somebody with that level of psychopathy standing on top of where this young boy was buried and just saying, do you know what? Can't remember where he is.
The couple did eventually confess to Keith Bennett's murder. The 12-year-old Keith Bennett had vanished on his way to his grandmother's house in Longsight, Manchester, early in the evening of the 16th of June 1964, 4 days after his birthday. Hindley lured him into her mini pickup, which Brady was sitting in the back of, by asking for the boy's help in loading some boxes, after which she said she'd drive him home. Instead, she drove to a lay-by on Saddleworth Moor, as she and Brady had previously arranged. Then Brady went off with Bennett, supposedly looking for a lost glove.
She told me that he'd introduced in the early stages the idea of being able to control the subconscious, of being able to do something without any consequence whatsoever to yourself. And the only way you could do that is by, if you're going to be doing harm against another person, you've got to dehumanise that person. You've got to split from the emotions. You can't have a conscience about what you're going to do, otherwise that's going to get in the way.
Hindley kept watch, and after about 30 minutes or so, Brady reappeared, alone and carrying a spade that he'd hidden there earlier. When Hindley asked how he had killed Bennett, Brady said that he had sexually assaulted the boy and strangled him with a piece of string. Manchester police would uncover a macabre photograph.
It's the one of Myra Hindley kneeling down looking at the grave, which turned out to be the grave of John Kilbride.
For psychological investigators, the photograph was taken as part of a chilling triumph.
It is quite clear that the photographs, Myra Hindley sitting on top of her victim, basically, who's buried secretly, is a way of getting enormous excitement and one-upmanship. This is a man who loves control, he loves conning people, he loves manipulating people, he loves to feel better than other people, and what better way to feel better than everybody, including the police, but have a photograph.
The whereabouts on the moor of the body of Keith Bennett has remained secret, a secret kept by Ian Brady. Although he agreed to help police search, the search proved fruitless.
If I could have found out anything from my talks with Myra, my contact with her about where Keith Bennett's body was, then I would have wanted to have done that in any way possible. When we talked about it, she was of a belief that Brady was the only one who could pinpoint roughly where that body was. I asked if it was possible that he'd have gone up there knowing where the body was, literally standing on the grave and saying to the police, "No, I've no idea." And she said, yeah, that's possible, because that is part of the game as well. It's cat and mouse, it's the only body that was left, but certainly this one was the one that everybody was excited about, and therefore, given what we already know about Brady, why would he want to reveal its whereabouts, given what we already know about him? And I think Myra believed that he had no intention of helping.
The couple stood trial in 1965. There in court, Bob Spires.
You were looking into the face of evil with both of them. There was no remorse. They just blank look. They looked at one another. It was as if it was a joke. The seriousness didn't matter to them. It didn't seem to bother them. And it was these deep-set, staring eyes. And I thought, well, that's how I've seen them at the first part of the trial. Those are like the photographs that are in the papers. That's how two people looking with deep-set, staring eyes.
Convicted and jailed for life, Brady and Hindley avoided the death penalty by just a few months. It had only recently been abolished. Their court case became an iconic 60s image.
It was just mobbed because the feeling of the general public is members of the family and relatives, all the rest of it. If they had got their hands on Brady and Hindley, there would be no court case. Family members had said to the media, "We get them, they're dead. We will do them. I don't care what you do, we will do them." And that was the feeling. So as we went, we had to sort of battle our way through the crowds.
There were still mysteries, and one in particular allowed Brady to keep up his control freakery. Where are the remains of Keith Bennett? Countless searches have taken place. Both Hindley and Brady agreed to return to help point out where they had buried him, but somehow couldn't find the body.
I believe, from what she said to me, that he was going to control right up to his death, and that not being able to find Keith Bennett's body somehow vindicated everything that he'd talked about to others, and the bit about having won.
I've been asked many times by the different media people, do you think young Bennett will ever be found? And I don't think he will.
The winning is the fact that, yes, I've been convicted and found guilty of all these murders, but they haven't got all the bodies.
Why? Why did Brady do what he did? What had gone on inside his mind? For the man tasked with assessing his state of mind, there is a clear diagnosis.
I think this speaks to a level of sadism and psychopathy rarely seen in the UK or indeed in the world.
He had a severe psychopathic personality. That was his major diagnosis, and that his offences primarily related to a third diagnosis, which was sexual sadism.
A sadism that perhaps has lasted to present day. What is in the briefcase that he has given to his solicitor with instructions for it never to be opened?
There are so many potential games, aren't there, in that briefcase. So, of course, there's a huge temptation, particularly if you are law enforcement, and indeed a nosy psychiatrist. What's in it? Is there any way I can get into that briefcase to see what's in it? But for all you know, that could be a whole series of blank pages with nothing whatsoever of importance. And it wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing of great value in terms of understanding whatsoever. The main thing was it exists, it's out there, and it's there to torment, to tempt, manipulate everybody involved with him.
I think he knew the location of Keith's body, but I think within the briefcases and stuff, I don't think there's anything there of significant importance. Probably personal items that were personal to him. I read about a manuscript and stuff and all these sort of things, but I don't really buy into that, to be honest.
This is something which I think he has left to continue tormenting the public, the media, law enforcement, the legal system, psychiatrists, after his death. The games will continue, the control will continue, even after I'm gone.
Theodore Johnson killed his first wife, but in a strange series of events, he would soon be released.
To me, it was murder as opposed to he was convicted of manslaughter.
He was set free after just 2 years on the grounds that he had been the abused rather than the abuser.
Having served his sentence, he leaves prison. He meets a new woman, Yvonne Bennett,
who he also kills, claiming this time that his mind was disturbed by the fact that she was cheating on him.
Theodore Johnson proves to us all that the crime of passion argument no longer really holds any water.
In what's thought to be a unique case, the two-time killer was released to kill again.
This particular leopard doesn't change his spot.
What went on inside the mind of the serial killer, Theodore Johnson? In 2016, Theodore Johnson ran headlong into the path of a train. He survived his latest suicide attempt, but he was badly injured. Earlier in the day, he had killed a woman called Angie Best, a mother of 4, a grandmother too. She had made, quite literally, a fatal mistake.
She wanted to stop the relationship, he didn't, and the poor lady paid with her life.
To be in a relationship with Johnson was to risk being killed. Angie Best was the third female partner who had lost her life at his hands.
Any sense of stepping out of line and disrespecting him by finding another partner, by standing up for themselves, would have been met with this huge, disproportionate anger and violence.
Who was this man who could simply not take rejection without killing? Theodore Johnson spent most of his life in England living in high-rise flats in the Midlands or in London. He had swapped the culture and lifestyle of Jamaica, where he'd grown up. What else do we know about the man who would create unwanted English legal history?
Theodore Johnson is born in Jamaica, one of 11 kids, poor family, and eventually he moves over to Wolverhampton, where he starts his new life with his young wife, Yvonne.
Certainly in the beginning, it looked as if Theodore Johnson wanted to have the normal and traditional life. He wanted children, he wanted a wife, he wanted an ordinary relationship.
And they lived in a flat on the 9th floor of a block, and he had a job in a local garage, and, you know, they'd had their family life. Things were going well for them.
It was 1981, but soon it was clear it wasn't all plain sailing.
The relationship with his first wife started to break down at some point.
To some, Theodore cut a distinctive figure because of his height.
Well, he's not a big man. He's quite slight, really. Demure, subdued.
Weighs just over around 110 pounds. So in terms of his physical stature, he isn't somebody that's particularly imposing, and perhaps feels a bit vulnerable because of that.
If he felt vulnerable, small, it did not restrict him from being violent towards Yvonne. There were reports from neighbours of her being beaten. It was a different era. The police seldom intervened.
I could personally attest that. I was a police officer in the 1980s myself, and when we used to go to calls of domestic violence and domestic disturbances, there wasn't the kind of support for victims that we have now. It was a kind of, well, this is a private matter, everybody should leave it alone.
It was a Sunday, and Yvonne wanted Theodore to dress for church.
It may have been about him feeling very belittled, about his wife saying that he wasn't smart enough to understand things to attend church. We also know that the type of argument they're having escalates.
He'd attacked her with various items, including an ashtray.
Then with a vase, then with a broom.
And then the argument supposedly went out onto the balcony, and prosecution and the police would say he pushed her off. He would say it was an accidental push and she fell over.
Yvonne Johnson was just 31. Yvonne and Theodore had 2 small children. Their mother was about to be depicted as a nagging wife who'd made their father's life a misery.
In fact, he holds that up as a defense. He says to the judge that, you know what, she would make me do housework. And the judge actually refers to this when sentencing. So instead of being seen as the perpetrator, instead of Yvonne Johnson being seen as a victim, it switched around. And all of a sudden, Yvonne Johnson is this horrible, abusive spouse.
She was the violent aggressor, not him. A judge and jury was asked to believe that no man should have to put up with a woman like Yvonne.
She forces me to do housework and washing up and cooking.
He explained his motivation for killing her as a kind of spontaneous self-defense. So he came at this by saying that she was the abuser and not him.
He even uses the ferocity of his attack to support his defense.
Because he used multiple weapons and it was frenzied violence, and he tipped her over a balcony, which is a very visible thing to do. You're not going to be able to hide that you've done that. So it can appear to the rest of us that was potentially spontaneous rage. Somebody got very angry, lost their rationality, and look what happened. I could not have predicted this was going to happen.
Therefore, he wasn't guilty of murder, he was guilty of manslaughter by reason of diminished responsibility. And that's what the court found.
It's an important distinction in English law. If a defendant can establish that his responsibility for his actions were diminished in any way, that he had been provoked, or that he'd been abused, then the charge can be reduced to manslaughter. The sentence can be reduced from life, too.
He's so good at reframing the story, about putting himself in the position of victim, that not only does the judge buy into it, but the sentence is reduced and it goes down to only 3 years.
And in fact, Theodore Johnson was released even earlier.
He was sentenced to be detained in a secure psychiatric unit.
He was designated mentally ill. If he could be treated, he would no longer be dangerous. That was what he argued. Former Detective David Nichol doesn't believe that Johnson had mental issues, but the authorities at the time did.
So for him to claim provocation and, oh, I'm a poor wee victim here, no.
And after 2 years, he was found to be cured, or at least sane enough to be released back into the community. And this happened, and of course there he was, Theodore Johnson, the killer, back in the community and able to form new relationships.
By today's standards, his treatment seems bizarre. A wife killer treated leniently because he was so put upon, and free after just 24 months. It was a sign of things to come for the way that Theodore could manipulate his way out of trouble.
This is kind of a real glimpse into Theodore's state of mind, right? And we see that he's very good at rewriting the story. He's very good at manipulating facts so that they work for him. Don't forget, this person was caught red-handed. This wasn't just someone that flipped and shot a gun. He beat this woman with 3 different household objects. Then he found the strength to tip this woman over a 9th floor balcony. So, this idea that he's this tiny, fragile little man seems far-fetched now, but clearly he manages to pull the wool over everyone's eyes and say, no, it was her fault. I was the victim. Obviously, this is what happened.
Back out, the man who had killed one woman soon went looking for another. The decision to send Johnson to a high-security psychiatric unit meant the probable use of medication. But he had been seen as the victim. He would not have been counselled about being a perpetrator of domestic abuse.
So he would have come out exactly the same person, maybe a worse person, than when he went in. And given the kind of person that Theodore Johnson was, he probably would have been searching for another stable relationship almost immediately.
He had wanted to be in a settled partnership when he left Jamaica, when he first arrived in England, and now that he was in London too.
He liked that stability in his life. He even felt entitled to it. So he would have found somebody quite quickly, and he would have speeded up those romantic processes straight away so that they would feel that they were perhaps in the middle of a grand passion. If they were in love, he was the perfect man.
So having served his sentence, he leaves prison. He meets a new woman, Yvonne Bennett.
Theodore is in a new relationship with a new Yvonne, and they move to a new city, and together they have a new baby.
He pushes the relationship along as quickly as he can.
But of course, the reason for speeding it up is to get that control as soon as possible, because he needs that. He needs to have that stability. He needs to have somebody else in his life who he can control and who will focus just on him. It's very important to him.
And you might think that, this is his chance to start again. But as is sadly so often the case, he doesn't change his way of dealing with the woman in his relationship. He doesn't change the way he treats her, and that relationship too becomes abusive.
He and Yvonne stay together for another 7 years. Is that a sign that things were going smoothly? Not, according to criminologist Jane Monckton-Smith.
If nothing comes along to disrupt the relationship, if they are maintaining control, if the victim is allowing that control to continue because probably they're too scared to do otherwise, that relationship could float along for 50 years. The trigger The provocation, which is usually separation or rejection, could come at any point. So the fact that they were together 7 years shows more about his need for that stable relationship than hers.
Neighbours later described a relationship dominated by two things: regular shouting matches and Theodore Johnson wanting to keep a close eye on his wife, to know where she was morning, noon and night.
People who are controlling, like Theodore Johnson, who are very, very controlling, their partners probably don't have time to breathe on their own without him having given permission or not.
So we know that this is probably a tumultuous, a difficult relationship, because at least on one occasion the police are called in because of a domestic dispute. So the violence is there, but then things go quiet.
But inside the flat where they lived, there was turmoil. Johnson accused Yvonne of seeing someone else. True or not, he was not one to live with doubt.
This particular leopard doesn't change his spots, and he carries on being abusive within that relationship. So much so that Yvonne calls police and says, he's been abusing me.
I think their relationship was breaking up and she wanted him out, but it's not the sort of thing we can get too involved in.
You know, this is in an age where the police way of dealing with domestic violence wasn't as refined as it is today.
Johnson suspected an affair. A constant in his life was the willingness to self-harm or threaten suicide. Johnson would make serious attempts to kill himself on several occasions. Ironically, making threats to hurt himself was a way of protecting Johnson. It gave him the emotional upper hand, and it's what abusive, controlling people like Johnson sometimes do.
But one thing that quite often happens is threats to suicide. And this is to try and get the person who they're maybe losing to change their mind.
That was indeed the state of Johnson's mind. He would both use violence and threaten to end his own life. A controlling mechanism applied by a man who had already killed once. After she told him she intended to leave him, Johnson tried charm, bought her a box of chocolates. According to him, she rejected them.
Yvonne decides that she wants Theodore out of the house.
A very dangerous thing to do. He'd felt rejected by his first wife and killed. Would he kill again? In a North London police station, a call comes in.
1992, I was the Detective Chief Inspector in charge of the CID office at Holloway Police Station. I'm convinced it was a Sunday afternoon that the call came into the police station apparently from Theodore Johnson.
Emergency, which service?
When he himself calls the police and asks the police to go quickly to his flat because their child is on its own and he has to go and kill himself.
Was Yvonne dead at that point?
Well, he had left the flat and gone wherever he called us from. Remember, we were talking 1992, so not very many mobile phones and all that sort of thing. So I think the call came in from a call box. You need to go to that flat.
When asked where he's going to be, he explains that he's suicidal.
In a matter of minutes, police arrived. The caller had seemed distraught. They acted quickly.
There's a lady there and a child, so he was obviously concerned for the child, but knowing Theodore as we do know now, I'm afraid he intended to kill Yvonne, and he did succeed. But because he told us reasonably quickly, we got there, but couldn't save her.
Police were confronted by a tragic scene. A 2-year-old crying, her mother just yards away.
Unfortunately, that Yvonne Bennett had been strangled with a belt. Wasn't dead for very long, but unfortunately the officers couldn't save her, and the 2-year-old child was unharmed in one of the bedrooms.
Strangulation's a very intimate way to kill somebody. You have to get up close to them, you have to touch them, you can sometimes see their face, you can certainly hear them, and they will be struggling against you. So it's usually somebody that you have an emotional association with.
The reason he gives behind why he ends up killing Yvonne is the fact that she finds out that she's seeing another man, and it's at this point that he loses it. Again, there's something about this kind of hyper-masculine understanding of a certain respect he should be afforded.
There was no immediate sign of Theodore Johnson. Views differ on the motivation for what he did next.
He then, presumably struck by remorse and regret for what he's done, tries to kill himself by stringing himself up from a tree.
Just like in the case of the first murder, he's positioning himself as the victim. So he's not calling to say, I've done this, I'm the perpetrator. He's calling to say, I've done this, but actually, I'm not feeling stable. I'm feeling so bad that I'm gonna go and kill myself. And in fact, the way that he chooses to try and kill himself suggests that this wasn't an actual threat at all. He tries to hang himself with string.
Some investigators have never been convinced that his suicide attempt was truly motivated by remorse.
Theodore had gone then out to Barnet somehow in a park and tried to hang himself with a piece of string. Well, string's not going to work in those respects, so he didn't manage to do that properly.
So he made big proclamations. He'd call the police and say, this is what I'm about to do. But, you know, A, he'd give people a heads up of this is what they were about to do. You know, he's going to try and kill himself. But B, his methods, you know, seem very odd. You know, no one hangs himself with string that breaks.
The suicide attempt becomes vital in the story of Theodore Johnson. Sane people, a theory went at the time, do not choose to kill themselves. At the very least, it's an indication of someone who is not of sound mind. His record showed that he had threatened suicide before even tried it. But was this behaviour part of a pattern of assuming the role of victim? The abused husband who'd killed when suffering diminished responsibility. Now the man who longed to die, remorseful because he'd killed again. The local head of CID began making inquiries about Theodore Johnson and did not expect to discover what was on his file.
Obviously we go to check people's backgrounds, their previous convictions, and as I recall, I think that was the only one he had, was previously killing his wife up in Wolverhampton. Circumstances of that one came to us again as quite a surprise that he had pushed his first wife off a 9th floor balcony. It's appeared to me from what I read about it and researched that it was a very deliberate killing.
That was a conclusion that Detective Nichol reached. The facts seemed to suggest it. So he was surprised at the outcome that he was now reading about. A verdict of manslaughter.
But to me, that was murder as opposed to he was convicted of manslaughter.
Theodore Johnson had been released just 2 years after being convicted for his first killing. Was he about to claim diminished responsibility again and so have a murder charge reduced to manslaughter? Murder brings an automatic life sentence. Manslaughter can mean a much shorter time behind bars. If Theodore could prove a mental issue had caused the second killing of a woman, maybe he would be sent to a hospital facility. His suicide attempt established that he was not sane enough to be held responsible for murder. Surely, history could not repeat itself.
So even if people were prone to understanding and couching sort of that first murder, you know, as a spouse who'd kind of been abused for so long that he reached the end of his tether, now that really calls everything into question, right? This has happened twice. There's been reports of domestic violence and the modus of not only how he operates around women, but how he then positions himself as victim is something that's happened almost identically twice in a row.
As difficult as it appears now to believe, Theodore Johnson did indeed argue diminished responsibility again. Was he about to avoid being found guilty of murder for a second time? In 1992, Theodore Johnson appeared before a court at the Old Bailey. He denied murdering Yvonne Bennett, his second partner, claiming he was mentally unwell at the time. Amongst the evidence he offered his failed attempts at taking his own life.
Certainly his history of suicide attempts may have been seen more as a mental health issue than a control issue, and that actually might have supported his diminished responsibility plea.
The court accepted that his attempt at hanging himself from a tree with a string was evidence of a disturbed mind.
He was able to plead manslaughter by reason of diminished responsibility and ended up yet again being sent to a mental institution rather than to prison.
His admittance to a psychiatric unit is quite strange, but there were other things that came into the picture, like depression, and he had a history of suicide attempts, which probably made it look more like he was a man with mental illness problems.
And off he went. It was a manslaughter plea of guilty, diminished responsibility, and he was given a hospital order. Now that's a secure hospital, and in most cases, and as I say, my anticipation at that time would be he'd be in for a very long time, if not forever.
At least for those who felt he should have been found guilty of murder, there was some consolation. It was unlikely Johnson would ever be released from a secure unit. For criminologist Jane Monckton-Smith, the verdict was a byproduct of different times. Though there's no defence of crime of passion, domestic murders are often seen in that context.
We're very, very used to using the crime of passion to rationalise these kinds of homicides. We have done for years and years and years. I mean, going back decades, we've used the crime of passion to understand domestic homicide. And what Theodore Johnson was saying was just underlining what we think we already know about this kind of killing. So it doesn't surprise me that it was successful.
Theodore Johnson, father of 3, killer of 2 partners, was locked up, very possibly never to be released. Except he was. He convinced carers he was no longer a risk.
People like Theodore Johnson, who have that type of personality disorder, will be very, very good at manipulation. Their whole life depends on it, really. They have to manipulate their victims. They have to manipulate the people around them to get what they want.
By the late 90s, Theodore Johnson was again on the outside.
We did discover, or the family contacted us some year later, I think they'd seen him in the street somewhere with an escort, allegedly some hearing to do with the daughter, the child. And what I thought, that's all right, he's got an escort, he's out for that reason and that reason only. And now I discover, all these years later, he wasn't in for much more than 2 years. 2 years for his second killing.
Out, he's allowed to temporarily leave the institution where he is to commence a course in furniture restoration, trying presumably to rehabilitate him for life in the future. This is a man who's killed 2 partners.
Members of Yvonne Bennett's family couldn't believe that they'd seen Johnson out on the streets.
Oh, absolutely. Astounded, and so were we. They're ridiculous.
Ironically, those who investigated Johnson have always accepted that women he randomly meets are safe from harm. It was not they who Johnson would ever want to kill. To know him, to be intimate with him, however, was to put yourself in grave danger.
We totally accept he's no danger to the normal lady in the street. Women who are strangers to him are no danger whatsoever, I don't think. But start a relationship with him and you're in severe danger.
Sometimes, and on day release, Johnson was escorted, but not always.
But of course that also left him free to meet potential partners, and that would have been important to him.
He's allowed to leave again on unescorted visits to gain an apprenticeship around furniture restoration, and it's during one of these visits that he meets Angela Best.
Angie Best is oblivious to the danger that she's in.
When he met Angela Best, the chances that she would be killed were very, very high. That does not mean that it was inevitable that he was going to kill her, but if you look at the timeline of how these things play out, if there was something that came along, like a separation, then it would become more inevitable.
At first, the temporary arrangement between a man she would meet only by day lessened Angela's chances of coming to any harm. But if Johnson was able to convince the authorities he was now safe to be permanently released, Angela would be in grave danger if Johnson's record was anything to go by. And he was about to get lucky for a third time.
About a year after he started this course and started being released temporarily from the institution, Theodore Johnson's able to convince a mental health tribunal that he should be released permanently, and he is.
A stipulation is added to the conditions of Johnson's release. He could not start a relationship with another woman.
Where there's been a history of domestic abuse and there's been serious violence, it's not unusual for there to be licence conditions that that person has to inform the authorities when they are starting a new relationship. So it doesn't surprise me that that condition was put on Theodore Johnson.
However, a mere condition was not something that some officers felt would be a deterrent to the twice convicted killer.
Well, what can I say? What a weak condition to your release. Because, am I going to tell you? Because you'll be possibly put back in.
He wouldn't want anything to come in between him and that relationship. And if he thought that the police or the probation service were going to tell his partner about his past, that would have been a significant threat to him. He probably would have tried to hide it.
So I'm not going to tell you. And unless you start visiting at odd hours or putting surveillance units onto him, well, you don't do that. He just carried on.
In fact, he starts a 15-year-long relationship and nobody knows. Despite what was going on, he must have had some degree of charm, an ability to connect with women, to keep them engaged.
Johnson had killed 2 long-term partners. How could he justify starting a third significant relationship? Having a woman in his life is something that Johnson appears to simply have needed.
There's obviously something in his past that has destabilised him in some way. He maybe doesn't feel safe in the world, he didn't feel loved, lots of different things like that. And he feels that he can get those things through a relationship, but it's a relationship he has to own and control. So whenever he comes out of prison, the first thing he's going to do is go and seek out another partner.
And his third long-term partner, Angela Best, seemed happy enough with Theodore.
So when he's released, he actually moves in with Angela Best. So he's lying on both sides. To the authorities, he's lying and saying, no, there's no relationship with a woman, even though he's living with someone immediately.
He manages to keep his past secret from her, keep the fact of his relationship with her away from the authorities, and perhaps crucially, she, Angela Best, has no idea for 15 years that she's living with this man who's killed his last 2 partners.
He's lying to her consistently as well.
She does soon suffer the same fate as the 2 women he had killed.
So it became clear that he hadn't changed at all, really. It had just taken him a little bit longer to get to the stage where openly he was abusive to Angela. But he clearly had treated her in the same way as he'd treated his other 2 partners.
In 2006, 2011, 2015 and November 2016, Theodore Johnson, in planned meetings with his probation officer, lied by denying he was in a relationship, and he was believed. In the warped world of Theodore Johnson, a woman he barely knew was safe. And when things are going well in a relationship with Johnson, a woman seems to have been safe. How would Angela Best's time with Theodore work out?
So they're in this relationship for 15 years before Angela Best actually finds out about Theodore's past.
I think it's very difficult to try to imagine what it must feel like having been involved in a committed relationship for 15 years with somebody who's got two such dark and terrible secrets and kept them from you.
It's at this point that she leaves.
By leaving him, she had rejected him. By discovering about his past, she was endangering him. She could report the relationship that he had with her, so exposing that he had breached the conditions of his release.
And I guess there must be a real fear in her mind as well that I've just split up with him, or I'm just trying to split up with him. And is this how it's going to end for me as well? You know, do I need to be especially careful now?
She did. Johnson only knew one way of dealing with things when relationship issues caused him to get angry. He killed. Angela Best had left Theodore Johnson. Soon after, he hears she may be in another relationship.
It's not until he finds out that she's seeing another man that he asks her to come back.
Johnson was at his most dangerous, and just before Christmas 2016, Angela was on the way to see him.
On the 16th of December 2016, Angela Best is going to help Theodore Johnson with an appointment that he has at the Jamaican Embassy.
When this kind of thing happens, the person has manipulated a situation where they are going to be alone with the person they want to kill.
Unlike the other two cases, which seem to happen in the moment, out of fury, in the case of Angela Best, he decides to call her back. There seems to be a sense of premeditation here. So he calls her back to his house, asking for help to fill out some forms. And she obliges. She comes back. This is someone that she's known for 15 years.
We know she leaves their former home to go to him, and that she arrives where he's staying at about 9:20 that morning. During the course of the rest of that morning, her son wants to get in touch with his mum. He's phoning up, but gets no answer. And nothing's heard from either of them until at 3:25 or thereabouts that afternoon at Cheshunt in Hertfordshire. A man throws himself under a train on the railway line. Police are called to that incident, and they find that that man is Theodore Johnson. And he's badly injured. He's lost limbs, he's in a bad way, but he's alive.
Again, he went off to commit suicide. Threw himself in front of a train, and again failed, other than causing himself severe injury. No consideration for the people on the platform or the driver or anything of that sort, or the medical people that have to look after him.
An attempted suicide can be a telltale Johnson sign. It can mean a woman is dead at his hands.
And so police go to the address they have for him, which is the address in Tufnell Park in North London, where he'd lived with Angela Best. When police go there, they get no answer, and they go in, fearing the worst. And indeed, they find that Angela Best has been murdered. Lying by a sofa, and she's dead.
She was hit with a hammer several times, in fact 6 I think the postmortem report said, and strangled with a cord from a dressing gown. So there you have, between the first, second and third cases, violent hitting, strangulation, so the third one was the culmination of the first 2. But I'm afraid eventually the circumstances came round. She wanted to stop the relationship, he didn't, and the poor lady paid with her life. Let down from every angle, I'm afraid.
Was the latest suicide attempt a prelude to a defence of diminished responsibility? Perhaps not. In his attempt, Johnson lost an arm and a hand. This time, his attempt at suicide seemed genuine.
Despite the fact that he survived jumping in front of the train, he probably did want to kill himself. It was after a third homicide. He must have known that he wasn't going to get away with it a third time. It may be that he wanted to maintain control of his own life and his own decisions, and it was his decision to end his life, so that's what he was going to do.
Now retired, Detective David Nichol learned about the details of the latest Johnson killing, a man he thought he had helped put away for the rest of his life.
Well, I read the headline in the newspapers and really couldn't believe it. When I read down through the article and found it was Theodore Johnson, I was, well, disappointed, to put it mildly. I wouldn't like to say how disgusted I was that he had killed for a third time, and then to discover that he had got out so quickly after the conviction on the case I dealt with.
Why had he done it? What was it that the diminutive Johnson wanted most in his life? Was it to have a female partner, or was it to dominate a female partner? A question for psychologist Linda Papadopoulos as she considers what went on inside the mind of the serial killer Theodore Johnson.
A lot of his actions speak to his need for control. So while things were going his way, it seems that it was fine. As soon as someone, came out of line, he would, it seems, resort to violence. And this was evidenced by how often he was, called the police in to kind of deal with domestic disputes. And then ultimately, the fact that time and time again, 3 partners in a row end up being killed when he feels somehow that he's been disrespected, somehow when he's lost that control.
True to form, when Theodore Johnson was accused of killing Angela Best, he refused to accept it was murder. He did, indeed, look as if he was attempting to get the charge downgraded to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. There was a real possibility that he would again escape a life sentence.
Theodore Johnson was charged with murdering Angela Best, and he denied it. And he denied it right up until the first day of his trial at the Old Bailey in January 2018.
He wouldn't have had any idea what he put his victims through, because he would only be seeing things from his perspective. And his narrative in court would have had no insight at all to what actually happened. Everything would have been a manipulation.
It was part of a game, one Johnson had won before. A lighter sentence for a lesser crime had been his reward. But, probably advised that he had slim chance this third time, he had a change of heart.
And decided to plead guilty to murder. So there was none of the trying to prove provocation or diminished responsibility that had happened with his previous 2 cases. This time he just admitted straight up, yes, I killed her. And that gave the judge no option but to sentence him to life imprisonment, because the minimum sentence for murder is life imprisonment, and that's fixed by law.
Still, the Johnson cat-and-mouse game that he played with the justice system continued. The judge recommended a 26-year minimum prison term, which would have made Johnson 90 years old on release.
He, presumably on advice, appealed that length of time, and the Court of Appeal looked at it and decided, yes, it ought to be altered, but it ought to be put up. And they raised that figure to 30 years. So he will spend 30 years in prison before he can even be considered for release.
Yvonne Johnson had been thrown from the balcony of a high-rise flat after being beaten repeatedly with the nearest weapons that Theodore could find. Her sin was to ask Theodore to dress well for church.
So this was very much about ensuring that they knew who was boss, that they didn't step out of the parameters, that he felt represented this man that he needed to be in his eyes, this kind of hierarchy of who was in charge, who was in control.
Yvonne Bennett had been strangled with her belt. Her sin in the eyes of Johnson was to fail to submit to the regular beatings that she received.
I think what we're seeing here is someone that possibly felt less than, perhaps because of his size, perhaps of his experiences of being devalued or not respected by those around him.
The sin of Angela Best was to have uncovered the truth about the man who hadn't told her of the 2 others he'd already killed.
So that when he found someone that was in his life, he felt in order to control them, he had to subjugate them. He had to be the powerful one, to put them in line.
The 3 women, unwittingly, had become a unique part of recent English legal history. In his 46 years as a Met detective, David Nichol had never seen such a case. Theodore Johnson is a unique serial killer.
In the circumstances of killing, serving a sentence, killing, serving a sentence, and killing again. The last time I researched it, I think there was 60 plus cases over several decades who had killed served a full sentence for murder, as in life sentence, come out and killed again. But nobody, and I'm afraid I rather told the relatives of Yvonne Bennett that we wouldn't expect to see him out for an awful long time. We were let down by the system all round, I'm afraid. Most people, the vast majority, having killed a second time, just get such a long sentence that they don't come out and they don't kill a third time. I think it's almost unheard of.
Theodore Johnson lost both of his hands after his latest suicide attempt and will not be released, if at all, until he is 94 years old.
I grabbed her, pulled her into the back of the van. And then she fought. She bit me hard, drew blood.
Do you use any kind of tourniquet on her, Tony? I mean,
Same thing.
With what? Remember?
I don't recall. I just remember it was a yellow rope.
He got the thrill from watching his victims die. He had the control. He was, in his mind, godlike. He could grant life or grant death.
I felt like it was only a matter of time before the next body would show up.
Anthony Shore is about as smart as a serial killer is as I've seen in 30+ years of criminal justice. You hate to say he is diabolically brilliant.
As detectives in Houston attend the latest discovery of a body, the relentlessness of the assassin's merciless handiwork begins to defy belief. The question arises, what could possibly be going on inside the mind of a serial killer?
She fought like hell.
Serial killers have a desire to kill. They have a thirst to kill.
Early one Houston morning, on her way to a school for troubled youngsters, fate introduced teenager Laurie Lee Tremblay to a man she was ill-equipped to deal with. He had driven past her before, spotted that she was often alone at a bus stop. Anthony Shaw recalls that day as particularly memorable. The married father of two was a self-styled guy-next-door ordinary Joe, but he would reveal himself in recordings that we've obtained as a boy who girls would be uncomfortable with, a teenager who groped, and an adult who would kill and kill again.
Let's start with, at the start, just tell me. First is Laurie Tremblay.
14 years old. Laurie's 14 years old. I mean, think about, your children who are 14 years old. I mean, it's unfathomable what happened to her. And she was just the first.
Laurie Tremblay, Tony Shaw's first, as he calls her. By his version of events, she comes on to him.
One morning, this girl comes up and asks me for a cigarette while I was at the stoplight. I asked if she needed a ride, and I gave her a ride. And a couple days went by. She saw me. I gave her a ride again to school.
To school. The man claiming it was Laurie Lee who was leading the 25-year-old Shaw into a relationship knew she was at school.
She and I became more than friends.
He's trying very hard to make something that is very dark and sinister normal.
She and I became involved just in the sense of kissing and, hello, goodbyes. I started giving her a ride on a semi-regular basis.
He's trying to normalize the idea that he would pick up somebody else's child in the car, drive around with her, and that naturally one thing would lead to another.
Laurie is tall for her age, precocious, playing at appearing like a young woman, but focused on catching the 0641 bus every day and getting to class on time.
Laurie was walking to school, doing what thousands and millions of youngsters do every day. And here comes this predator.
Shaw targeted them because of their vulnerability.
And one day it was misting rain. She saw me, asked me for a ride, and I wanted to get more involved in just the kissing and stuff. And it started off okay, and then she freaked out and said, "No, this ain't going anywhere." Let me out, threatened to tell on me.
There's something that really speaks to his need to be understood, this need to kind of rationalize and normalize and get the listener on his side. So even here, you're beginning to see those traits of narcissism, those traits of, I can get you on my side, I can make you understand what happened, I can make you understand the stuff that is so unbelievably not understandable.
Shaw was married with 2 daughters, had a steady job, a nice home. He had a life. He had a lot to lose.
And what happened?
I undid her bra. Everything got out of hand. She freaked out, and we got into a fight. I tried to knock her out because I just really freaked out.
Shaw reached into the back of the vehicle for a cord that he'd left there.
I think the incident with little Laurie Lee really speaks to the premeditation and the boldness of this act. He tries to make it out like, well, the cord just happened to be there. He knew this was something that he wanted to do. He places the cord in the car, ready for use.
I took this cotton cord and I tried to make sure that she would never, ever tell anybody, even though I knew that was insane, and I strangled her.
He got the thrill from watching his victims die. He had the control. He was, in his mind, godlike. He could grant life or grant death.
'Cause I knew that was insane, and I strangled her. He got the thrill from watching his victims die. He had the control. He was, in his mind, godlike. He could grant life or grant death.
'Cause he had not perfected his method of killing. Yet, but according to homicide hunter Brian Harris, a 21-year Texas detective, part of the Tony Shaw modus operandi had been established. He killed with his bare hands.
The most personal way to kill somebody is to strangle them. It was personal and close, and so he was able to watch, and literally watch, the breath of life come out of that person.
Psychologist Dr. Linda Papadopoulos has been investigating the underlying symptoms and causes of Anthony Shaw's behaviour. Her analysis is through the prism of his deeds. She's also had the benefit of hearing his story in his own recorded words, unearthed by this programme.
When you think about the horror of witnessing a death, let alone being the cause of a slow death, you know, most human beings aren't capable of doing that, let alone taking enjoyment out of that, let alone focusing on what it means for them. You know, I kind of had to do it.
It's not right. I'm not justifying it. It's hard to talk about.
But hearing him say that, you know, this is hard to talk about, makes you think, again, who is he thinking of? This is about him. He's talking about taking the life of a child, and yet it's turned on, oh, this process is difficult for me. It's all about him. And I think this ability to detach, this complete and utter lack of empathy, doesn't just speak to the horror of what he did, but the potential of what he might do in future.
The murder of Laurie Lee Tremblay began just before daybreak. It's likely that she'd been snatched, assaulted, and killed in less than an hour. Her killer now had to dispose of the body. He drove to a nearby parking area behind a Mexican restaurant. Anthony Shaw had strangled Laurie Lee to death. Having dumped her body, he went back to work as a phone repairman and later that night played piano at a local jazz club where he was known as Tony, the telephone man. This is his music. In his mind, the mistake he had made was to hurt himself.
Anthony Shaw, with Laurie, used his fingers to strangle her, and he realized that his finger got hurt. When he was trying to strangle her, his finger got hurt, and so it was a learned behavior. He said, you know what, next time, I'm not going to have my finger in that position where it can hurt.
Shaw would devise a way to ensure his fingers would not be hurt. His method would one day earn him the mantle of the tourniquet killer. For now, he was not a suspect in the murder of Laurie Lee Tremblay. He was free to kill again. In the late 80s, Anthony Shaw was working as a telephone repairman for Southwestern Bell in Houston. Married, he had 2 children and styled himself as Mr. Reliable, good-looking, a good neighbour, good company. But he was deft at deceit.
There's so many people coming out of the woodwork, particularly there's some people that contacted me that worked for the phone company who were just astonished, and they were dumbfounded. They said, I worked with him. I know him. I went to lunch with Anthony. Sure. I can't believe that's him. He was so nice, such a normal guy.
There were large gaps in time where nobody knows what Anthony Shaw was doing. Even his wife didn't know, or his family.
That's what makes serial killers so difficult to capture. That's what makes serial killers so difficult to recognize, because they're your next door neighbors, they're your coworkers.
One of the things that makes Shaw so dangerous was that he really was the guy next door. And it's that cliche when you find out, you know, the horror, and you hear everyone say, but really, like this is the Tony the telephone guy.
Shaw was, I think, a master of lying and secrets and disguises and things that covered his trail.
But if the truth of Shaw's past had been known to anyone in authority, he would have been a suspect in the murder of Laurie Lee.
His sisters speak about the fact that he was sexually inappropriate and indeed sexually aggressive with their friends. So he would touch them when they didn't want to be touched. He would try and make them feel uncomfortable.
He was a groper. Sometimes it could start off as simple as somebody in an elevator and they like the fact that they can bump up against a stranger and get away with it. Anthony was that kind of person. He would bump up against people, he would grope people and see how he could get away with it.
In his mind, there wasn't a woman that was exempt from sexual harassment. If he was in an elevator and he was aroused, he'd sexually harass the woman in the elevator. If he was at home and his sister brought home a friend, he would sexually harass the friend. You know, there was such a sense of entitlement over the way that he saw women. He engaged with them as objects to be used for his sexual satisfaction.
Years followed the murder of Laurie Lee Tremblay without a breakthrough. In 1992, Shaw's habit was to drive through a part of Houston every day which saw him pass a girl at a bus stop. She was 21-year-old Carmen Maria de la Estrada. Some called her Maria, others Carmen.
And I ran across this really, I thought, beautiful young lady, and I offered her a ride, and she turned me down. But she was on my way to work every morning.
Out of all the victims, one of the more interesting stories of Anthony Shore is what he believes was a relationship with Carmen. He describes Carmen as somebody that came to him, that wanted him, that this was a willing relationship.
She was going places. She was talking about, yeah, she wanted to go out.
In his own mind, Anthony Shore, for whatever reason, really had an affinity for Carmen. Carmen was his pet. Carmen was his prize. And he liked Carmen, so therefore he didn't refer to her the way he did the other victims.
I think what's particularly dangerous about Anthony Shore was the fact that he constructed these narratives in his mind that fed into this fantasy world. So with Carmen, he believes that they're in a real relationship.
When Anthony Shore discusses Carmen, he seems to revel in the fact that Carmen wanted him, that this wasn't a case of him having to abduct any kind of woman or force Carmen to be with him, that he had this physical proudness, that she came to him.
So her need to kind of keep him at bay and say no doesn't really mean no in his mind. In his mind, it means, well, just wait. I really want this, but maybe not now. So any attempt by a young woman to reject him, to put down parameters, is kind of met with complete disregard. She's beautiful, he wants her, well, that's it. He'll have her, even if he needs to completely violate her and potentially even kill her.
She was, again, a hard worker, trying to help her family, just taking public transportation to and from her work and just helping her family just go about life. And here she was again, vulnerable, by herself, no one else around. And here comes Anthony Shore again, seizing that opportunity.
Shore does not feel Carmen's fear. He understands only his perception of events, consoles himself that this is a romantic liaison.
I remember I opened her blouse and she was resisting. So then I had this sick consumption that I was going to have her regardless. I wanted to possess her somehow. And my intention was to have sex with her initially, and that wasn't happening. She became real violent, just fighting, wanting to get out of the car.
He begins to fear that, hold on a second, she's going to tell on me.
Shore knows all too well what the reality now is. A woman he attacks is trying to break free. He reacts the same way that he had years earlier with Laurie Lee.
Abducts her, rapes her, kills her in excruciating slow fashion, and then dumps her.
And he speaks about this as if he has no choice, as if his safety obviously trumps any need for her to have a life, to grow up, to get married, to breathe.
I remember I had a pair of shears, and she had on black shorts. I took them off, and her pantyhose, but I didn't cut her panties. I don't know why.
It's like he's relaying a run-of-the-mill event. It's like he's relaying what happened on the way to work, you know, as if he kind of accidentally stepped into a puddle.
It got out of hand, and she freaked out, and I knew this was not. This was going to be real bad. So I panicked.
And this is truly telling of his lack of empathy, even though he tries to use words like, oh, you know, it was horrible, it shouldn't have happened. There's very little true empathy there.
It started to become daylight. So to avoid discovery, again, I strangled her.
In the case of Laurie Lee, Shaw had hurt his fingers when attacking her. With Carmen Estrada, he used a weapon, one which still enabled him to slowly squeeze the life out of her.
So what does he do? He gets a tourniquet, and it becomes his signature card, his calling card, and he gets good at it. And with that tourniquet, with every twist, he can tighten it and watch them start to die, loosen it, give them a gasp of air.
The tourniquet takes your fingers off the pulse, literally, but it gave Shore the ability to turn life on and off by controlling the airflow of the victim. And it heightens the anxiety and pain and fear of the suffering victim.
Shaw has never been one to avoid the limelight. Some believe his choice of weapon was a means of gaining notoriety.
I can't say for sure, but I think in Anthony Shore's mind, he was probably thinking, what will separate me from the other serial killers that no one else has done? Aha, I can strangle my victims to death with a handmade tourniquet, and hence you get branded as the tourniquet killer, a name that stuck with him throughout his criminal career.
He seemed to take pride, a sick kind of pride in his killing and in his technique with the tourniquet. It worked for him. It was his signature.
He's able to really enjoy the killing. He ensures that she dies slowly. He ensures that she dies on his terms. The horror of this is completely lost on him.
Shore is not the typical low-functioning, one bad crime defendant. He was a calculated, thinking, predatory killer.
The discovery of Carmen Maria de la Estrada's body did yield a piece of evidence which would one day prove crucial in the case against Anthony Shaw.
DNA was found underneath her fingernails.
The problem was, it was early days in DNA technology. And what sample detectives had did not match any on the Texas database. The murder of Carmen was not linked to that of Laurie Lee. Laurie hadn't been raped. Carmen was. Laurie had been strangled whilst Shaw had used a tourniquet to kill Carmen. Different MOs. And there were 6 years between the crimes. 18 months after the murder of Carmen Estrada, Shaw was still working in plain sight of those that he targeted. No young woman was safe in Houston.
Well, here's a guy that worked for the phone company, telephone company, Southwestern Bell, as a repairman. I mean, that gives him access to, so many different parts of town where you can basically spy on so many different people throughout the day.
He had access to every neighborhood in Houston. He had a reason to be there. He had a marked vehicle. It made it totally easy for him to just look for victims.
In October the following year, 18 months after Shaw had killed Carmen, he spotted a girl coming and going from a house.
I'm guessing she was probably 16, 17 at the time. I'm not really sure how old.
The victim was a young person whose house he surveilled for several days.
She was young, she was attractive, and I was a farm man working outdoors, outside plant. And I worked down this street several times. I'd seen her coming home. I knew that she was a latchkey kid coming home from high school or whatever school she was going to.
To me, this is so methodically calculated on his part as to how he picked his victims, and then, of course, what he did to his victims afterward. This was not some spontaneous spur of the moment. This was somebody who was so devious and so cunning in nature.
Having broken into the house where the teenage girl lived, he waited until she returned from school. She entered. He pounced.
Told her it was a burglary, got her cooperation, and tied her up with electrical cord and raped her.
The young lady fought the way Laurie Lee and Carmen had. Shaw had killed them. Would he let his latest victim survive? Bound with duct tape, threatened with a knife, the latest victim of Anthony Shaw does not become his third murder victim. As he strangled her, he claims to have realized the wrong that he'd done.
Well, and I thought, no, I just can't. I just need to get out of here. And I left. Thank God.
But you didn't strangle her at all, or you started to?
I started to, and I stopped.
He speaks about it in the same way that you'd speak about trying to, I don't know, to quit smoking. It's not a big deal, you know. It's a behavior I'd like to stop, and you know, it's an addiction that'd be really nice if I kind of stopped. Again, this isn't a person. This is a thing to be used, and if I could just use it in a different way, then I'd be better. So there's no sense of the impact this would have had on this young woman. There's no sense of the pathology behind, you know, wrapping her up in duct tape, letting her suffer all that. You know, he sees this as a great win for himself because, hey, I didn't kill this one.
He considered it an accomplishment to be able to rape women without murdering them.
It was around noon in August, a year after Shaw had raped but not killed a teenage girl, that 9-year-old Diana Rabola left her home. She was the same age as Shaw's youngest daughter. Diana's errand that day was to fetch sugar for the family to sweeten their homemade watermelon drinks.
Her mom simply sent her a block away to go to the store.
We're not talking about someone walking, you know, in the dark, after hours. We're talking about the middle of the day in a neighborhood. We're not talking about some isolated area where there's no, this is a populated part of the town. That's pretty brazen.
Shaw shows no pity as he recounts events that day, complaining that his victim had shown tenacity in defending herself.
She fought like hell. Strangely, she fought like hell.
She was sexually tortured and just dumped like the rest of them.
Just wouldn't go along with anything. And she was so afraid.
You know, someone that can do that to a 9-year-old girl without any care in the world and just leave her out there just to rot. It's about the lowest of the low you could possibly imagine of a life form in this universe.
And she fought and fought. And I don't recall what type of cord or strand or a piece of wire or something. And I did the same thing.
But if you look at Diana, he's got to explain why he chose her. So he talks about being the nice guy, that he always gave her little rides here and there, and that's why she would just hop in with him. Couldn't be farthest from the truth. Her mother didn't raise her that way. And Anthony Shaw couldn't even give the family the dignity that they raised their daughter better than to just constantly hop in a car with a grown man. This was Anthony Shore taking advantage of a 9-year-old girl that he had no explanation on why he would snatch her off the street.
Shore had now killed 3 times, but was still not a suspect. The murder of Diana Rabola was a turning point of sorts in the Shore storyline. Publicly, Houston police did not admit they had a serial killer in their midst, but privately, they did.
As a young line prosecutor, I worked in the Special Crimes Division of the Harris County District Attorney's Office, which I now lead. And pre-DNA, 1992 through 1994, when it was very uncommon for it to be tested, there were a series of crimes involving a signature mark, a tourniquet, left on the bodies. And 2 of those cases came across my desk. They were brought by homicide investigators who were working the cases, trying to figure out the whodunit.
The police were now looking at those on the registered sex offender list, but Shore wasn't on that list. In 1995, a girl went missing in Houston. Her name, Dana Sanchez.
Last and final case, Dana Sanchez.
Middle of the day, minding her own business, not doing anything wrong, not doing anything illegal, just doing what teenage girls do, you know? And again, the one common denominator all 4 of his victims had, besides being young, were they were by themselves. And little did they know how vulnerable that made them to a sadistic predator like Anthony Shore.
I was driving around. I saw this girl. I want to say she was wearing white coveralls and a striped shirt underneath.
Dana goes to make a phone call. In the days of telephone booths, she's just going to make a phone call. What a perfect victim for Anthony Shore. He's the phone man. He's the guy that's there. And she's outside, and she just wants to get a ride.
And she was mad. She had this look that she was angry and upset, and she was at a payphone.
She needs a quick ride, and here's somebody that perhaps she's seen in the neighborhood before. She's seen certainly repairman. This guy's doesn't look like much of a threat. I mean, my goodness, he must be at work. So she's very trusting. And that's one thing Anthony Shore made note of, that all the victims were very trusting, and Dana trusted him for a ride.
Why not I just said, hey, would you like a ride? She says, man, I'm going to see my boyfriend somewhere. I forget where she told me. I said, no problem. And jumped right in. And we went driving. And when we had conversation.
As with others he had chosen, Dana was Hispanic in appearance, slight of build.
Anthony Shore chose his victims primarily based on their size, of course. All of them were small in stature, thin.
I was flirting with her heavily. That time I had really long hair. I thought I looked good. Maybe I just looked like a freak. I don't know. But she was real friendly, you know, talking about, I think she said she was a runaway.
If you go and look at someone like Shore, how many countless hours he must have just roamed around. I mean, I can't imagine this being spontaneous. I mean, to me, this is so methodically calculated on his part as to how he picked his victims, and then, of course, what he did to his victims afterward. This was not some spontaneous spur of the moment.
In fact, despite his claims, it's all but certain that Dana resisted Shore from the moment that he approached her.
She was joking like, no, I got a boyfriend and this and that. So I grabbed her, pulled her into the back of the van. And then she fought. She bit me hard, drew blood, I forget, from my chest, I want to say. So I restrained her, tied her hands.
With what?
I want to say duct tape. I don't remember for sure, but I think duct tape. I remember that I taped her face. And she was fighting so hard. I knew there was nothing I could do to get out of this. And I used a ligature.
Shaw drove to a deserted area nearby and dumped Dana's body in scrubland, his signature tourniquet abandoned by her body.
I didn't throw in a dumpster this time. I drove around somewhere away.
Dana was reported missing by her friends. Days turned into weeks and still no sign of her. Police needed a break, and they got one via a telephone tips hotline. They could not have known it, but it was Anthony Shaw himself who made the call. There are those who believe he wanted the notoriety.
So he has the audacity to contact a local news station and tip them off as to where the body could be found, just so he can make sure that he got credit for the latest murder in his own mind. That's mine. You can actually visualize him at home in front of the television, waiting for the local news to capture the story of what he did, and him just salivating, going, "Yep, that's another one of mine."
At the time, there was no match to the DNA found on police records.
So you have this great DNA evidence from this body in a field that you can't compare it to anything because there's nothing in the system to compare it to.
Around this time, Houston police did arrest Anthony Shaw, 7 months after Sanchez's murder. But he stayed cool. It was a misdemeanor arrest. An undercover officer posing as a prostitute randomly offered Shaw sex for a fee, and he accepted. He was given 3 months unsupervised probation and a $122 fine. No DNA sample was taken. It would take another heinous offense for Houston police to get their man. Over the decades that Shaw would spend talking to police, he aged, losing the long hair he thought had made him look so good. By 1997, Shaw had remarried. His mother and sister looked after his 2 daughters, but his readiness to terrorize women and young girls never left him.
All of a sudden, Anthony Shaw does another despicable act when he sexually abuses and assaults his 2 young daughters.
Because the laws had changed and DNA samples could and were taken from individuals charged with certain crimes, a law that didn't exist back in 1992 or 1994 when I investigated those other cases. Because of that, his sample was entered into CODIS, the national system for matching DNA to known individuals or unknown individuals.
Shaw would eventually plead guilty to child molestation. He did not go to prison.
He's arrested, convicted, put on probation like many sex offenders are, particularly on your first offense, so that's not a surprise. He was put on probation. But the catch was, and this led to his downfall, he had to submit DNA as a result of now being a convicted sex offender.
And when his sample was entered into the CODIS database, it matched the old capital murders.
In almost a strange, cathartic way, his daughters ends up solving the murders of the 4 young girls, because if he hadn't committed those atrocities, the abuses on his daughter, who knows how long, who knows if it would have ever been solved. It's hard to say. So in a strange way, his family became his downfall.
But it didn't happen overnight. Because of administrative failures, it took 6 years from the arrest of Shaw for sexually molesting his daughters to match his DNA to that found under the fingernails of Carmen Estrada. 11 hours into his police interview, he confessed. In 2004, now showing the signs of being an older man, Shaw was convicted of capital murder and sentenced to death by lethal injection for his role in the killing of Carmen Maria de la Estrada, while in the course of committing aggravated sexual assault. Shaw also confessed to the murders of Laurie Lee Tremblay, Diana Rabola and Dana Sanchez, as well as the aggravated sexual assault of a 14-year-old student. Shaw asked for and received the death penalty. Not that his story was even remotely over.
He's the only inmate whose case I've reviewed where his own family asked that he be executed. His sister, his children. It says a lot about him.
But during his years on death row, Shaw embarked on a game of cat and mouse with the authorities by hinting at other crimes he may have committed, so forcing them to open cold case files.
He confessed to a number of alleged rapes that he said he committed on women that he met in social settings or bars where he would slip them Rohypnol, the date rape drug, take them to his van, rape them, sometimes sell them to others, and then deliver them back, supposedly without them knowing what had happened to them. You know, it's hard to know what to believe from a serial killer, but it's easy to imagine other victims because Shaw was prolific, but he was calculated.
Anthony Shaw was still on death row at the beginning of 2018, 14 years after he was sentenced. At the start of the year, his time looked to be up. Kim Ogg is the district attorney who pursued the death sentence in the case of Tony Shaw. She's known to be reticent in the use of capital punishment.
Well, when the government exercises the greatest power it has, which is to kill a citizen, it always has to be taken with great care. It's the most serious act our government commits.
What was it then that made even those slow to see the use of the ultimate state penalty like Kim Ogg to pursue the execution of Anthony Shaw?
I thought that we would always be in danger from Anthony Shaw, and taking a look at his victims in the waiting room with them before the execution, these were broken people, and I think the future dangerousness is that every breath that man took caused those families pain, including his own family, who testified and told the media they wanted him dead.
Shaw even claimed to have murdered a man for whom another prisoner on death row had already been convicted. His story wasn't true. He claimed other rapes. The seriousness of those claims kept him alive for another 90 days as investigations were launched.
And he got a 90-day reprieve in order to look at all the, quote, offenses he was claiming credit to, just to make sure and determine that he indeed didn't commit any further murders and rapes.
Finally, Shaw's game of claiming crimes to his name to avoid execution ended. He was put to death by lethal injection on January the 18th, 2018.
Anthony Shaw is the worst of the worst. Serial murderer, torturer, enjoyer of other people's pain and suffering, murderer of little children and women, the kind of guy who we can never be safe enough from.
Every time I tell myself, I just kept saying, man, this gotta stop. I'm a sick puppy.
She was the caring nurse who could raise a smile, all the while hiding that she was a killer. Her outward appearance, nothing but a front.
Elizabeth Wetlaufer's secret is that she is essentially empty. For her, life is meaningless.
As she killed 8 times, nobody suspected nurse Elizabeth May Wetlaufer.
While on the outside to her fellow co-workers, she's this jovial woman who laughs and giggles and lights up a room.
Taking courage from her macabre interpretation of the Bible, she would pray for guidance, then head to the bedside of her patients. For some, a visit from the nurse offered no salvation.
I honestly believed at the time that God wanted to do it.
It's horrific to think that she could have gone to her grave with all this. No one would have batted an eyelid.
It's funny, but it's not funny.
Nothing and nobody actually means anything to her.
What went on inside the mind of the serial killer, Elizabeth Wetlaufer? Elizabeth Tracy May Wetlaufer, 45. Someone who appeared to be a genial and capable professional, certainly someone who could be trusted.
In the late 1990s, Elizabeth has gone to college. She has her RN. One of her jobs, she's assigned to the night shift. She is the nurse in charge of administering all the medication.
She worked in a job as a carer in care homes that she may have been seen as, looked down upon. She worked with people that could be difficult at times, that were suffering with things like dementia.
This is a nurse. She's in a position of trust. No different than a police officer, somebody that's in the clergy, a doctor. Of all the people you need to trust, it's that nurse. She's the one you're going to turn to for that ultimate bedside manner, that bedside care.
But Nurse Beth, as she preferred to be known, wrestled with a condition that she kept hidden from her patients, one which was affecting her mind. She was convinced that God had sent her on a mission to kill some of those for whom she cared.
I just had a sense after my marriage broke up that God was going to use me for something.
She said that God told her to do things, but it seems to me that there was a sense that she felt all-powerful in those moments.
Moments, plural, as she struggles to make herself comfortable on a September day in a police interview room in Toronto. Beth claimed to have sent at least 8 elderly people the way of the Lord. Her story was hard to believe. Homicide hunter Brian Harris has spent a career learning to recognize those who make a habit of murder. Elizabeth Wetlaufer was not somebody that he would have suspected.
Your FBI profilers would describe a serial killer as being a middle-aged, white male, some formal education past high school, educated parents. This was not the case with Elizabeth.
Old people that she tended to were of an age and in a place where often people die, hospitals and care homes.
You look at these victims, they were all elderly. Nobody would suspect any kind of foul play.
As she killed, she was literally beyond suspicion.
She's sharp enough to know that if this person that I can give life to or snuff out life to, nobody will question what has happened to them because there's a reason they're in the hospital. People assume that it was just a natural life cycle, that they're going to die.
She would be killing still today, but for the voices in her head which made her finally doubt that she was in fact carrying out God's work.
And then after a while I started to really wonder after some of the murders if it was God or if it was the devil fooling me.
And when you read her account and listen to her account of what happened, it feels like in those moments she was playing God.
How How had it come to this for Elizabeth Wetlaufer? At one point in her life, she seemed settled, enjoyed inviting guests to visit her at her home where she lived with her then husband. So what had happened and what was going on inside her mind as she appeared in front of Canadian police voluntarily on September 29th, 2016? They had no idea who they were dealing with, a homicidal maniac or a fantasist. At first, Detective Constable Nathan Hergott's relaxed demeanour appeared to suggest that he thought someone who could be a fantasist.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
There's too many people moving and shaking around here. You can't really keep track of who's doing what. So yeah, like I said, I'm just going to go through for everything in this room is audio and video recorded first off. You okay with that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I just want to go through, like I said, a couple formalities, cover a few little things off, things that I have to do on my end that I need to do, and things that I just want to tell you and make sure that we're all on the same page before we get going.
Okay.
Okay. So.
The detective was about to hear a story which stretched credibility. The lady opposite him had not been under suspicion of a crime of any sort, but on her arrival at the station, she had proffered a handwritten confession detailing how she had killed 8 times and attempted to kill a further 3 times. Was her story true? If it was, Detective Hergott had just her word for it. There had been no complaints, there was no evidence, but the handwritten confession and Wetlaufer herself.
Okay, you're not under arrest. The door is unlocked. Okay, I'm not impeding your way to the door. If you want to leave at any time, if you want to stop talking to me at any time, you just let me know.
Who is Elizabeth Wetlaufer? Psychologist Linda Papadopoulos has been tracing her timeline.
So we know that Elizabeth grew up kind of a normal upbringing, although it was said to be quite religious, quite strict and religious. And I think there's something about growing up like that that perhaps makes you feel very confined by societal rules and norms.
It was normal to get married, so that's what Elizabeth did.
In 1997, Elizabeth got married. She was following her life path. This was a woman who was raised with a mother and a father in a household that they were devout Christians. She grew up in the church. Getting married was just another part of the typical life cycle.
You're born and raised Woodstock?
Yeah, born and raised in Woodstock, married from 97 to 2007.
Her marriage, though, didn't work out. She was confused about something. Her devout Christian ways did not allow her easily to accept something she was slowly realizing.
You see, there was something else going on with Elizabeth. She was battling of who she was on the inside. Elizabeth was a lesbian.
I think religion has a very complicated relationship with sexuality. There's a lot of guilt entwined with a lot of religions and sex in general, let alone having a sexuality that isn't that of the majority. And I think because of that, there's going to be a sense of feeling different and through that perhaps feeling pathological or even guilty that she may have felt.
There was just a complete discord between her religious upbringing and her sexuality. The two couldn't be reconciled. Equally, I think there was a complete inconsistency, discord between the discipline, the harsh discipline that was her background, partly again related to the religiosity, and her basic character, which I think was a bit weak, a bit self-indulgent. Those two, again, couldn't be reconciled.
We know that she was someone quite lonely. We know that she was someone that felt that she wasn't even entitled to her sexuality. So even though she was a lesbian, she got married, she had an unhappy marriage that ended. Because of her religion, she felt guilt about her attraction to other women.
But I did a lot of praying about it, and I just did a lot of praying, reading my Bible, getting very involved in my faith, getting very involved in my church.
Right.
She couldn't out herself. She couldn't follow through on her own desires that she had. She had to be denied those close personal relationships to have a true relationship because she was afraid what it would look like.
The failed marriage was what Beth would blame for what happened next. She was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Her life goes in the wrong direction. At home, the signs of her decline were there for all to see. Often alone, binge eating, binge drinking, binge drug taking.
That's where things get a little crazy.
Okay.
This is the part that I haven't told the doctors. Because it seems so stupid now. When my ex and I broke up in 2007, I was already taking the medication for my borderline personality disorder.
It may very well have been that she felt that her life was spiraling, that she was losing control of what was going on, especially if she wanted to keep this facade up of having this marriage because it allowed her to portray an ideal she felt that she had to portray. And it may be that because of that, she needed to assert some sense of power and control in a different way. And she does this quite horrifically by killing.
Eventually, her true sexuality takes its course.
And I met a woman online, and she decided to move to be with me.
Okay.
She was afraid that perhaps she'd be damned to hell because of her sexual orientation. She was afraid she was going against everything that she was raised to be.
Her relationship with her new female partner doesn't last long either. Elizabeth's was a troubled sex and relationship story.
Elizabeth felt that she couldn't be open about her sexuality, she couldn't own her sexuality, and as a consequence, she felt she had to repress it. Obviously, no one in a million years would suggest that anyone who feels that they can't express their sexuality will go on to hurt anybody, but what we are suggesting here is that if you feel that, then the way that you understand yourself, your identity, and your place in society is absolutely going to be compromised. It's going to be difficult. You're not allowed to be who you are. If this is what she felt, then it's not surprising that she had a hard time with relationships.
As she cared for the elderly on wards, mostly on the night shift, Elizabeth's inner turmoil was hidden by how drugs and drink allow her to appear as if together, stable, dependable.
She turns to alcohol. She turns to drugs. While on the outside to her fellow co-workers, she's this jovial woman who laughs and giggles and lights up a room. They describe her as maybe being someone that brought joy to the workplace, where on inside she's miserable. There's a dark shadow just eating away at her.
And who should she take out her rage upon? Her patients. She felt justified too, because it was God she was listening to, and his message was clear.
And I was so angry. And it was like a voice said inside me, I'll use you, don't worry about it. I believe it was the influence of that voice or whatever it was. It wasn't a voice in my head, it was a voice in here. And when I would do it, afterwards I would hear like a laughter in myself.
The first to feel her wrath, Clotilda Adriano. Spending her final years in a care home, Crescent in Woodstock near Toronto, she was doing fine. She had her sister Albina in the same home. One evening, Elizabeth felt what she described as a surge. She inserted insulin into a syringe, insulin that Clotilda did not need.
Okay, Clotilda Adriano. She was the first person I ever gave extra insulin to.
Okay.
I think I gave her 40, and I just, again, there was that searching, but it wasn't so much that I wanted her to die, it was more let's see what happens. And I did that to her on more than one occasion.
She now waited to see what happened. The mixed-up Beth Wetlaufer left the survival of Clotilda Adriano to fate and to God's will, and to the effects of insulin on the body of an old woman who didn't need it. Clotilda Adriano, 87 years old, was made of tough stuff. she survived the attack on her by Beth Wetlaufer.
And I didn't really want her to die. I don't know, I was just angry and had this sense inside me that she might be a person that God wanted back with him.
And is that feeling you're referring to that you had in your stomach at times?
Yes.
Elizabeth's gut feeling, what she described as laughter in her tummy, may have been about her instinct, but her choice of insulin to attack Clotilda was perfect science.
The weapon of choice for Elizabeth was insulin. What's significant about that, as a nurse, she knows that insulin gets absorbed in the body. While it can kill, depending on the dosage, it will also dissipate. It is very, very hard to detect, and Elizabeth knows that.
Insulin disappears from the bloodstream, so the serial killer in the making was free to try to kill again. And she didn't have far to travel for her next target, Clotilda's sister, Albina.
Then eastern first door on the left was your sister, Albina. She was diabetic.
Okay.
She was October 2007.
Sorry, that was her sister?
Clotilda and Albina were sisters, yes.
Oh, okay.
The detective seems incredulous. Wetlaufer was admitting using two sisters as guinea pigs. How much insulin would it take to kill an elderly person?
Clotilda was 90 or so.
And her sister?
Albina was probably 82.
And did they have family that would come and visit?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Very much so.
Who would that be that would come visit?
Clotilda, I think it was her daughters, and Albina was her husband.
Like her sister, Albina survived the attack by Wetlaufer, but Elizabeth would have plenty more opportunities. She would go home, hide behind closed curtains, look forward to buying her latest batch of scratch cards. And then she would head back to the bedsides of vulnerable patients. Powerless at home, powerful on the ward.
Elizabeth is the one that has to show care for them. Elizabeth is going to be the one to relieve them of their pain. Elizabeth is the one that is going to be in charge of giving them their medicine that will hopefully heal them, or at least aid in their healing process. She has a lot of power working this night shift.
And all the time, psychologically tortured. Linda Papadopoulos enlisted forensic psychologist Donna Youngs to help investigate the mind of Elizabeth Wetlaufer.
There are people who are quite simply not what they seem, and Elizabeth is very definitely one of those. She presents this exterior, this external presentation is of somebody who is so caring, so empathetic. The stark contrast between her inner psychology and her external presentation is really striking.
As a nurse, Beth Wetlaufer appeared proficient and professional, but at home she would nightly return to a crumpled world with too much food, drink, and too many pills. Alone with her misery and listening to what she thought was the word of God. No partner, children though she wanted them, desperately seeking a sense of purpose, unfulfilled as a nurse.
She knows how to play the roles, and that's what she's doing here, but really, Elizabeth Wetlaufer's secret is that she is essentially empty. For her, life is meaningless.
She had failed to kill twice. James Silcox, an 84-year-old veteran of World War II, was next on her target list. She upped the amount of insulin in a syringe. When confessing, she remembered every detail of events of a late August day in 2007.
I have written it, I have read it, I have, lived it, so.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Mr. Silcox.
Yes.
Okay, September of 2007.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was the first one that died as a result of what I did.
Okay.
The first one to have died as a result of what she did, James Silcox. Wetlaufer suggested she had legitimate cause to kill.
And tell me about your knowledge of James and your daily interactions during a shift with him.
I didn't see him every time. He wasn't always my patient. I just knew from what people had said that he would grab the nurse's breasts and buttocks, and he would say horribly inappropriate things about his wife.
James, who had dementia, did not survive the shot of insulin. He had recently had major surgery, and it was thought that he had died as a result of complications from that surgery. In fact, he had become Elizabeth Wetlaufer's first victim.
One afternoon I was working with him and he did grab me. And again, I got that feeling inside that it was his time to go.
Wetlaufer did occasionally let the mask slip.
One time she was found in the stairwell, passed out, heavy alcohol smell. Others talked about how they thought they smelled alcohol on her, but no one ever reported her. It was the wall of silence.
Just before Christmas 2007, Elizabeth took a dislike to an 84-year-old patient called Maurice Granat.
He was another one who liked to grab breasts and asses.
She was not about to allow that to go unpunished.
Where she couldn't control what was going on in her personal life of who she was, she darn sure could control what was going on the night shift or any other shift that she was assigned to work.
One afternoon I was working with him and he did grab me. And again, I got that feeling inside that this is his time to go. So I gave him an overdose of insulin after supper. And I believe he died the next day.
Maurice Granat marked her second homicide. Another day, another death of an old person in a care home. Nothing suspicious.
People aren't questioning. They're not questioning Elizabeth. People die in hospitals, especially elderly patients.
Wetlaufer carried on with life as usual, in public and online, filling in her business resume on social media sites, describing herself on forums as someone who is assessing patients, administering medications, performing prescribed treatments, communicating with patients' families and healthcare professionals, supervising care staff. The perfect nurse. She was also starting a new hobby. Using a pen name, she began to publish poetry online.
Elizabeth has this fascination of writing. She writes poetry. It's a far cry from roses are red, violets are blue. The poetry that she writes is dark. It's death. It's about power. It's about having control.
And it's interesting when you go back, and of course when you go back you see things that maybe you wouldn't see the first time, but there certainly are references that are very dark in there, references to murder.
Heart beats then sprays as this next victim pays her deft dagger's bill. That's what she wrote, then closed down her computer and headed to the care home to kill again. Who would be her next victim?
Elizabeth's poetry gives us an insight to what was happening on the inside of her. Elizabeth had the power of God. She could snuff out life when and how she wanted. She could watch that person and watch their last breath of life go away. Or she could give them the proper meds to keep them alive. And to Elizabeth, that gave her control, that gave her power.
With 2 dead, 2 more narrowly surviving, the little overweight lady just kept telling an astonished detective of more and more attempts to kill. Wayne Hedges had lived in Caress since the year 2000. He was regularly given insulin as part of his treatment. He was also diagnosed schizophrenic and not one of Wetlaufer's favourite patients.
Then there was Wayne. He was on the nurse wings. He had dementia. He was diabetic. He could be uncooperative. And I gave him a large overdose. Because I thought it was his turn to go.
His turn to go. Wayne Hedges did not have dementia. At 56, he was the latest to be attacked by Beth Wetlaufer. He survived, but she was far from finished with her killing. 56-year-old Michael Priddle, a sufferer from Huntington's disease, survived a Wetlaufer insulin attack too. Occasionally, the dosage she applied was not enough to cause death. Throughout 2007 and 2008, Wetlaufer's personal life continued to be in a mess. None of those that she met had formed a lasting relationship, the kind that Elizabeth May had always wanted. She'd meet people via dating websites, but no one would stick around. One complained she came onto her far too quickly.
The fluctuation is a classic symptom of somebody with an emptiness within them, as is the abuse of drugs and alcohol. Somebody looking for meaning, looking for solace, looking for a way not to feel the emptiness that they feel.
Over the next 2 years, Wetlaufer tried a variety of ways of comforting herself, of coping with her feelings of emptiness.
The alcohol and the drug abuse are classic ways of seeking meaning, of trying to relieve oneself from the pain of the emptiness that she feels, of trying to find something where she feels nothing, where she finds no meaning.
She continued exposing her soul in her poetry.
She wrote under a pseudonym and was quite prolific, published a lot of poems.
Using prescription drugs.
Any inhibitions that most people have about medications, about drugs, are much reduced with her.
Her drinking becomes legendary.
And she eases that pain with the use of drugs and alcohol, and it gets worse and worse and worse.
And of course, she could always turn to God.
I had a pastor that I told me, prayed over me and told me I'd be fine, and that was God's grace.
By 2011, still working at the Crescent nursing home near Toronto, the drink, drugs, writing and praying had not stopped Elizabeth Wetlaufer wanting to kill. As ever, she had easy victims from whom to choose.
Her life is spiraling, and it's the perfect storm. She has a vulnerable population that she is solely responsible, and she has a literal murder weapon that no one can trace because these people need the insulin.
Over 3 months, Mary Zuravinsky, Gladys Millard, and Helen Matheson all fell victim to nurse Beth Wetlaufer. Mary, according to Wetlaufer, was almost asking for it.
One night she said, you know, I'm going to die tonight.
Mary said that?
Yeah. And I said, oh. And she said, yeah, why don't you get me into the deathbed so I can die? And I said, are you sure? And she said, yeah, put me to bed, I'm going to die. So I said, okay, and I went to the other nurse that was working with me. And she said, oh, okay, well, let's put her inside the scare room if that's what you want. So we did, and then I thought, well, she must be the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Gladys Millard was next. She had Alzheimer's and was somebody Elizabeth Wetlaufer actually liked. But she would soon find herself injected with insulin.
Yeah, she was very spunky, but she went downhill fast.
Did she?
Eventually, she had dementia, didn't take her pills well, didn't eat well, very stubborn woman. And as always, one evening I just got that red surging feeling that she was going to be the one. And gave her insulin overdose.
And then came the murder of Helen Matheson. Elizabeth gave her a piece of pie and ice cream, and then a few hours later, injected her with insulin.
You don't say a lot of negative things about Helen here. Did you get along with her okay? Did she ever do anything to harm you or?
No, she was very quiet. It was just, I got that feeling that she's next, it's her time to go.
It was November 2011. The death count was rising, and so were concerns about Elizabeth.
By 2011, 5 people had died under Elizabeth's watch. Now, during this time as well, her co-workers, they've seen some changes in her. They've smelled alcohol. They've noticed some bizarre behavior, but they're not connecting it with the deaths of the patients. It's just that, wow, 5 people have died. And Elizabeth's behavior and actions, they don't report anything. She should have at least been removed or sent for treatment for her alcohol or her drug problem.
A Scottish woman called Helen Young had settled in Canada after the Second World War. Wetlaufer did not take kindly to her. Miserable and unhappy with her life was how she described her. Hers was another name featured in Wetlaufer's handwritten confession in the interview with the police too.
Helen was miserable. She frequently yelled out, help me nurse. She frequently yelled out she wanted to die. She just was not happy with her life. She would wheel around in her wheelchair saying, help me nurse, help me nurse, help me nurse, help me nurse. And when you went to help her, what do you want help with? Nothing, get away with me. go away. Coffee nurse, coffee nurse. Didn't want to eat, didn't want to drink. Very difficult to deal with.
During this stage of her life, Donna Youngs believes that Elizabeth Wetlaufer felt that she had no role in life, no partner, not a mother, confused about her sexuality. People like that feel they are literally nobody.
In the confusion, they just give up. And without any proper identity of their own, then they never develop any feelings about it. Nothing or nobody becomes significant to them, because you need an initial identity of your own before anything else can matter to you.
Wetlaufer's victims, in her eyes, simply did not matter.
And instead, she almost blames the victims, saying, well, they were very difficult. They were very naggy. They were a very difficult person to deal with.
I honestly believed at the time that God wanted me to do it.
It was the same throughout the interview. Elizabeth's motivation wasn't, according to her, to kill. It was God's will. She was merely the instrument. In reality, she had the choice of whether people lived or died.
And when you have the freedom to choose, you have godlike powers. So you see, Elizabeth had the freedom to choose. She had the freedom to choose between good and evil. And time and time and time again, Elizabeth chose evil. Why? She enjoyed it. You see, if sinning was so horrible, if it didn't feel good, people wouldn't do it.
Wetlaufer killed 2 more times at Crescent Care Home. Maureen Pickering was target number 11. Again, not somebody that Beth liked.
Maureen was a handful. She would attack other patients. She would pull their hair. She would hit them. She would pinch them.
Not diabetic, should never have been given insulin, but Wetlaufer gave her a massive dosage.
So, yeah, I overdosed her.
I think she certainly felt a great sense of power over the people around her, and I'm guessing that she felt very powerless in other parts of her life.
Elizabeth's days at Crescent Care were numbered. Ironically, she fell foul of management because she was spotted giving an incorrect dosage to a patient. She received a firm rebuke in writing from her boss. You had administered the wrong medication to a patient, it read. The resident experienced distress. Beth, although you acknowledged this latest error, this is another incident in a pattern of behaviours. The termination of your employment is warranted.
I was fired from Crescent Care for medication errors that had nothing to do with this.
By 2014, 2 more people have died. One in 2013, one in 2014. And so now the facility itself, they're very much aware of Elizabeth, and they decide to remove the problem. They, in essence, fire her. But they don't make any notes, they don't tell anyone, they just fire her.
But there is a shortage of care workers who are qualified nurses, so Beth Wetlaufer soon got a new job.
Then from there I went to Meadow Park Nursing Home.
Okay.
And at the Meadow Park Nursing Home, she started killing all over again. Arpad Horforth was next on the Wetlaufer hit list.
He was mean. He would grab the nurses and these PSWs, whenever they were trying to do things for him, he would grab them, he would twist their arms, he would punch them. Very difficult to do care for. And one night I just got that surgery and I got that you need to go.
Once the decision was taken, little would stop Elizabeth.
He fought the first needle, and then the second needle I got in.
In her mind, it was God or the devil. So, the devil made her really angry and she killed these nasty men.
Wetlaufer was not long at her new job. She moved on to another and continued attacking patients. 2 more were injected with insulin unnecessarily, but they survived, and Elizabeth remained unsuspected.
As a homicide detective, even with 8 people that have died under the watch of Elizabeth, they're all elderly, some over 90 years old. As a detective, I might look at as Elizabeth as incompetent, as a nurse who never should practice in the field of medicine ever, but criminally, I don't know if I would be looking at her as a murderer. I'd be looking at her as incompetent.
Which may well have been why it took Elizabeth Wettlaufer herself to reveal her crimes. Given that, according to her, God had played such a big part in her serial killer behaviour, it may not be surprising that Wettlaufer's next step was to consult a pastor in her local church.
I had a pastor that I told, and he prayed over me and told me I'd be fine. And that was God's grace. And then...
When was that?
That was Halloween 2013. Yeah.
And you kind of divulged to what had happened to you to that point in your life with involving these people?
Yeah.
And so she thinks she can confess, and then she can be in some way redeemed, I think.
Perhaps the pastor did not believe what he was hearing. Police were not told. Then Wettlaufer had a meeting with friends when she tells them what she's been doing.
I told them that I had been killing people using an insulin overdose. And they all said, yes, you better go get help. So off I went.
Okay.
In 2016, Elizabeth checks in to get mental help, to get treatment for her drug and alcohol addictions. It doesn't take long for her to reveal her secret that she's been carrying around with her, that she is responsible for the killing of innocent life. Now, can you imagine the psychologist that is hearing this? Now, ethically, he can't go to the police. He's bound ethically that this is his patient.
She opens up to a psychiatrist and tells him that she's made all these horrible decisions, killed all these people, and he urges her to tell the police right away.
As part of her counselling, her psychiatrist also tells Wettlaufer to write down what she'd been doing. She dutifully obeys, and after a few days, followed the advice of her therapist on another matter. Turn yourself in.
The doctor suggested to me that I should. Not to give to the police, but he said that if I wrote it out, it would be a good part of my therapy. So, and did take a large amount of pressure off me and helped me to really clarify the fact that no, it wasn't God. It was something wrong with me psychologically that was making me believe that it was God.
At first she doesn't go, but eventually she does. She turns herself into the police and starts telling a story, and a story, and a story, and a story. She tells them about each body, each person. She describes how she snuffed the life out of them, watching them die. What was most profound is during her storytelling, she cackles.
Okay.
Funny, but it's not funny.
She giggles. She laughs.
Oh, perfect. Sure. There you go.
Which one has the vodka in it?
While all people are capable of taking human life, only a few actually have. And out of those few that have, very few enjoy it. And those that enjoy it are today's serial killers. Elizabeth enjoyed it. You can hear it in her cackle. You can hear it in her laugh. It's the only thing she could control. She enjoyed taking that life.
Why had she confessed? According to criminal profiler Donna Youngs, not to help the relatives of those she had murdered. It was more for her own sake.
She doesn't like having the responsibility of being the only person that knows what's happened. That's not something that somebody like her would enjoy carrying. She wants to share it for that reason. It's a selfish motivation behind the confessions, and it's an emotional unburdening. She will have had some kind of almost childlike response to having committed murders, and she won't enjoy that feeling. So in her mind, she will, by confessing, she gets rid of the burden, she gets rid of the emotional uncomfortableness that she's feeling.
As the interview reached its conclusion, Elizabeth May Wettlaufer was keen to get home, something she was allowed to do before being put before the courts. She had been candid and checks confirmed that she had killed or tried to kill nobody for months.
You've done some things to some innocent people.
Absolutely.
Some pretty, what people are
Horrible
gonna,
things.
people are gonna have opinions of you, and people are gonna, right.
The interview room confession seemed to be Wetlaufer's way of cleaning the slate now that she had a clear mind, because before she claimed that she hadn't. That is why she misread the signals from God.
And now I know that it wasn't God, and I'm ashamed of myself that happened, but I also think that it was mental health. You know, I think it was, I was in my right mind, or I would have been able to tell. I mean, I was raised to believe in God. I was raised from a baby to go to Sunday school, so how could I get such a strong feeling that this is what God wanted, unless it was something wrong with my head?
Wetlaufer was charged with 8 counts of murder, 4 of attempted murder, and 2 of aggravated assault. She did not contest the charges, having confessed, and on June 26, 2017, Wetlaufer was sentenced to 8 concurrent life sentences with no possibility of parole for 25 years. But for the confession, it's highly unlikely the crimes would have come to light.
And in the end, all those times Elizabeth was trying to take control and have that control with her victims, she had the ultimate control when she finally decided to confess. She could have remained silent.
And it's horrific to think that she could have gone to her grave with all this.
There is not a doubt in my mind that without Elizabeth's confession, without her coming forward and talking to those detectives, these cases would never be solved.
No one would have batted an eyelid. This was, these were the most vulnerable people, or some of the most vulnerable people in our society. We expect them to die. We expect her to be doing her job. No one was watching. She literally could have gotten away with murder again and again and again.
Murder comes in so many ways. Killers have options.
When was your first murder? He said nasty things about me. He said so I chucked him under the tube.
When talking to police, a man called Kieran Kelly owns up to being a murderer. Some will one day claim he's killed 31 times. His favoured weapon, his bare hands and his strength. He pushes some victims onto the London rail tracks.
The very first murder that he admitted was under a tube.
Kieran Kelly was arrested and charged with the attempted murder of another man at Tooting Beck tube station in London.
And then he started to relay story after story after story.
Kelly operates in plain sight, camouflaged amongst the commuters or targeting the low-hanging fruit, those least able to look after themselves.
These were homeless people. These were people that had lost contact with people that cared about where they were. They were also vulnerable because a lot of them were addicted either to drink or to drugs.
The story of Kieran Kelly has become one of the most enigmatic and troubling criminal mysteries of our times. a twice-convicted murderer who brazenly admitted to many more kills.
There's a big discrepancy between 31 and 2.
Over decades, London harboured an assassin, but was he a pusher on the underground? What went on inside the mind of a serial killer?
Serial killers have a desire to kill. They have a thirst to kill.
Travelling the underground is a means of getting from A to B, but not for all of us. For some, it's a place of warmth. A ticket to ride can offer shelter from the cold, a haven. But as some descended to their safe place, they could meet a man who, like them, was sleeping rough, a very territorial vagrant who could kill. This was his platform, his tube station. Ordinary commuters might come and go, but fellow seekers of shelter, like Kieran Kelly, should move away fast.
I think what's particularly distinctive about Kelly's victims is how vulnerable they were. These were homeless people.
From 1953 until the dawn of the 21st century, the Irish labourer Kieran Kelly chose the underground to occasionally attack people. But his photograph was not plastered as a warning to commuters. Police were not on the hunt for him. Remarkably, his deeds were unheard of.
This just wasn't a story that I had ever even heard, even a whisper about, something about an Irish killer in London that had killed, upwards of a dozen people and potentially more.
Some argue that the Kieran Kelly serial killer story has never been sensationalised in the media because of who he chose to kill. Fellow vagrants. The men and women often overlooked by Londoners going about their daily business.
Mind the gap, please.
And it's really sad because, you read these cases and you kind of think, oh, well, it was part of the homeless community. These are people that were born with no different hopes and dreams than any other baby.
Linda Papadopoulos has been on a journey of exploration as she tries to uncover what made Kieran Kelly tick and how many times he actually killed, to discover the truth of the Kieran Kelly mystery, one which begins back in his native Ireland, where his early life is crowded with complexity.
Or I went back to his home place, so I could use a parish record in where he's from. It's a small village called Rathdowney in County Laois, a couple of thousand people, very rural in the Irish Midlands, very quiet village.
A trip to Rathdowney serves only to deepen the mystery about Kelly. The apparently happy family were lifelong locals who disappeared overnight.
What we know about his family background is that it's relatively stable.
They left all of a sudden, which in itself was slightly unusual because the family had roots within that area, within that rural area of Ireland. They weren't a first-generation family living in that area. They had parents and grandparents who had grown up in that area.
He doesn't leave this small town in Ireland, to find his fortune. I think he's running away from something.
It was kind of noteworthy for people who lived in the area that the Kellys just left town all of a sudden.
Why had the Kelly family been so quick to leave? Was it because the still teenage Kieran had killed for the first time? A macabre discovery was to be made when others moved into the Kelly family home, and the man of the house began some DIY.
Digging his garden one day with his son, digging a trench to bring a water pipe from the house to the road. They hit bones and they dug a little bit further and they turned the sod and they found what they assumed were skeletal remains. Now they felt that it could have been a person. There was a wire noose around the neck. It lends itself to the theory, you know, did Kieran Kelly, could he possibly have killed in Ireland as well as England? So it's just another point of intrigue that hangs on the Kelly story.
The Kellys moved to Dublin, where Kieran was no stranger to the local police. Something else emerges about him in devoutly Catholic Ireland. He seems to have done battle with his sexuality.
I think what he may very well have been running away from was the fact that he had this ambivalence around his sexuality, a sexuality that at that time would have been vilified.
Perhaps then his homosexuality is one of the causes of Kelly's decidedly antisocial behaviour.
His crime record or his rap sheet, you know, runs as thick as a telephone book for petty offences. You know, it's been a feature of the Kelly story, his sexuality and his homosexuality.
Not only was being gay frowned upon in society, it was still a criminal offence. Kelly's sexuality will become fundamental to understanding his methods, motivations, and his mind.
The idea that you have to repress your truth, right? Repress something as natural as breathing and eating, something as natural as looking in the mirror and knowing what you see is hugely detrimental, hugely detrimental. We know that this kind of repression can lead to things like depression and anxiety and indeed a self-loathing or a loathing of one's community. And it may be that this is precisely what we're seeing in this case.
The policeman who interviewed Kieran Kelly and who was part of the team which would lay murder charges against him is former Met detective Ian Brown, someone who believes Kelly's fight with his sexuality is key to his story.
Tell me what it was like in 1953 for homosexuals.
Well, homosexuality was still a crime. There was gay bashing going on. Everything was hidden from a homosexual point of view. There weren't gay parades and gay pride, and you know, people hadn't come out. So it was a totally different attitude from the public because they were criminals. So although people say, oh, it's homophobic, it wasn't. It was the fact that that is a criminal act. So you were brought up to think, well, you know, that is a criminal act. It's the same as theft or other things.
Sure. So Kelly would have been brought up thinking there's something wrong with me, right? That this is not only not okay,
that he
I'm
wouldn't
bad.
Admit, thinking that he would never admit to being homosexual, yeah.
In unravelling who Kelly may or may not have murdered, the start of his confirmed killings is 1983, when, already a heavy drinker, Kelly was a vagrant living rough in South London. That's when Detective Ian Brown came across him and discovered the ferocity of extreme vagrant-on-vagrant violence.
I was detective inspector at Clapham Police Station. The night before I met Kelly, there's an old tramp by the name of Boyd, who's a typical tramp, no trouble at all, but always drunk. And that night, the two young police officers went out onto Clapham Common, where they found Boyd comatose and it's raining and it's messy. Well, they didn't exactly do the right thing. They should have picked him up and taken him over to Brixton, but they didn't. They put him in a police van and took him to the police station. Boyd was put in a cell and passed out. The following day, at about midday, an old guy is up in Clapham High Street, sitting down, just watching the world go by, when he's approached by two tramps, one called McManus and one called Kieran Kelly.
Kelly and another street drinker called Paul McManus were on Clapham Common. There was a botched robbery of a guy called Walter Bell. Kelly twisted his arm around his back, pulled the ring off his little finger.
They basically rob him of a wedding ring and his watch. Very quickly, they're arrested, 2 vagrants, 2 tramps, taken to Clapham Police Station. The station sergeant has got 4 cells and he doesn't really want to contaminate all of them, so he thinks it's a good idea to put the 2 new tramps in the same cell as the drunken old one who's asleep on the floor.
When they got to the cell, William Boyd was there, you know, another homeless street drinker, often picked up to the police and pretty well known. He was in the cell sleeping it off. Ian Brown, it was coming up to the end of the day. Ian Brown was getting ready to go home when he started to hear screaming coming from the corridors of the police station.
A young detective shouts, "Governor, Governor, quick, down the cells." So I go down to the cells, and there I see Boyd with a sergeant giving him the kiss of life. Lovely, dirty, smelly old tramp, and somebody's giving him the kiss of life. So I went over and felt his pulse, no pulse.
And when he looked into the corner, he seen a calm, cross-legged Kieran Kelly in his bare feet.
And I looked down and I noticed that round Boyd's neck is 2 long socks that have been knotted together, and he's been garroted.
So the officers that are there haul Kelly out of the cells, pull him into an adjoining cell, and pretty quickly he confesses to the murder of William Boyd. And within 24 hours, they have him in an interview room.
Ultimately, we get Kelly out and talk to him. It's obvious what he's done, and he's quite happy with it. Puts his hands up and says, "Yeah, well, the dirty old bugger was snoring, and he ain't going to snore no more." And it's just, that's it. So we've got a murder in the cells, we got Kelly, and end of story.
Except it wasn't the end of the story. It was just the beginning. A drunk homeless man called William Boyd has been murdered in a police cell in Clapham, London. His assailant, Kieran Kelly, is proudly boasting about it. The detective hearing his story senses there may be more that Kelly would like to admit to. He was in a mood to reveal rather than hide truths that he'd lived with for decades.
So I said, "All right, well, tell us the story then." I said, "When was your first murder?" He said, 1953. Coronation year.
Kelly was admitting to having begun murdering people 30 years ago.
So I came over with Christy Smith, which was his mate, from Ireland. He said, and he said nasty things about me. He said I was gay. He said, so I chucked him under the tube at Baker Street tube station. And then he started to relay story after story after story.
Did unsuspecting policeman Ian Brown have a serial killer on his hands? Kieran Kelly had confessed to murder in a police cell and then freely admitted to pushing a man to his death on the tracks at a London Underground tube station. What else would he admit to? The detective and the killer were playing a game, the investigator acting dumb, the murderer leading the interview. But how much of what Kieran Kelly is saying at the time is true?
So do you feel at this point that he's enjoying this, sort of sharing it with you?
It's bravado.
It's bravado. So
Yeah.
he's smarter than you, he's killed all these
Yeah.
people, look how clever he is. So can I ask you, so you're hearing this, what's the dance? Explain to me, like what, again, as a police officer, you're trying to kind of handle that fragile ego, get as much as you can. So how do you handle it? How do you kind of draw this information out?
Well, I'm highly delighted. I've got something different. It's not just a dead body in the cell, and suddenly you realise that you're onto something, but you don't know what it is.
Are you feeding the ego? Are you kind of bigging him up?
Completely feeding him, and telling him how clever he is, and how's he managed to get away with this all these years, and the sergeant and I are just looking at each other and thinking, let him go, and so we keep telling him how wonderful he is, and he keeps giving us more and more and more.
Kelly soon volunteered another victim. He offered a name which meant nothing to Ian Brown: Hector Fisher.
Now, Ian Brown kind of went with the flow and just, played along and said, well, I don't know, you tell me. And Kieran Kelly said to him, you're talking about Fisher, aren't you? And Ian Brown, not having a clue who Fisher was, said, that's the one, and signalled to a station sergeant to go contact the police archive and find out who Hector Fisher was. And he came back with information on Fisher.
He suddenly turned round to me and he said, oh, I'm too clever for you, aren't I?
I'm too clever for you.
I said, oh, always, Kelly. He said, yeah, you didn't know it was robbery, did you? I said, no, I didn't. I said, which one are we talking about then, Kelly? He said, Fisher.
Ian Brown wasn't aware of a Hector Fisher. They'd picked Kieran Kelly out of the cells for strangling William Boyd. And next thing, they're in the middle of this rambling confession. And he throws out this name, Hector Fisher, who he said he killed in Clapham Common in 1975.
I said, well, tell us all about it then. He said, I'm too clever for you. He said, I robbed him. He had a lot of money. He said, but I left £20 in his pocket. I stabbed him. Oh, okay, Kelly.
Kieran Kelly told the police that he knew how much money was left on the body. This was the point that the prosecution made play of in court, was that only the killer could have known, how much money was left on Hector Fisher's body. And Kieran Kelly had told this to the police in Clapham Police Station in 1983.
So we then get the file out and we find that exactly £20 was found in the pocket when the pathologist went to the scene, and the wounds were as Kelly described it. So suddenly we've got Kelly putting his hands up to a murder that we
never associated with him.
Never associated with him.
What emerged from the police file was that Hector Fisher's murder had remained unsolved for 6 years, but there had been no public clamour for justice for an unsolved murder. The victims were off society's radar screen, the underclass on the underground. Kelly's reputation amongst the homeless community meant that he was actually interviewed about the murder.
Kieran Kelly was interviewed at the time and, nothing happened. So possibly, in Kieran Kelly's mind, he had outsmarted the police, and the reason why they couldn't stick anything to him when they questioned him initially was because he'd left this sum of money on the body.
Fisher's murder was, according to Kelly, money motivated. But were things more complicated?
Yet what we hear time and time again are people either reporting that Kelly was gay or that he had a loathing for the gay community, possibly because of his own repressed feelings.
Or it could also have been a convenient excuse for Kieran Kelly to kill Hector Fisher. They went drinking together, they were sat on a park bench. Next thing, Hector Fisher makes an advance on Kieran Kelly. He repels this advance, repels it in the most brutal way. He attacks him. I think there was upwards of 21 stab wounds and wounds from blunt force instrument and a deep wound on his chest as well. So, there could have been some kind of sexual relationship, some kind of sexual arrangement between Kieran Kelly and Hector Fisher that led to Kieran Kelly attacking Hector Fisher in Clapham Common in July 1975. That led to his death.
With such a brutal attack on Hector Fisher, why were police unable to find witnesses at the time of the crime? The answer helps explain why so much of the Kieran Kelly story remains unproved.
The biggest problem, of course, with this whole system is that Kelly is a vagrant. The whole of the vagrant community is a moving community.
And when I look down,
The Hector Fisher murder in 1975 had gone unsolved in part because the witnesses, homeless wanderers living on the very edge of society, had simply moved on. Another scenario which explains why Kelly was seldom found guilty of killing involved his claims that he had murdered a man called Morris Whaley. In that story, the truth was almost impossible to establish.
One of the ones that Kelly admitted to was a guy who he said he'd hit over the head with a brick. And was found at the bottom of a set of stairs going down to a ground floor flat. And everything was right. But Kelly said he'd hit him over the head with a brick. Well, it had gone down as accidental death because he was a tramp who'd fallen down the stairs. And this was the biggest problem.
So there's a fear that, from your point of view, that he's just now at this point wanting to big himself so much that he's going to just pick on every death and say, no, that was me as well, and that was me. So there's going to be an overestimation, right?
Yeah, I mean, everything that Kelly now says has got to be investigated to see if the facts tie up. And there's, in actual fact, there was one that he told us he'd done, and he couldn't have done because he was in prison at the time. So he chucked in a few, and I don't think that anybody will ever know exactly how many murders Kelly committed.
One of the most frustrating, problematic things about piecing this together was the amount of lying that Kelly does. So we know he admits to murders that he couldn't possibly have done because he was in prison at the time that these were committed. So the question then becomes, what is he getting out of saying these things? Is he a fantasist? Is he getting some sort of, bravado? Is he feeling powerful by taunting the police and feeling that, they can't catch him, he's done more than he has? I think these are those niggles around us never really being able to have a clear understanding, not only of how many people Kelly killed, but indeed his state of mind when he was lying about performing those acts.
But police are confident that Kelly murdered many more than the two for whom he was convicted. For example, the case of Edward Toll. Ian Brown knew Kelly had known Toll. Now he wanted to know more.
For some reason, and you never know why, you draw Kelly's file out, which in those days was all handwritten and everything was not on computer. So we have a look at Kelly's file.
And they have information on an acquittal from 1977 of a guy called Edward Toll, another homeless, street drinker, tramp, dosser.
Toll had been murdered, Kelly the only police suspect. He stood trial, but there was to be no conviction.
We see that he's been found not guilty of murder at the Old Bailey.
So he reasons that, okay, hey, he's after confessing to Boyd. Maybe now he's going to confess to the murder of Edward Toll in 1977, the one he was acquitted for. So he threw out a general question to kind of test Kelly and just said, okay, Kelly, why don't you tell me about all the other murders then?
So we looked that up, and the story is this, that Kelly sleeps in churchyards, on tombstones, and he's gone into Kennington churchyard.
What happens is that Kelly normally sleeps on this tombstone, and he goes there one night, and lo and behold, Edward Toll is in his place.
So he's not very impressed with that, and he has a rope round keeping his trousers up. So he goes over, takes the rope off.
He gets so upset that he garrots him. And he does this with other homeless people watching him.
As he walks away, one of the other old tramps says, "Oh, Kelly, you might have killed him." So Kelly goes back, puts the rope round again, does it again and says, "I effing well have now."
Now, at the time, these witnesses are taken in, they give statements, they explain what happened, and so Kelly's put in prison.
But this seemingly cut-and-dried case proved problematical for prosecutors and goes to the heart of why Kieran Kelly is the serial killer the world is only now discovering. With witnesses who'd seen Kieran Kelly garrote Edward Toll, a murder conviction looks certain.
6 months pass. Because Kelly's in prison, he comes clean. He's not drinking, he's not doing drugs.
The only trouble is that this is what the tramps tell you at the time. Wonderful, they've all made statements. But by the time it gets to court, which is 6, 7 months later, Kelly's been in prison, he's cleaned up, he's quite smart.
He's able to seem articulate and he's able to seem confident. However, the people that saw it, the homeless people that were around at the time who were struggling with alcohol and drug abuse, haven't had 6 months to get clean. So their stories seem disjointed, they've forgotten half of what they said.
And the tramps that are giving evidence against him can't remember yesterday, let alone 6 months ago. I think it's quite beautiful that he would never, ever admit the murder in the churchyard.
Would he not?
Well, he wasn't guilty, was he? The court told him he wasn't guilty.
And therefore he took what the court said.
Wasn't guilty. Oh, yeah. Kelly was guilty. Of course he was guilty.
So it's interesting. So he admits to things he hasn't done, and yet this one incident, which is one of, very similar to other things he admitted to, he decides not to because he was told. So there's something in a very almost childlike way of, well, they've said I haven't done this, but...
So I haven't. And that's Kelly, in a nutshell.
And so the case is thrown out, and he lives to kill another day.
Though Kelly was acquitted, Edward Toll is acknowledged by all who have looked at the case as a Kelly murder victim. That brings his murder count to a minimum of 3. So what is the likelihood that he killed many more times and on the London Underground? The way he murdered makes Ian Brown convinced that Kelly had struck many more times.
Kelly was spontaneous. I don't think he would ever have planned a murder. It just happened.
Just impulsive.
Oh yeah, completely and absolutely. He didn't like him snoring, so he snuffed him. That's Kelly's version. The one sleeping on my tombstone. So he killed him. He didn't go into that part thinking, who can I murder?
No, indeed.
This guy just happened to be there and Kelly didn't like it.
And fellow vagrants just happened to be in tube stations, which can provide a safe space. Warm, plenty of people who might call the police in the event of violence. According to Kelly in his interview with Ian Brown, it was the Underground where he allegedly pushed a friend onto the tracks, his first kill.
And he said Kelly told him, it started in 1953 when I came to London for the Queen's coronation and ended up pushing a friend of mine, Christy Smith, in front of a train at Baker Street tube station.
As researchers and detectives later probed, some evidence did appear suggesting that Kieran Kelly was someone who regularly pushed fellow vagrants that he came across onto the tracks of the London Underground.
In 1982, Kieran Kelly was arrested and charged with the attempted murder of another man called Francis Taylor at Tooting Bec tube station in London. Taylor and Kelly had been in company, had come into the station together. There'd been some kind of altercation, and Kelly had pushed Francis Taylor in front of a train that was entering the station. Now, by some kind of miracle, Taylor ended up in the well underneath the tracks, and when the train backed up, he got himself back up onto the platform, and Kelly was later picked up by the police, charged with attempted murder. But, Taylor wasn't unknown to Kelly. They kind of drank together on the common, and, after a few weeks, the police picked up Kelly. He was arrested for the attempted murder of Francis Taylor, but that case was acquitted. It went to the Old Bailey and nothing became of it. And then in 1982, another man who was called Gordon McMurray, who went by the nickname Jock Toland, he was pushed in front of a train by Kelly at Oval tube station. Again, bizarrely, similar circumstances to Taylor. He ended up in the well underneath the tracks and survived too. The police had a lineup. Jock Toland, aka Gordon McMurray, fingered Kelly, but after that decided that he didn't want to press charges either. So there's 2 definite attacks on 2 different tube lines, 5 years apart. 1977, a man called Francis Taylor, and then 5 years later, 1982, Gordon McMurray. Both survived, and this is one of the interesting things about the case, is the branding of Kelly as a London Underground serial killer. There's nothing on his rap sheet that shows him having murdered anyone on the Underground, but there is, an attempted murder charge that he was acquitted of, and it's also on the police records that he pushed another man in front of the tube in 1982.
3 certain murders to his name, 2 convictions, and Kelly's own word that he'd killed many times by shoving vagrants onto the tracks of the London Underground. 2 recorded cases of him attempting murder in precisely that way. Just how many people did Kelly kill? And why? Kieran Kelly may have been convicted for 2 murders and been acquitted for a third he was seen to have committed, but that was just part of his confession story.
What we could prove was maybe 5, 6 murders. Everything right. Everything that Kelly said was exactly on the dot. Even down to one in Balham. It was another tramp. And Kelly had told us that, again, he didn't like him sleeping where he was sleeping. And
it seems certain that the man was called Mickey Dunn. Irritating Kelly was not a good idea. As Dunn sat out on the common, Kelly disappeared, then returned with a bottle of something.
So he bought a bottle of white spirit, and he'd actually poured it down the guy's throat.
Another vagrant called O'Connor was drinking with Kelly and Dunn near the library at Tooting Broadway. O'Connor left to buy more cider, and on his return, he found that Kelly and Dunn had been fighting.
And then the guy had gone to Peckham, where he'd been taken into a tramp's unit, and then they transferred him to King's College Hospital, and he died, but it went down as cirrhosis of the liver. And it was, the guy died of cirrhosis of the liver, but Kelly helped him along his way by pouring stuff down his throat.
If true, and the evidence supports the claim, Mr. Dunn was yet another victim of Kieran Kelly. On the stories went. Not only was proof hard to find, there was no public pressure for charges to be brought by Ian Brown.
He admits himself that because the other confessions of murder that he made were of, tramps and homeless street drinkers, that there just wasn't the incentive from the police to go and pursue these.
With 2 convictions ensuring that Kelly was never going to be freed, the police at the time decided not to pursue other cases.
There was no great public outcry. There was no, impassioned call for, justice to be served here. It was just, they had him on 2, he was going down for 2. It wasn't worth their while to pursue anymore.
They were people that slept rough. They were people that could go missing without anybody noticing. In many cases, they were people that struggled with either mental health or substance abuse issues. And I think very sadly, they were people that many times just felt helpless. So it was a very kind of ideal situation for someone like Kelly, because he was able to engage them, to do anything that he wanted, and actually, for many years, go completely undetected.
And what of the claims that Kelly was a pusher on the London Underground?
I think he was capable of killing somebody on the London Underground. The thing about Kelly's confession, which does run into double figures, is that the people and the murders that he claimed to have committed, only one of them, Christy Smith, was on the London Underground. The other murders, you know, you're talking about poisonings, strangulations, stabbings, beatings to death. I mean, you know, his methodology to kill, you know, was varied. You know, it wasn't, or his claims, he wasn't just confined to pushing people off train platforms. You know, he was creative in how he was, you know, trying to kill.
Funnily enough, the last thing that he did before the murders in the cell was push another vagrant under a train at Kennington railway station. And in between, there are maybe 2 or 3 other incidences where people have gone under trains and Kelly has been around.
Right.
So there's no doubt that Kelly pushed people under a train, or that he did it a couple of times or 3 times.
Did he admit, how many did he admit to actually doing?
Because they didn't die, he wasn't admitting anything about pushing people under the train other than the 1953 one. But reading and checking back on his history, he'd been interviewed a number of times where vagrants had fallen under tubes, and Kelly was about.
Right.
So, murder-wise, I can't think of a murder under the train that actually was completed. Whether he pushed someone under a train and they didn't die, certainly the one at Kennington, the train driver stopped. So there's one that Kelly actually admitted to.
If you're coming to his story cold, you'll see a murder and a manslaughter. You know, William Boyd and Hector Fisher. That's 2. But down the other end, you've a claim by a former policeman who did actually get a commendation on the case, who's saying that Ciarán Kelly killed up to 31 people and had confessed to killing up to 31. So the fight for the truth in the Kelly story is somewhere between those 2 figures, 2 and 31. And if Ciarán Kelly's confession and his admissions are to be believed, number 1, that kind of backed up by the testimony of a detective inspector who enjoyed a stellar career and worked on some really notable cases like Ian Brown did, that they felt confident that Ciarán Kelly admitted to over a dozen murders. They felt confident that they had the evidence to pursue 5, maybe 6 of those murders, and they were sure that he did 5 or 6 of those murders. I think, you know, in the fight for the truth in the Ciarán Kelly story, I think that's where I settle. I settle on the testimony of, you know, the team of detectives who felt they had him on 5, maybe 6 murders, and they brought home a conviction on 2.
2 convictions, 1 acquittal where it seems certain he was the killer. 2 murdered vagrants who'd been with Kelly moments before they died. 2 charges of attempted murder which saw juries return not guilty verdicts. And Kelly himself claiming to have killed a further dozen vagrants. But no murders on the London Underground can be assigned definitely to Ciarán Kelly. He was, nonetheless, a serial killer. Why?
So what do we know for sure? We know Kelly definitely killed and was convicted of 2 people. In fact, we know it's 3 because there was a lot of confirmation on what happened with Edward Toll, even though he wasn't convicted. That's 3 people. We also know that he admitted to crimes he couldn't have committed. We also know that people that spent a lot of time with him believe, and these are police officers, seasoned detectives, that he probably killed in the region of about 12 to 15 people. Fact of the matter is, what we know for sure is that he was a dangerous man. He never got to a point where he was able to settle whatever demons that he was fighting with. And finally, the fact of the matter is that he was a murderer. Now, why he did it? Well, that's a key question. So there's these themes, right? There's this, he's annoying me, he's snoring, he's sleeping where I'm, but then there's also these themes about, you know, he said I was gay, he tried to, you know, he wanted my bum, all these kind of, so are you at this point starting to put together a picture of who Kelly is? So if you were to get an impression at this point, how would you, you know, what's in your mind?
Mad. I'm not a psychologist or anything like that, and I don't know exactly what his problems were, but whatever mental problems they were, I'm sure all of them apply to Kelly. Kelly had 3 problems. 1, he hated homosexuals. 2, he hated alcoholics. 3, he hated tramps. And he was all 3.
Kieran Kelly killed those he despised most, those like himself. Homeless drunks, some of whom may or may not have been gay, whilst Kelly himself refused to admit whether or not he was gay. Suggestions that he might have killed 31 times, with many victims pushed to their deaths on tube tracks, are largely dismissed by those in authority. But those same investigators do not deny that many died at his hands, and that the demons Kelly kept hidden from those who passed him by each day mean we will probably never truly be able to get inside the mind of the serial killer that was Kieran Kelly.
I think Kieran Kelly was extremely dangerous. His audacity, his disrespect for human life, and I think the lightness with which he took his crimes, the way that he'd at the same time take pride and taunt and go back and forth, it was a game to him. And I think when life and death becomes a game, well, then you have a recipe for a very dangerous human being.
In the pretty city of Spokane, a serial killer is on the loose.
This is where Kathy Brisboe's body was eventually recovered.
The man they hunted was one with dual obsessions, using prostitutes and weapons.
Police not only know that they have somebody with an arsenal of weapons, but they actually have clinical evidence from a doctor saying this person is potentially dangerous.
Douglas Perry was the gun-obsessed murderer targeting sex workers, but tracking him was not going to be easy.
By 1994, he was identifying as a woman in a man's body, and he was a self-described transsexual.
It's in Thailand that Douglas Perry becomes Donna Perry.
As detectives in Spokane attend the latest discovery of a body, the question arises, what could possibly be going on inside the mind of a serial killer? If it could talk, the Spokane River would have a lot of stories to tell, not all of them good. It once teemed with salmon heading upstream. A dam built in the 19th century put paid to that. The rainbow trout caught today are not fit for human consumption because of the pollution caused by industrial practices. And by its banks, a brutal series of murders carried out by a man with a deeply disturbed mind.
He's basically just done with this. This may be the only time he was fought with, and he is done with this, and that is gone, and he spent too much time and made too much noise, and he's got to get out of here. So he's not going to go down there and try and cover the body. So when you stand here looking down, you can see it pretty easily. Just like the others, there was no attempt to hide the bodies in either the other two. They were just disposed of.
The victims were Yolanda Sapp, Nikki Lowe, and Kathy Brisboe.
The 3 murders occurred over a period of about 3 months at the beginning of 1990. The women were all sex workers in the area of East Sprague Avenue.
The man who killed them was Douglas Perry. It took 22 years to catch him. By the time he was in custody, he was no longer Douglas. He was Donna.
Donna Perry claims that one of the reasons why she had that sex change operation was that she felt that if she had her genitals taken away as a man and got rid of that portion of her life, then she wouldn't be as violent. She wouldn't have that desire anymore to kill.
Perry said, well, Doug didn't stop it, Donna stopped it.
What made Douglas Perry a serial killer? And why did Donna make him stop? Getting inside the mind of Douglas Perry begins in the countryside of the state of Washington.
Doug Perry was living as a child in an orchard in Omak, Washington, which is kind of this north-central part of the state of Washington. It's rural, predominantly farming, ranching communities. So he was raised on that orchard, father, mother, older brother.
So far, so normal, but far from the complete picture.
He was molested by his dad, picked on in the family, and abused emotionally, sexually, and physically.
The adolescent was one crazy, mixed-up kid. His best friends became guns. He had a wide selection.
He really seemed to have an affinity to guns. He loved them a lot.
When he describes a firearm, it's almost as if it's taken on a human characteristics and he's in love with the actual weapon itself.
His father died in 1968 from a burst blood vessel. His mother, who then became the primary caregiver, was admitted into a psychiatric facility with schizophrenia. Guns became Douglas's lifelong obsession. By 1974, aged 21, Douglas Perry had quite the collection as he pursued his hobby. He hoarded them, tended to their every need, and fired them into the Washington countryside, long into the night.
That many of all these various pistols and rifles and shotguns and all of this ammunition, I mean, like, this guy is preparing for battle.
The once abused child had grown into a man willing and able to defend himself. His rap sheet in the 70s included assault and charges related to using his array of weapons. Linda Papadopoulos has been delving into the facts of Perry's life, unlocking the secrets of his mind.
In 1990, Perry's living in Spokane, Washington.
The previous year, he'd been picked up by police for patronizing a prostitute in his new hometown. It was behavior associated with a second obsession: sex workers.
One of the things that we do know is that he often used sex workers, and in fact, we are not aware of any significant relationships outside of this sort of transactional relationship that he had with sex workers.
What does that say about the complicated mind of Douglas Perry?
You know, this attests to perhaps the idea that he felt uncomfortable around social relationships. He felt unable to connect with people, or perhaps more insidiously, what he valued within the relationships that he had with sex workers was his ability to dictate the terms, to control, to use. So there was something about kind of commodifying and objectifying women.
Summing up the makeup of the mind of Douglas Perry in 1989, it's clear he's a dangerous man. He tended to violence, and his lifestyle was dominated by a love of guns and a use of sex workers. And there was a third element, his feelings generally towards women.
He didn't like women. He found them disgusting and vile. At least the women that were involved in the sex trade, that were prostitutes. He viewed them as pond scum.
That's how he described sex workers to a cellmate when serving time later on for weapons offences. A conversation featuring an outlandish, still unproven claim.
He allegedly told his cellmate that he had murdered up to 9 prostitutes and that he killed them because they were pond scum who were wasting their lives and that because they could have children and he couldn't.
What he said is he hated the prostitutes, and he hated them because they could reproduce, and they were wasting it.
He may have hated them, but by 1990 he was spending a lot of time with prostitutes in a city, Spokane, which stars itself as offering urban chic. Outwardly affluent, the sex workers are not easy to find unless you know where to look. There are some areas where chic has been swapped for cheap sex. Yolanda Anastasia Sapp, just 26 years old, would ready herself most evenings to ply her trade in the Sprague area of the city. Her favourite spot, just a mile from the river.
It is important to remember that regardless of the choices that people had made, could be because of addictions or any number of reasons, that these were the daughters of somebody that loved them, the friends, the sisters of somebody who cared, regardless of their life choices that they made.
Douglas Perry knew the area and, aged 37, had decided to act on his dual obsession: hating prostitutes, loving guns. As he cruised Spokane's red light district, Yolanda Sapp was preparing for a night's work, about to pick up her next paying customer.
And Yolanda basically found herself in this awful situation with a person that described sex workers as the scum of the earth. This is somebody that not only saw women as less than, but in particular he saw sex workers as disposable, as not even human.
Not far from the river, an area of wasteland near East Trent Road, Spokane. Perry had already checked out the lie of the land.
He came up here and had to have parked in this area. This hasn't changed that much up here. It's always been a little bit of a kind of a turnout, turnaround. It's secluded mostly from Trent, so people could come back here and kids could drink beer and that kind of stuff.
The noise from the Great Spokane River drowns out a lot, like screams perhaps. It is February 21st, 1990, when Douglas Perry is in his car with a gun and an urge to kill. He also has a plan to avoid being caught. On the streets of Spokane, Yolanda Sapp cut a striking figure and was, according to her boyfriend, popular to those looking to pay for sex.
This is a woman like any other. This is a young woman with hopes and dreams and desire to be loved and cared about like any other. And I think it's important to remember that.
Douglas Perry came across her. It's likely she walked up to his car, asked if he was looking to party.
We have a person who has an obsessive and possibly strange relationship with the guns that he owns, with the prostitutes in the area, with the women in his life, who had an opportunity to lash out.
Perry, no stranger to the ritual of hiring a sex worker, beckoned her inside his vehicle. The couple drove off. They headed to Perry's home. It soon becomes clear Perry is not interested in sex. Within hours of picking Yolanda Sapp up on the streets of Spokane, Perry had shot her 3 times. He headed towards the river to get rid of Yolanda's body. The next day, February 22nd, Yolanda was reported missing. Later, passers-by on the trail overlooking the river called police. Yolanda's feet were bound by a distinctive green blanket. Aside from that, she was naked, her body left as if a trophy on display.
When you read the report about how this young woman's body was found, it was treated with a lot of contempt. Her breasts and genitalia are exposed.
Douglas Perry wasn't trying to hide his victims and get away with murder. He was trying to send a message. This was his calling card. He was displaying them as if they were trophies.
In a bitter irony, Perry knew his victims as friends of his own girlfriend, also a sex worker. He would even help the prostitutes by bringing them food, yet now he was looking to kill them.
He had an interesting relationship with the prostitutes who worked on that street. He also worked on that street. He told police later that he had been feeding them and taking them to his home, and people saw him doing that. He was presenting the image of someone who was trying to help prostitutes.
I think what this really speaks to is this kind of incongruous relationship that he has with what it means to be a woman. At the same time, he deifies and vilifies. So the woman is something that is the mother, is this angelic figure that can give life, that can create, and then the prostitute, the sex worker, is someone that's the opposite of us, the underbelly of that takes away life because she doesn't have children. And interestingly enough, I think he sees himself as kind of delving in both. On the one hand, I want to become this mother and be better, and I'll never be able to do that. So what I can do, though, is balance the stakes by killing what I see in these awful words he used as the pawn scum of the earth.
He'd killed just once, but he would soon kill again. Perry was not considered a suspect in the murder of Yolanda Sapp. His rap sheet didn't suggest him as someone who should be in the frame.
But if you look at the crimes that he partook in, from simple assault to assaults, most of them were firearm related. He would be on the radar screen for firearms type of offenses.
So he was free and able to hunt for another victim.
Clearly, at this point, Yolanda's friends, other sex workers in the area, would have heard about this, and this would have induced a climate of fear. One of their own, a young woman, was killed in the most brutal of ways.
Behind the barbed wire and locked doors of seedy motel rooms off East Sprague in Spokane, Nikki Lowe, 35 years old, worked as a prostitute. Known to police as a drug user, she was officially designated a street-level prostitute. As night fell in the city, Nikki, like her co-sex workers, would put herself on display before joining the tricks in their cars. She might head to a district of warehouses or alleyways. She may head towards the main roads over the Spokane River. One, Green Street, has a busy underpass. Not far from this underpass, Douglas Perry slows down on seeing Nikki Lowe. She will have had no problem approaching him. His was a familiar face.
He would have been well known in the prostitution community because he would have been a familiar face as somebody who dates these very prostitutes that he would kill.
She climbs in, and the couple head for Perry's place. On March 25th, 1990, a mile from the underpass on East South Riverton, the body of Nikki Lowe was found. She was draped over the guardrail next to the road, abandoned, like an object to be thrown in the trash.
He murdered and posed and placed these women naked in the very locations where their bodies were found.
He dehumanizes them, and there's even an arrogance. The way that he tries to rationalize what he did is by saying, well, they weren't needed. There's no point in having these women in society. They give nothing. So almost trying to not only excuse himself, but say he's done a good thing.
Searching for evidence, detectives came across a trash dumpster nearby in which they found, amongst other things, a sweater, a pair of blue tennis shoes, sex lubricant, and a hypodermic syringe. The contents of the dumpster were those of Nicky Lowe. The evidence was kept, but at that stage did not incriminate Douglas Perry. He was still a free man. "51 days after the discovery of the body of Nicky Lowe, Kathy Brisboe left downtown Spokane and headed towards her patch where she worked as a sex worker. It was about 200 yards from the river on a road called East Trent. Douglas Perry spotted her, pulled up alongside her. The gun obsessive was armed with one of his small caliber weapons. Sometime later that night, Kathy Brisboe, still alive, had gone with Perry to a secluded area that he knew all too well.
Doug Perry brought Kathy Brisboe here. He drove in along that embankment where that dirt mound is built up. I think basically they came here to do the sex act, whatever that was. And that either before, during, or after, she must have had some sort of event that caused her enough concern that she probably tried to get away from him. So she ended up losing a coat. She lost her shoes over there. The jacket was found up in this area. She probably outran him down to there because when we get down to the bottom of that hill, he's probably chasing her, and then we start seeing blood drops. So he may have injured her up here, but we wouldn't see the blood till she gets down there on the path.
Brisboe had told her fellow sex workers that if she was abducted, she wouldn't go without a fight.
Well, I think basically she was fighting for her life.
Kathy Brisboe could not know it, but her fight would lead to the arrest of a female prisoner called Donna, thousands of miles away from the Spokane River, and 22 years later. Hers was a story long in the telling. Kathy Brisboe's fight with Douglas Perry continued as she and he tussled down the embankment near the Spokane River. As she tried to stay alive, she grabbed at his arms.
She obviously battled well enough to collect DNA under her fingernails of skin from him. It wouldn't have been from scratching his coat or grabbing his hair. It's more likely that she scratched some skin off and probably left scratches on him, doing it to collect enough skin so that would be still there 20 years later.
The encounter saw the couple scramble down to what is now called the Centennial Trail. Detectives could follow the path of the scrap.
Back then, kind of starting in this area, we started to see some blood drops and some pieces of hair and clumps of hair on the ground. And right down here on that bush here was a sundress. So if you keep going just a little bit past that is a spot where you look over the edge and her body was visible from up here down over the edge.
At some point, one of the guns that Douglas Perry considered part of his family put an end to the fight. Kathy was shot through the head and the chest and left to die at the foot of this trail.
In this general area, and there wasn't quite as much foliage as there is now, but in this general area, her body was about halfway down that embankment.
Spokane had suffered the loss of 3 women in just 4 months.
3 prostitutes, all killed in the same general area, posed in the same way. There are too many coincidences, all killed by firearms. I would definitely be thinking, there's a link, there's a connection. We have a serial killer amongst our midst.
They started a task force to work on a serial killer in 1990. DNA was in a position where you needed a pretty significant amount of blood, a blood drop, to get any DNA results.
The DNA exposed at the scene of the crime was that of Kathy, not her killer. So the original investigators needed more evidence.
So they were focusing on other trace evidence, and fibers were a big deal. There were green fibers that were all throughout this case that seemed to be somewhat of a commonality in the cases.
Green fibers on the clothes of Kathy Brisboe were eventually recovered from the deserted area. Green fibers were found on the second victim, Nikki Lowe, and on a green blanket binding the legs of Yolanda Sabb. But that evidence led detectives nowhere. In fact, this was a case where too many avenues of inquiry existed, none of which led to the killer.
There were many suspects. They were prostitutes, they had drug habits, therefore they had drug dealers, they had pimps, they had people that are known to, in general, not be nice to you if you didn't behave correctly.
But the persona of Douglas Perry wouldn't be on anyone's radar in regards to the killing of these ladies. He would be on the radar for firearms violations, not these kind of murders.
The fingernails of Kathy Brisboe were kept on file. Who knew when they might be useful? Under those nails, fragments of skin so small that they offered no DNA reading. But one day they would. As months passed, no credible leads were found. The case went cold. Douglas Perry remained free. By the mid-1990s, Perry was beginning to come to terms with who he actually was. Douglas seems to have decided to become Donna.
By 1994, he was identifying as a woman in a man's body, and he was a self-described transsexual. So it's possible that he was having relationships with women and men. He said he was a male prostitute as well, so he was probably using both personas at the time, both Doug and Donna.
In 1998, Perry is again arrested. Prison had by no means quenched his desire to cruise the streets of Spokane in search of sex.
Perry was stopped by the police down there. After a date that he had, he took this girl back to his house.
He brings a sex worker home, and she's really upset by what she sees. She sees an arsenal of weapons.
She was really creeped out about the weapons, all the weapons around.
We're talking, not kitchen knives here. We're talking crossbows. We're talking, assortment of guns and paraphernalia.
He was saying he wasn't going to hurt her because he liked her. So when he took her back downtown to the street corner, she flagged down the first cop, she said, and said, "I want to tell you about this weird date that I just had." Oh, and there he goes. And so the police went and stopped him and identified him.
So she goes to the police and she raises the alarm.
Police find 5 pipe bombs, 49 guns, 20,000 rounds of ammunition, all in his house. There was yet more evidence in the paperwork recovered by police.
They find an assessment by a psychologist that attests to his pathological feelings and beliefs around women. It attests to these feelings of sort of intense misogyny for women. It attests to his violence.
There is writings about his mental health, and it's from mental health workers about his disdain and disgust for women.
So the police now not only know that they have somebody with an arsenal of weapons, which suggests that he has a predisposition or at least a like or an interest in violence or violent weapons, but they actually also have clinical evidence from a doctor saying this person is potentially dangerous.
So the Spokane police have indications now that this is a man with some psychotic problems that hates women.
The psychological assessment that the police find on Perry gives the police the first insights into his gender dysphoria. So actually, we can deduce that possibly this assessment was there because he was thinking about having a sex change. Clearly within the report, the doctor outlines the steps that he would need to take in terms of living as a female, in terms of what he'd need to do and the parameters around that. So this suggests that while he's dealing with these very sort of intense feelings of violence and misogyny around, you know, the females that he encounters, at the same time, he's also dealing with this identity crisis about, you know, what his gender is, who he wants to be, and how he's going to change who he is at the moment.
Perry is jailed on offences related to his arms stash, but he is still not considered a murder suspect, let alone a serial killer. During his sentence, he's transferred to an institution dealing with prisoners who have mental health issues.
This is largely based on his own self-report, was that he had been diagnosed with paranoid personality disorder.
It is now, when in the mental home, that Perry unburdens his conscience to a fellow prisoner. He reveals what he really thinks about the kind of woman that he has killed.
He shares intimate details with a fellow cellmate about his vile disgust and hatred for women. He talks about prostitutes and refers to them as that pond scum. But more importantly, he says he hates them, finds them so disgusting because he himself cannot produce, cannot procreate, cannot carry a child. And he looks at those prostitutes as a waste of time because they're wasting their bodies. Now, he shares those details with that inmate, and that would later be very helpful in the prosecution.
The witness would be helpful, but not for another 14 years. After being released, Douglas Perry decides it's time for drastic action. He no longer wants to be a man.
In the year 2000, he's finally released from prison where he was serving 2 years for weapons offenses. And he decides finally to address the gender dysphoria he's been feeling and goes to Thailand for sex reassignment surgery.
Douglas Perry has gathered enough money that he takes a trip and he goes to Thailand. It's in Thailand that Douglas Perry becomes Donna Perry.
A chance to finally address the real issues that he'd wrestled with perhaps all of his life. Or did Douglas Perry suspect that one day he might be brought to justice as a serial killer? So why not become Donna?
Some people have pointed out to the fact that, you know what? Maybe he did this as a way of throwing the police off the scent. Yes, he spoke to the cellmate about the murders, but he didn't confess to the police about them at this point. So is he leaving the country, you know, changing his appearance, changing his gender, because this is something that he really wants to do? Or is this kind of ticking a lot of boxes in terms of the fear that he feels about being held accountable for his crimes?
If he was, it had worked. Douglas Perry was left behind in Thailand in the year 2000, and Donna Perry returned to the States. That fact was not going to help murder squad detectives.
Meanwhile, back in the States, in Spokane, Washington, you have these detectives, a 10-year-old murder case, 3 women. They're convinced they're looking for a man. Perhaps they'll find Douglas Perry, but they're looking for a man. There's no way that they could have ever possibly conceived that the same man who hated women so much would become the very women that he hated. So as a homicide detective, very difficult. It would then again be as if Douglas Perry was wiped off the face of the earth. And therefore, where do you go?
The investigation went nowhere for another 9 years. Advances in DNA technology meant that Spokane detectives like Jim Dresbach felt it worthwhile sending the fingernails of Kathy Brisboe, still on file, to a lab in Marysville, Washington State.
Well, in 2009, not 6 months after the case was sent to the Marysville lab, I got a call from one of the scientists that said, asked me to sit down, which I always love when you get a call that says, are you sitting down? Because it never seems to mean bad news. So I said, oh yeah. She said that she developed a full male profile from under the left middle finger of Kathy Brisboe. And therefore, that then is a huge lead that we've kind of been waiting for, and everything else had been exhausted.
Almost certainly, Dresbach now had the DNA profile of whoever had killed Kathy. He was hoping that the killer's DNA would be on the national database called CODIS, and if it was, would it reveal Douglas Perry? But he was now a she. How does that work in cases like this? In 2009, a shard of skin found under the fingernails of victim Kathy Brisboe as she'd scratched her attacker revealed a DNA profile nearly 2 decades after her murder. But there was no match to the DNA on the national database.
That gives us work to do, because we have a full male profile that is suspect now. So we can go around to all of these people, and the city detectives took a dozen reference samples from possible suspects that had been suspects for a long time, couldn't really be eliminated, but wasn't enough to include them as suspects either. So they just kind of sat there. So they went around and took 12 samples, sent them out to the lab to be compared to this unknown male DNA.
Did they have a breakthrough? No.
They were all eliminated.
To get a DNA match, the former Douglas, now Donna Perry, had to commit a felony which would require her to yield DNA. Thus far, Perry had never given up his DNA. The case was about to be blown open. One Perry obsession had not completely deserted when he became she.
Donna Perry may have changed her outer being, still didn't change who she was on the inside, that fascination with firearms.
In 2012, 62-year-old woman, Donna Perry, is arrested by police for having firearms, which are illegal, and she's taken in.
And yet again, another federal firearms charge. But now it's 2012. DNA has really come to the forefront, and there's a federal requirement that once you're incarcerated, you have to provide a sample of your DNA.
So they take a sample from that person, which is a buccal swab, which amounts to swabbing, between the cheek and gum with essentially a Q-tip, putting it in a box and shipping it off and waiting for them to come back and say, yep, it's a match, or no, it's not.
The serial killer Douglas, now Donna, was about to be confronted with her crimes.
You see, Donna Perry thought she could change her outer look, but the way she is molecularly designed on the inside, that will never change, despite what may be going on. Her DNA does not change. As a result of providing a sample of her DNA, the detectives in Spokane are notified.
Marysville called me again and said, we got a hit in CODIS on a name of who this DNA matches. They said it was Donna, AKA Douglas Perry.
And as a detective, I would have looked at the results and saw Donna Perry and been, oh my gosh, we have a woman. We were looking for a man all these years. I would have been blown away by the name Donna Perry.
Dresbach and his colleagues felt that they had a strong case. A fingerprint found on a bottle in the dumpster after the murder of Nicky Lowe matched Donna Perry's.
There was the DNA evidence, there was the fingerprint evidence, there was the circumstantial evidence of seeing her with the prostitutes, there was the testimony of her cellmate from 1998 who said that she admitted to the crimes.
The officers read her the charges.
She was in the room by herself, and so then I just waited for a little bit. Then I went back in with this, and I read it to her, and when I read that the charge was murder, she said, murder? Murder? Who am I supposed to have murdered? Murder?
After all, Donna Perry hadn't murdered anybody.
Now, there were a couple other points during this interview that she said things that made it seem as if she was making a clear break between her personality as Donna and her past as Douglas. She said that she had gotten gender reassignment surgery to control her violent tendencies. She said that when, again, pressed, did you kill these women? Did you kill these women? Did you kill these women? She said no, but it was 20 years ago, and if Douglas did, I don't know.
This approach from Donna was a sign of a defense strategy to come. Investigators, even when they have significant scientific evidence, still like to get a confession.
What I wanted to do is I wanted to get her to acknowledge that she committed this crime.
An admission would not be forthcoming.
She's consistently reiterating that she didn't kill anyone, that Donna didn't kill anyone.
A colleague of Dresbach's gave Donna Perry enough rope to get what detectives felt that they needed, as he told her this.
We know that when people kill more than one person, it tends to continue on, and it goes on and on and on. What made this stop? Why did these stop? And that was really, it's a twofold question. One is to see if we'll get an indication that there were other victims that maybe we don't know about, or two, to see if we can get an admission of some sort. Because she's still denying, no, I've never seen these people. And in this case, Perry said, well, Doug didn't stop it, Donna stopped it. That's as close to saying I did it as anything I've ever seen in an interview room.
22 years after the murder of 3 women whose bodies were abandoned by the riverside, Spokane police had their man. But would the woman he now was be found guilty?
I think what's really pathological about what Donna Perry does is she tries to scapegoat herself years earlier, tries to scapegoat the man she was for these murders. And she's very clear. She says, I did nothing as Donna Perry. I did nothing as this woman I am. It was all about this horrible man that I was.
Can somebody who identified themselves at one point in their life as a man now identify themselves as a woman and say, I'm changed, I haven't done those activities, and that's not me. Douglas Perry is dead. I am Donna Perry.
The jury unanimously rejected the Donna Perry defense. She was found guilty. Psychologist Linda Papadopoulos confirms the prevailing scientific view.
The extent to which this happens as a ploy, that she's just trying to rationalize this, trying to play the system, or if it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Maybe she believed so deeply that, this testosterone was, what was making her violent. It's a really sick way of conceptualizing it. There is absolutely no connection with gender dysphoria and psychopathic tendencies. There's absolutely none.
Donna Perry did not kill because she was transgender. Rather, Douglas Perry killed because he was a sadistic killer.
When you come down to the law, did Donna Perry, at the time that she was Douglas Perry, did she know the taking of life was wrong, was against the law? And clearly, it would be yes. Resoundingly, it would be yes.
No matter what gender Perry was, he was still guilty of being a serial killer.
I would think that the danger of Perry is that Perry doesn't look like what Perry is capable of. Perry looks like a meek, mild, doddering old woman, but it has potential that's far beyond what they look like.
And for seasoned detectives, the judge, jury, and law's attitude to those who claim innocence for the actions of a former self when a different gender came as a relief.
It sets a real precedent that she was ultimately incarcerated for these murders, because if that was the precedent, can you imagine the number of murderers who would suddenly, if they knew somebody was hot on their trail, would opt for a sex change operation somewhere?
Because I think she's kind of confusing what it means to have gender dysphoria. She didn't have, multiple personalities. This is somebody whose personality traits were consistent. What she did wasn't about how she felt about her gender. She did this because of how she felt about women, the anger, the violence that she had within her. And I think whether she was male or female is almost besides the point.
The mind of the serial killer Douglas Perry may well work differently now that she is Donna Perry. But Jim Dresbach doesn't care. Perry was a killer and could not hide behind a sex change operation.
You kill somebody, you're going to get caught. And I don't care if you go to the extent of changing your your sex by surgery or not, or color your face or cut your hair, you're gonna get caught.
It doesn't matter what the genitalia says. What matters in this case is what the DNA says. Donna Perry, Douglas Perry, they're one and the same. They are the killers.
Donna Perry, gun obsessive, transgender, and serial killer, was sentenced to life without parole. In a quiet Arizona town, Willie Inman, just 21, used a set of guiding principles when appointing himself judge, jury, and executioner of the men that he killed.
My family's been anti-Semitic for over 2,000 years. That ain't gonna change.
Inman kept company with members of a white supremacist organization, one which defines all too clearly who its enemies are.
To us, the Aryan Brotherhood, the gang here in America, that's a total slap in the beliefs of our country.
If someone steps out of line, the self-styled vigilante felt that he had every right to kill.
He's another drag on society. Another one that society won't miss. He's cleaning up the town.
Inman's descent to serial killer status began on a ranch, which became his shooting gallery.
Willie didn't hesitate to kill animals, and he was slowly progressing to that stage.
Willie Inman saw himself as an avenging deliverer of justice. But what was really going on inside the mind of a serial killer? Small town Arizona. Fewer than 6,000 people live in this community, and not too much happens in this part of the world.
In Arizona, in the southwest corner, along the border of Mexico, lies two little towns, Springerville and St. John's. These two towns are like many towns across the United States. 9-to-5, working class, blue-collar people.
St. John's is a small town. There's not too many people. Everyone that does live here either works for the school, the jail, or on a ranch. And it's a good place to live if you don't like a lot of company. The majority of the people are nice and caring people.
In August 2009, a teenager goes missing. His name, Ricky Flores.
Ricky Flores is a 16-year-old troubled kid, some might describe him as. He's had some drug problems, messing around with drugs, some criminal mischief, some people would say maybe a little local town hooligan, but nothing major. But who else is Ricky Flores? He's somebody who was starting to turn his life around. Got off of drugs, did his time in juvie, was now back out on the street.
Married, too, to Jessica.
One of his first real relationships, and he really loved her. She loved him. They had a kid together, a daughter. You know, all he really wanted to do was support his family the best he could at 16 years old. He just wanted to show some sort of initiative that he was working towards something better to better himself and put his family in a better position.
So disappearing was not what was expected of Ricky. Detective Lucas Rodriguez called in on the Flores family to gauge why Ricky's mum, Maura, was so concerned.
I talked to Maura for about 45 minutes to an hour, asking her, and she said some of the strange things that, well, some of the things that concern her is that when Ricky would leave or something, he would take clothes, but he didn't take any clothes at this time.
The Flores family and the police were particularly worried because of who Ricky had last been seen with, someone a little older that he knew.
I knew the last person he was with. I just made one connection. So did they. And William Inman.
William Inman. Inman, different kind of kid. Mostly, I know him as saying hi to him, seeing him out in the street, and he'll approach me. I say, "What's up? How you doing?" He says, "Okay." He just a little odd, dresses mostly in camouflage, army fatigues, carries a knife, just likes hunting, the army, likes his guns, and that's pretty much Willie.
Guns played a big part in the life of Willie Inman, a fact which a friend of his and of Ricky's couldn't exactly miss.
He liked his guns a lot, probably gave him a sense of, power. He would talk about them all the time.
Linda Papadopoulos has been pulling together the evidence about Willie Inman, trying to understand what made him tick.
We know that William Inman grows up with a family basically neglects him. They had problems with the law.
I know that his mom wasn't around for a lot of his life.
So this little boy is very much left to his own devices.
Most of the time I saw him alone or with friends. I never saw him with his family, I guess, per se, with his mom or dad or anything like that. Mostly it was him and friends and stuff like that.
Willie spent most of his time at the ranch that his family owned a few miles out of town. There, he had constructed a makeshift firing range. Detectives had cause to occasionally call on Willie.
We came across a smell of death, or of a stench of something rotting, meat rotting. We knew that Willie was there because his car was there, but we walked around the ranch and calling for him and stuff like that, and we came a couple of a dead cow hanging. More sure probably Willie used it for meat, but he didn't own any cattle. From what I gather, Willie didn't hesitate to kill animals.
There was just something odd about Willie Inman. Nearly 10 years older than Ricky Flores and Joseph Elam, Willie Inman still hung around them, waiting for them to get out of school, dropping in on them when they were smoking drugs.
Yeah, I could always tell, that guy, there's something wrong with him, because, we're over here blazing and, having a good time, laughing and stuff, and he's just, talking about, his grandpa and Nazi shit and whatever,
His grandpa, Willie would tell them, was a German flying ace, a matter of Inman family pride. He'd tell that to the police one day, too.
My grandpa was the greatest Luftwaffe pilot any pilot ever existed. Only one to receive over 1,200 kills.
A telling piece of evidence for criminal profiler Donna Youngs.
In direct contrast to the lawlessness of an ill discipline of his parents, Inman did have this grandfather who seemed to have this Nazi background that to him would have seemed to be the very personification of authority and discipline, of standards, of idealism, of something to look up to in the way that he couldn't look up to his parents.
He was just a peculiar dude, he was just off the wall and the stuff he would say and how he tried to present himself, I didn't like him.
So that was Willie Inman in summer 2009. A peculiar dude, one who had been neglected as a child, with an obsession for his grandfather's Nazi past and for guns. He hung around with Ricky Flores too, and 8 days after he had last been seen, nobody knew where Ricky was.
I just had a bad feeling about it, you know, the whole time, you know, when we're talking with Jessica, we're talking with his mom, you know, I just had a bad feeling.
Ricky is missing. Ricky has people who love him as well. They've made a missing persons report with the St. John's Police Department. And the last person that they could track Ricky being with was Willie.
So I jumped in this patrol car, we went out there, and by luck, we met with Willie and his girlfriend Stormy up there.
Stormy Williams, 20 years older than Willie, a troubled woman with learning difficulties.
Willie told me that he had taken, that they indeed, Ricky was at the ranch with him, and that they had gone, he talked to him about drugs and to stay away from drugs and stuff like that.
Willie may once have been a drug taker himself, but the older man wanted his younger friend to lay off the herb, as he called it. He didn't want Ricky to end up like Willie's mother.
My mother was like that. She loved her drugs, that's why I don't even talk to her anymore. It's been 7 years since I've talked to her. Straight out walked on her one day, kept telling me, oh, I fell off the bandwagon, whatever. Straighten your life up. Whole life, she didn't. Spent all the money on, before my dad was able to kick her out, spent all the money on drugs.
What was that, Ray?
And I didn't have nothing, no food, no nothing. But yeah, one time I remember Ricky was wanting to get off the crap, so I let him go out to my place for a couple of weeks and let him detox.
Inman sees himself as someone who is able to kind of, better people in some way, and he tries to better those that are younger than him. So he speaks to Ricky Flores, and he describes this in quite a lot of detail, and says to him, look, you need to, put your life back on track, you need to stop the drugs.
By the age of 21, the mind of Willie Inman seems to have settled on what people should and should not do.
Inman found solace in clear ideas, in concrete ideas, in black and white, in right and wrong, because everything that he'd known as a child was confused and messy. So he would have found, psychologically speaking, he craved a clear agenda, a clear set of principles, and it didn't matter what those principles were. The clearer, the more absolutist, the better.
The final brushstroke in creating a picture of Willie Inman in August 2009. What he thought right should be vigorously pursued, and what he thought was wrong should be punished. What was Willie's true purpose down on the ranch where he, his girlfriend Stormy, and Ricky Flores had gone around August 20th? Whatever had happened that day, Willie was sticking to his story when he spoke with detectives. He had no more than warned young Ricky off drugs.
I could care less what music you listen to and what you like to do. Just the drugs, man, leave them alone. I tried so many times.
He talked to him about drugs and to stay away from drugs and stuff like that.
That was what Inman said he was doing as he and Ricky Flores fooled around with guns on the ranch before moving on.
And he said he took him back into town and dropped him off on 4th North and 13th West. He said that Ricky had received a phone call and says, hey, just drop me off here, I gotta bounce. Says Ricky pulled the car over and Ricky jumped out and took off.
And he bails out my back door, says, later, dog. We shake hands, and he leaves. And we drive from there, straight here through Springerville, from St. John's, the main road, right over to my girl's house, and we go to sleep for the night. And that is the last time I seen him.
Ricky Flores, 16, missing from home, and a friend of Willie Inman, a gun-obsessed admirer of a Nazi grandfather who wanted to set the world straight and who had a shooting range down on the ranch. Officer Lucas Rodriguez and a fellow detective didn't believe Willie Inman's story about dropping off Ricky Flores in St. John's.
We both had the same feeling that Ricky was hurt or that he was dead.
Ricky's friends were suspicious too, because they knew all about Willie Inman's dangerous obsession.
He was just one of those dudes that, you know, probably found power, you know, like he wasn't physically strong, you know, so he had to, you know, have guns and stuff like that.
Willie Inman soon gets another visit from the cops. A mind game was about to begin between Inman and disbelieving detectives.
I spent about 2 hours interviewing Willie. During that time, I questioned him again on the story. Willie stuck to his gun, saying that he had dropped Ricky off. I kind of pressured him a little bit more and asking him, what's going on, Willie? Come on, tell me where Ricky is. As the interview progressed, I can see a lot of deception signs on Willie.
Inman would later admit he was getting anxious about St. John's Police.
I hate the St. John's Police because they don't know anything. They don't even know the law.
Officer Lucas Rodriguez turned to a colleague in nearby Apache County, where murder squad detectives were based.
He goes, holy smokes, Lux, I think you're right. I think you're looking for a body, not somebody that's alive.
He set off for the home of Stormy Williams, where he suspected Willie Inman was hanging out.
Went to the Springerville and executed a search warrant. There was no arrest warrant, there was nothing like that. Willie was free to go. We were just looking for more evidence and stuff like that.
Willie runs down to the police station and he sits in this interview room and he's panting and he's out of breath and he's all excited because he thinks that the Springerville police are going to get the St. John police off his back.
During that time, Willie went to the Springerville department there and he spoke with Chief West.
Steve West was the chief of police at the Springerville police office. He'd taken a call from Stormy complaining about police harassment at the hands of St. John's officers. Chief West first got a brief from Officer Lucas Rodriguez, then got back in touch with Stormy.
So what I did is I called up this young lady, his girlfriend, and I told her that they needed to let these guys, you know, come over, and Mr. Inman had threatened that he had a gun. So I asked them if they'd feel safer, you know, leaving the house and coming up to the police department. And she said yes. And I said, well, then you leave your house and come straight up to the police department.
Willie Inman's belief structure meant that for him, whatever had happened that day, he was in the right.
I try to be as law-abiding as possible.
Lucas Rodriguez, a St. John's police officer by contrast, had no right to be working in Springerville.
And I believe Willie was already talking to Steve West and they had struck a rapport and stuff like that.
So bizarrely, he goes to the sheriff with the intention of kind of deflecting this focus on him and what he's done.
He walks in to see Chief West and complains.
So I'm tired of being harassed. They have no right coming to my girl's house, no right whatsoever. And last time they came here without a sheriff escort. They came in their St. John's police car out of jurisdiction. And they've broken the law. They searched her next door neighbor's house.
Willie builds up the Springerville police and says, you all should be handling what takes place in this town. You all are better than the St. John's police. Certainly you all can handle that. And Willie's trying to manipulate the Springerville police.
Chief Steve West was not about to be manipulated. He was about to hear a life story, and as he tried to win Willie's confidence, he listened attentively.
And I set Mr. Inman in a room by himself and advised the other law enforcement that I did have them there at that time.
Tell me a little bit about who you are. Who is this Willie? Who are you, Willie?
He was very edgy when we started talking about some of the murders, some of the homicides that potentially happened.
And Willie starts to talk, and he starts to describe his childhood and how he's overcome parents who shun their responsibilities of parents. He described how his only companion was his dog.
Willie offered a version of a young man with down-to-earth, old-fashioned American values, hard-earned values.
Have you been in the service?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
82nd Airborne. 21.
Wow. Gosh, when did you get out?
I got out when I was 18.
Inman would claim to have served in Afghanistan, to have killed many times. The military for Willie was a revered institution. According to psychologists, this was the classic behaviour of somebody who deals in absolute right and absolute wrong, and it goes to the heart of understanding Willie Inman, the young man with a messy childhood.
When you have that confused background, you'll be looking for anything which makes the world simple, which makes the world safe, which makes it clear who is in the right and who is in the wrong, because you've grown up not knowing, not understanding what's right, who's right.
Somebody comes over there I know of, don't know his name, but I know he's the one supplying and using with them.
He describes how he views himself as a hero almost, but he describes how he looks at the dredges of society, the drug users, criminals.
He talked a lot about, he didn't like drugs and that he was more than willing to take drugs off the street, whatever it took. He was more than willing to do what was necessary to make sure that that kids on the street didn't receive drugs.
Was killing Ricky Flores necessary? If so, Willie was not about to admit it.
What St. John's PD is asking you is they're asking you if you know the whereabouts of Ricky.
Correct.
And what's Ricky's last name?
Flores.
Flores. Okay, so they're asking you if you know the whereabouts of Ricky Flores. They're saying what? That you were the last one to see him?
Correct.
Right.
And that I know something, and they keep pressuring me like I do know something, which if I didn't, I would tell them because I want them off my backs. I'm tired of being harassed. They have no right coming to my girl's house, no right whatsoever.
He is trying to convince the police chief that they're hermano, that they're brothers, that they both are crime fighters, that they both view the world in the same way, and that they are like one. And Willie just keeps talking. And the police chief skillfully keeps saying, and then, what else? Tell me more.
Like how he thinks Ricky Flores should behave.
No, service would do that boy good, though.
Think it'd get him straightened out?
Yeah, it would. I think so.
He has almost these sort of vigilante tendencies. So this idea of kind of righting wrongs of the world, he sees himself almost as this sort of anti-hero, kind of going out there and kind of making sure karma happens for the people that are doing wrong.
Inman reveals a lot during his recorded interview with Steve West.
During the interview, as we talked, it was really strange because Mr. Inman, he had this affinity, number one, as far as being calm, to why he was there. He didn't seem upset about that at all. But the other thing was he had this affinity to talk about Nazism.
My family's been anti-Semitic for over 2,000 years. That ain't gonna change.
Ricky Flores' girlfriend and mother to his child, Jessica, was the daughter of a man who was allegedly a member of a white supremacist group called the Aryan Brotherhood of Texas. His name, Jeffrey Johnson.
Ricky had gotten in trouble with Jessica a lot because he was not allowed to come and visit her or be around her or anything like that. So I believe at one point Mr. Johnson and Melissa Johnson, the mom of Jessica Johnson, got a restraining order against Ricky and not allowed him to come around and be around Jessica. Well, it didn't matter because Jessica loved Ricky and she would sneak out of the house as well and go meet with him and vice versa.
Which Mr. Johnson did not like.
They couldn't have their daughter associate with this brown-skinned Ricky Flores.
Inman had the means to kill down on the ranch. Willie knew Jeff Johnson. Did Inman have two motives for killing Ricky Flores? The first, to get rid of a drug user from the streets, and the second, to do the bidding of a known white supremacist, to help establish himself as someone the Aryan Brotherhood of Texas could take as one of their own, to gain a sense of belonging.
Although he would not have admitted it, even to himself, there would have been some hidden shame about his parents within Inman. So he would have been looking for an outlet, a way to direct that shame. So any organisation that gave him a weaker group, an inferior group, that labelled one part of society as weaker, gave him an outlet for the shame he felt towards his parents.
As the interview continued, it was not looking good for the Hispanic Ricky Flores, missing and last seen with Willie Inman.
You can ask me the same question they keep asking me. Where is Ricky? I'll tell you the same thing. I don't know.
Throughout his time inside Springerville Police HQ, there was something Willie Inman did not know about Stormy, his girlfriend.
Stormy's in the other room, and as part of the other plan, they're going to play each other against one another.
It was decided to tell Stormy that Willie had confessed to the homicide. Detective Nickel did present that kind of information to the idea to Stormy. And Stormy actually started talking and said yes, they had killed Ricky, and went into detail on how they had killed him and how they had taken him back to town and how they had buried him.
In the interview room, the mind game is up for Willie, and he's lost.
You don't talk until I ask you to talk, okay?
Yes, sir.
I know exactly what happened. I know where the body's at. I know where he was shot. I know where you buried him on the blue. I know where you burned him. I got your tire tracks. I got your shoe tracks.
What? We finally got him to admit that he indeed did shoot this kid.
Just tell us what happened, Willie. That's the biggest thing. Run us through it.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, stuff happens. We know
Yes.
that.
And I'm telling you, I did not want to kill the kid. It was not murder. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
My God, I can't believe it's
Just tell us
Well,
what
that's
was
okay. Yeah, just tell us the story.
He shot at me and hit my dad's truck, and I fired back. I didn't want to hit him.
Willie did disclose that the homicide had actually occurred at his ranch, and that he had shot Willie at the ranch. I believe he shot him in the head.
He said they were both out at the site east of St. John's, and that they were out there and they were target practicing. And they started shooting cans and whatnot, and Ricky wanted to shoot the rifle, and so he let him shoot the rifle, and Mr. Inman said that he was standing by his car and a bullet hit the window next to him. He said that he took that as an aggressive move, and he got his rifle and started firing at Ricky.
This was a story of self-defense. Willie, trying to dissuade young Ricky from being a drug user, had brought him out to the ranch. Whilst recreationally shooting on the firing range, things had just gone wrong.
So what does Willie tell the police? He reveals to them, yes, I'm the one responsible who killed Ricky Flores. And he goes on with a story, again, his superhero story. He doesn't like people who uses drugs. He was trying to help out the town. He was ridding society of somebody who wasn't worth anything. And that was his whole motivating purpose.
But that was not the story that Stormy Williams had told, and it was not true. Investigators soon uncovered that Inman thought killing Ricky Flores might make him money from the father of Ricky's girlfriend, Jeff Johnson.
You see, Ricky's girlfriend, her parents loved her. They hated Ricky.
It would not look good to Mr. Johnson that, since he's a white supremacist, that his daughter had a kid from a Hispanic kid.
They couldn't have their daughter associate with this brown-skinned Ricky Flores.
After shooting Ricky on the ranch outside Springerville, Inman and Stormy loaded Ricky's body onto the truck before heading to the Johnson family home in St. John's.
Then we simply moved to the presentation of the prey, the celebration, the victory, the plaudits, by taking the body to be shown to Johnson.
He had to move the body to St. John's because that is where he was going to get paid. He's not this superhero. He's greedy. This is all about the buck, the almighty dollar.
Hey, can I get that $5,000? You know, I killed Ricky. He's in the truck right now. You know, and the dad was like, you know, what the heck? Like, you know, that, like, get out of here. You know.
The whole reason for Willie bringing the body over into town in the beginning is just, instead of just going through the back roads and going away from town, was that he came over and showed proof to Mr. Johnson that he had actually taken care of the job and killed Ricky. William said that Mr. Johnson got mad at him for bringing the body and that got $20 from him for gas, and that was all, and he took off.
Jeffrey Johnson denied ordering a hit on Ricky Flores. He may have made idle remarks about not liking him to Inman. He and his wife Melissa would eventually be found guilty of hindering the prosecution in the case of the murder of Ricky Flores. Jeff Johnson would be sent to jail for 7 years. Melissa given probation. Ricky Flores, in Inman's mind, was a drug user, so deserved to be punished. He was Hispanic and had fathered a child with a white girl, so deserved to die.
I think there is evidence to attest to the fact that he sees himself as this kind of vigilante figure, as someone that's going to kind of even the stakes. In the case of Ricky Flores, we know that his girlfriend's parents actually speak to him and say, you know, we think Ricky's a no-good, he's terrible for our daughter, and in fact takes the body to these parents of this girl to say, look what I've done, as if seeking some sort of, you know, approval, recognition, reward. So this very much feeds into this sense that he needed to belong, he needed to be acknowledged, he needed to have an identity as somebody that's contributing something.
He wanted to, you know, feel some sort of power. There's some messed up part in his head that, you know, said, if I can kill these people and, you know, people can't figure out about it, then I'm obviously doing something right. You know, I'm taking bad people off the street. That's what he claimed his thought process was.
Understanding Willie Inman is about appreciating his need to belong in the army, to be respected by a white supremacist group. As he was interviewed at Springerville, he also revealed that he wanted to belong with law enforcers.
I try to be as law-abiding as possible.
Inman was in the grip of what we call a revenge and mission narrative. And this is a storyline driving a person's life forward where they believe that it is their duty to right some wrong that has been done. Inman's mission was to get rid of what he called undesirables, anybody doing anything illegal or immoral in any way, according to his judgment.
Inman had contented himself that Ricky deserved to die, and Willie was the man to kill him. Had he reached the same conclusion about other people? As detectives probed Willie Inman about the death of Ricky Flores, they had 2 unsolved cases on file. Was William Nicholas Inman a serial killer? If guilty, he should confess, they told him. He might avoid the death penalty, even one day look forward to being released.
I spent 23 years doing murders. I've solved murders in this town right here on the reservation with the FBI and everywhere. I have people that are in prison writing me letters thanking me for putting them in a position to tell the truth. To this day, I got people that get out of prison because every time somebody gets out, they have to notify me.
Did Willie want to live? Yes, he did.
I'm afraid of death, period.
Two years before the murder of Ricky Flores, a 72-year-old had been found dead in his trailer on land adjacent to Willie Inman's ranch.
He actually lived at Elk Valley Ranch on lot 117, just east of St. John's. He was neighbors with a guy by the name of Stoney McGarriger.
He had been murdered and been shot, and the homicide had gone unsolved since 2007.
Detectives were tipped off whilst interviewing Inman. Willie Inman was the killer.
Stoney's murder will not seek the death penalty or murder one. Exact words. He said the clock is running. If you can help us on that murder.
I have no idea on that at all. I do not.
William McGarrigle, known as Stoney, had a troubled and troublesome past. He had pleaded guilty many years before to child molestation in New Hampshire when he'd been working with a scouting organisation. He had also worked with young men using an alias of William Stoney in Florida. Eventually, he turned up as Stoney McGarrigle in East Arizona. Willie learns of his past and that he has cash in his trailer.
This is a bad guy, he's got lots of money, where a lot of people don't. There's rumors about, sexual misconduct with young people.
Weeks after confessing to the murder of Ricky, Inman decides to take up the offer of trading the truth of his crimes in exchange for his life. At this point, he becomes totally committed to telling the police everything.
He switches from seeing the police as the enemy to seeing the police as the people that he wants to get on side, and then suddenly we get the confessions, suddenly we get the complying with everything, trying to please the police.
With an accomplice, Willie had decided it was time to take the law into his own hands. Stoney had moved to the wrong place, living next to a man with definite ideas of what should happen to bad guys, and one who had an arsenal of weapons.
The story of Stoney, the child molester. Willie ridding society of a cancerous plague that would wreak havoc on the children in the community. The police are interested. And they're listening, and then they're letting him talk. And Willie becomes the instructor, and the detectives the students. Because school's in session, and Willie's gonna lead this lesson. And he describes in detail what he did to Stoney.
He had shot him in his bed through the trailer window.
He describes how he sneaks up to the house while Stoney's asleep.
If you kind of look at his method of killing, it's very military, right? So not only does he wear these fatigues, not only is he interested in the guns, but it's quite methodical. He kind of goes into the dead of night. It's as if it's a covert operation. He cuts through the screen.
He has his rifle. He readies the rifle and sticks the barrel through the hole in the screen. Bam! One time. Bam! 2 times. 12 times he pulls the trigger. You talk about a coward. Stoney is asleep, and he shoots him in the darkness of the night on the outside, shooting inside the house.
This is someone that sees himself as a vigilante, as an anti-hero. I'm doing a service to the community. I'm standing up, for what's right, where other people just let it go.
$3,000 was thought to have been inside the trailer and was not there when Stoney McGarrigle's body was eventually found. 2 years would pass between his murder and Inman's confession, which he offered in detail to justify his actions.
Willie would go on to explain it's all about the child molestation. He's getting rid of a cancer. He's a tumor on society. But was he? Or was the real motive why Willie had to go inside the house? Because he knew there was money inside of the house. And so he had to go inside the house, and he wanted to make sure that Stoney was dead. So he kills Stoney and searches for the money.
The other outstanding case on the police files in the St. John's, Springerville, Apache County area was the death of Vietnam War veteran Daniel Acton, known locally as Hummerdan, because he constantly hummed music. Another Inman victim, and for spurious and untrue allegations.
He's cleaning up the town, so he shot him. He didn't like Daniel because he was humming Dan. Got tired of the humming. What is all this silliness and nonsense of all this humming? So he shot him. He continues to talk about humming Dan, being a drug user, humming Dan, being irritating to the people in town.
There was something else Inman didn't like about Hummer Dan.
Inman believes that Dan actually kills his dog. And you got to remember, you know, for Inman, this dog is the most kind of consistent friend he's ever had. You know, he was in his life more regularly and consistently than even his parents were. So this would have been hugely traumatic for him. So the idea that I'm going to go out and I'm going to kill someone that killed my best friend, well, that's just retribution, right? That's just tit for tat. And that's exactly how he describes it.
So he shot Dan. Then he takes Dan's body and he buries Daniel. No different than a dog would bury a bone in a shallow grave in a field.
Inman almost seemed proud as he took detectives on the tour of his killing grounds.
He took us to the ranch where he had killed Ricky. He took us to the place where Daniel Ekman had been killed. And then he took us to where Stoney had been killed and how he killed Stoney.
And that was the end of the story that Willie Inman told police. He was a killer who felt he had a right to kill. He had stopped not because he was struck by remorse, but because he got caught. His challenge had been to commit the crimes.
What matters here is the mission, is the accomplishment of the mission. It's not about the victims as individuals, and it's not about the perpetrator. So in that context, it's easy to see that it's the numbers that counted. The more victims, the more significant the mission that has been achieved. So yes, these offences would have carried on.
Those around the tiny community, shocked by the deaths, were not surprised at the identity of the killer.
They were not surprised. They were more like, that doesn't surprise me, or more like, well, I can see him doing it. Just an odd kid. Yeah, I can see him doing something like that, but just surprised at how many he had done. Especially to a friend too, that he considered a friend, and just the day before, or that when he went missing told the mom, "Hey mom," just heartless. Sign of a guy has no heart, no remorse, no soul, I guess.
He did this with malice. He knew where he was going, he knew what he was doing, he knew how he was going to do it. He planned it, staged it, and completed it. So if that isn't vigilantism, nothing is. And he's doing it for a cause that he thinks is right, whether it was barking dogs, whether it was because they're a dope slinger, or whether they were a child molester or whatever. He always had this reason in the back of his mind for doing that. But reality is, the only time that I saw Mr. Inman remorseful was just on the first initial confession.
I felt so bad. I'm crying right now. I told him the only thing that makes me cry is taps. And I told him, I realized something, that I had got so, I felt so bad at the end when I had buried him, that not only did I pick a good spot, that I hoped somebody had buried me in someplace nice. I gave him a 21 gun salute. I did.
Did you?
Yes.
He was not remorseful at all on any of the rest of the interviews that we did with him.
What truly was going on inside the mind of the serial killer Willie Inman? Some believe he's an example of pure evil.
I think that I've always wrestled with the fact of if we're born this way, or we're made a certain way, or it's life circumstances. To a point, I think we're born a certain way. And I think Willie was born that way.
Others believe that he had a warped sense of right and wrong, justifiable and unjustifiable.
But I think there's no doubt that actually Inman saw himself as a vigilante, as someone who was there to right wrongs.
For the brother of one of the victims, Inman lived in a big world which was actually very small, and even then he could not find a place within it to be accepted. Killing was his way of making a mark.
He just wanted to show that he had some sort of power. You know, he wasn't worthless. You know, he could make these kind of bad things happen, you know,
He thought that he would be remembered as, you know, a mastermind of some sort.
Burning in the flames of a homemade crematorium, the remains of yet another man murdered at the hands of a serial killer.
He wasn't just a statistic. He was somebody's son. He was mine.
Sheila LaBarre liked to be in control. She used her body to get what she wanted. Men, mere morsels to catch, using rather obvious seductions.
People around town gave her a nickname. They called her Sheila the Peeler. They were always hoping that she would flash a little this or show a little bit of that.
As investigators tried to uncover the layers of Sheila LaBarre, they were trying to get inside the mind of a serial killer.
She was able to suck those men in, almost like a spider in a spider web, bringing them into their cave where she eventually would kill them.
Sheila LaBarre's seductions were not about sex. They were about taking lives before hiding the evidence.
This is a story that begins with the discovery of bones in a burning pile on a remote farm.
They were human bones, and they were male. An investigation into who and why they were being disposed of in such a do-it-yourself way followed their discovery. The picture exposed revealed a rare species in the grisly portrait gallery of serial killers, a woman called Sheila LaBarre, who ran a farm one day sold at auction, attending a mother who had warned many times that it was here her son was tortured.
His face was all cut up. His hands were all cut up. One of them was immobile. His head was down. He was ashen in color. He was all cut up, and he was in a wheelchair, and he couldn't walk.
Drawing on first-person testimonies from those whose lives intersected with Sheila LaBarre, Linda Papadopoulos has been on a journey of exploration inside the mind of a serial killer. A journey which begins with understanding how Sheila would choose a victim. It would always be a man, and he would be vulnerable.
I think Kenneth County was particularly vulnerable because he actually had learning difficulties. And what we know is that Sheila invites him to come and live with her, but effectively ends up keeping him like a slave.
I said, "Did she hurt my son? Did she hurt my son? Please tell me, did she hurt my son?"
What brushstrokes are needed to make up the complete picture of Sheila LaBarre? Not good ones. Then known as Sheila K. Bailey, she grew up in a tiny mill community in Alabama. The first not-so-subtle clues as to her behavior later in life come from those early days.
Sheila's childhood was very troubled. Her older sister says that Sheila was the subject of sexual abuse from her father and from other men.
Kevin Flynn knows Sheila well. He spent hundreds of hours with her researching her life story. Sheila's timeline is populated by horror stories filled with monsters.
One evening, Sheila's father comes home drunk, and he's rummaging around in the refrigerator and throwing everything on the floor, and he's in a very foul mood. And he turns his attention to his wife and his 2 youngest daughters. They decide that they're going to flee the house. They're running towards the cornfields near the back of their property. Their angry father picks up a can of paint and throws it at them, and it hits Sheila in the head, causing a lot of bleeding.
Her suffering escalated. Sheila was a victim of monstrous abuse.
She was passed around as a toy. She was a sex object for her father, for his friends. She was abused mentally, she was abused physically, and most of all, abused sexually.
By the time she had reached 18, Sheila appeared happy enough, but she left as an escape route from the abusive home and from small-town America.
Sheila has big dreams. She wants to move out of this little town. She wants to become either a model or a country music singer, and so she's looking for a way to get out of her life. And one of the ways that many girls do that in a small town is to marry a guy. And so she got her hooks into a guy by the name of John Baxter. John was a lineman for a utility, had a good job, but he was divorced.
John Baxter had a 4-year-old daughter called Wendy. She was about to discover what it meant to have an abused, mixed-up stepmother for a carer.
Sheila was not the most maternal person. Wendy told her father that when he would go to work, Sheila would put Wendy in the closet. And it was also then that Sheila would take care of her by making her drink something. Brandy, maybe it's cough syrup, something that made her feel very sleepy. And this was her way of taking care of the daughter throughout the day. Essentially, she didn't want to deal with her.
Maybe it's a case of the abused becoming the abuser.
That kind of treatment did not sit well with John. When he found out that that's what Sheila was doing, he basically said, "You're out of here." So that was a pretty quick relationship. I believe they got married on New Year's Eve, and by Valentine's Day they were divorced.
As she became older, became bitter, vengeful, brooding, Sheila sexualized herself to lure men into her spider's web.
And I feel that part of this would have led her to see men as perhaps just valuing her for the way that she looked. And so perhaps what we're seeing here is her trying to take back control of that objectification and use it for her benefit.
And whilst it was to her benefit to have a man close by, that's what she arranged. A series of them came and went. What was it like to be her partner? A man called Ronnie Jennings was to discover how violent she could be. At first, he had fallen for her physical charms.
She basically wants to be loved. She wants to have a normal life. She thinks that Ronnie can provide that, but they're not really clicking. They're not really getting along. She takes out her frustrations on Ronnie. She's abusive to him.
No longer was she going to be the victim. She wanted to make sure that the people she was involved in a relationship, that she had utter, complete, 100% control, much like her father had complete control over her.
It was early days in the development of what Sheila would become. She controlled by being physically abusive. Ronnie would later give evidence that he was concerned she'd attack him whilst he slept. The threat of violence was never very far away.
He decides that he doesn't want to be in the relationship anymore. This crushes Sheila.
And she responds in dramatic fashion.
We know that she has a suicide attempt.
Sheila takes a handful of pills in front of Ronnie and gets in the car and drives away, gets into an accident. Sheila is nearly killed from the crash and the overdose. What was interesting about this incident is that while Sheila was in the hospital, she had gone into a coma and recovered. But when she came back, she told everybody that she had died and gone to heaven, and God had sent her back as an avenging angel. And this was the persona that she carried with her throughout the rest of her life.
By 1986, the psychological makeup of Sheila K. Bailey was in place. An abused child who had become an abuser, a controlling woman who could be violent to men.
So when you take her childhood experiences and now that she's an adult, is she now a hater of men?
In her late 20s, the avenging angel comes across an advert placed by a man 1,300 miles away in Epping, New Hampshire. A successful chiropractor, he also had 1,200 acres of upscale prime land.
He was a widower. He lived on a horse farm in rural New Hampshire. He was very lonely after losing his wife and wanted companionship.
Wilfred Labar, known in his local community as a kindly man, lost his wife in 1985. On coming across the advert in 1987, Sheila sees a chance for a new life. The aspiring model doesn't want to miss out on this opportunity. She plans a way to get the job of companion to old man.
And she knew how to answer that ad. She just didn't write and say what she was looking for in a man, long romantic walks on a beach. She got right down to the point. She bared her breasts. She exposed herself, sent photos of herself in very sensual positions, and she got a response.
She just doesn't send a message saying, hey, I'm interested. She sends it with topless photos. She's very quickly cottoned on to the fact that if she wants to get Labar's attention, she needs to sexualize this interaction as much as possible.
Well, he fell pretty hard for her. Sheila immediately got on a plane and began dating Wilfred Labar. And she insinuated herself into his life almost immediately.
Soon, Sheila takes the name of the much older man. There is no marriage, but Sheila K. Bailey is a thing of the past. The world and Wilfred Labar are introduced to Sheila Labar, and she won't be playing the role of the compliant wife anytime soon.
Sheila was now engaged in a relationship with somebody that could very well at least be the age of her father. And she's this beautiful woman at the time, and she's able to manipulate and control because the older man is looking at Sheila, this is one of life's bonuses. How could somebody like himself get this beautiful young woman? And so she used that. That was Sheila's web. She was able to suck him in and eventually use that to her advantage.
She started to take over his chiropractic business. She became the office manager and basically ran off all of the other employees that were, who could see through her. She separated Dr. Labar from his grown kids. Basically, she worked to isolate Dr. Labar and to take over his life and his property.
To get that level of control, she had used her sexuality. Soon, she would use abuse.
Sheila was violent with Dr. Labar. There were times where, to get away from her, to let her cool off, Dr. Labar would leave his own house and he would walk almost a mile to the next neighbor's house and crash on their couch because he just didn't want to be around Sheila that night.
How extreme would the avenging angel take her violence? How wicked were her intentions? Between 1986 and 2003, Sheila Labar insinuated herself into the life of a man who had been a successful businessman and capable father. The relationship lasts, but at a price to Wilfred Labar.
This is a woman who's in total command. For 17 years, she rules Wilfred Labar's life.
This was all part of a larger scheme of Sheila's, which was to separate Dr. Labar from his children and to take control over his life financially, emotionally, physically.
Sheila had it all. Run of the farm, control over the business, and soon, who was going to get what from his estate?
She convinces him to give her power of attorney, to sign over property, and he does, because he doesn't want to lose her. He perhaps maybe doesn't feel worthy to just have somebody at the time as beautiful as Sheila, but she's able to use what she believes is her beauty and charm to convince him to basically sign over everything.
How was she controlling Wilfred? Flaunting her sexuality, using it to manipulate. Indeed, she had quite a reputation in Epping.
People around town gave her a nickname. They called her Sheila the Peeler.
She would often be in very scantily dressed clothes and sometimes just drop it and bear it all.
Well, she had no problem coming to the door for delivery men wearing almost nothing. It got to the point where it was sort of anticipated, and it was expected that she would be very provocative and try to stir things up. She definitely used her womanly ways to get what she wanted. Sheila is always thinking about how she can manipulate men to get what she wants.
I think we live in a world that objectifies women, that sexualizes women, and I think in her case, clearly this was something that she saw as a tool that she wanted to use for her benefit rather than having it used against her.
Whilst living with Wilfred, Sheila, bizarrely because he doesn't object, decides to marry. But not Wilfred. She comes across a drifter down on his luck, a vulnerable man.
His name was Wayne Ennis. He was a migrant farm worker, and Sheila just fell for him. And what was so strange is that Sheila brings Wayne Ennis to the horse farm, and the three of them now, Dr. Labar, Sheila, and her new husband Wayne, are all living together on this farm.
According to Wayne Ennis, when later tracked down by police, 18 months after marrying Sheila, she proposed something radical to make their lives a little more comfortable.
She's intimating to Wayne Ennis that he needs to do something to hasten Dr. Labar's death. Wayne is very troubled by this, so he goes to Dr. Labar and tells him what Sheila is planning. And he's fearful as well for his own safety. Dr. Labar then drove Wayne to a bus station, got him on a bus, and he got out of town, and Sheila never saw him again.
In the year 2000, Wilfred Labar died.
Sheila told Dr. Labar's family that just one day he'd had a heart attack and died on the kitchen floor. And she insisted that he be cremated. It wasn't until later that people thought that this was suspicious. At the time, nobody thought much about Dr. Labar's death, that it was anything other than natural causes.
Sheila K. Bailey, the abused, penniless, aspirant model of old Alabama, is ancient history. As the new millennium begins, Sheila Labar is a propertied woman whose appetite for men is still alive and well, especially if they're easy to abuse.
She went from being the victim to being the predator, to identifying those who are vulnerable, whether by age, or by mental capacity, or because of their own relationships with their own family, and she chose her victims wisely as far as being vulnerable.
She lures one after another, always being violent towards them, eventually meeting this man, Michael Deloge.
Michael Deloge is sort of a lost soul. He sees himself as a songwriter, as a poet. He had been married and had a kid, but that relationship fell apart. He got into drugs and alcohol, and he found himself many miles from home in a homeless shelter in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. He was separated from his family, and it was Sheila who came along and found him. The prospect of staying in a homeless shelter or going with this woman to a farm where he could get a nice warm bed and a steady job and sex, well, that's a very easy decision to make.
It was around now that Sheila began a go-to tactic, taping conversations.
Sheila has an interesting habit of recording her telephone calls and her conversations.
The recordings would be used by her to control whichever men she lured to the farm. She would force them to make false confessions, to agree that they'd been abused as a child. Mike was the first to suffer what would be described later as brainwashing.
Sheila convinces Mike that growing up he was sexually abused and that he is a pedophile. Now the family says, no way, this isn't... The people that he is saying that he abused were never abused. Where is he getting this idea? Sheila is telling him this. Sheila is preventing him from calling his family.
Almost a brainwashing technique. You isolate someone and you can have vast influence over that person. So she would isolate the people she had relationships with, keep them away from others in society.
She's also poisoning the relationship and getting into his head until he believes it. He actually believes that he is a child molester because she has told him that so many times.
So therefore she would have that ultimate control, much like a puppet master.
The puppet master had Michael Deloge dancing to her tune. There were regular sightings of him over the 2 years that he was known to be on the farm, but one day he was seen in troubling circumstances.
The neighbors describe an incident where, coming down the wooden path from the horse farm, they saw a man stumbling and bleeding from the head. It was Michael Deloge, and he just walked right past a neighbor and said one word: Sheila.
Michael Deloge would never be seen alive again. In 2006, Sheila LaBarre was living on the farm alone. The men she had preyed on had displayed one kind of vulnerability or other. They were much older, homeless, drifters down on their luck. Next in line was Kenneth County, a young man with development difficulties.
When it came time for sports, Kenny aced it. But he had problems with his friends because he didn't speak properly. So they would tease him and taunt him. And that's how it was.
At 24 years old, Kenny had the mental capacity of a 12-year-old. In February of that year, depressed at failing to be admitted into the army after training camp, he tried to kill himself.
At that time, Kenny took some pills, and they took him to the hospital. They called me. I went to the hospital, and they had guards, police guards, watching over Kenny. And I just shook my head and I said, why?
Kenny recovered. Though she was unaware at the time, it is after the suicide attempt that his mother Carolyn believes Kenny came across Sheila LaBarre.
I was told at the time they met on a chat line. Come to find out, when I found out in court, it was a sex chat line. And Kenny wanted to be like anybody else. He wanted to be loved, he wanted to be accepted. And Sheila searched for those that had problems, and she could tell that Kenny had problems in his speaking, in his thinking, and that's how she went after him, on a sex chat line.
She was using telephone dating services where you would leave a message in somebody's voicemail box. And Sheila had a habit of screening the calls, and if the man sounded confident, if he sounded like he really had it all together, she would delete those messages. If the guy sounded meek, if he sounded like he might not be of high intelligence, if he sounded like it was somebody that she could manipulate, she kept those messages and contacted those guys.
One of those she followed up with was Kenny County.
Kenny met her on February 14th. They met at a bar, Valentine's Day, in New Hampshire. There was a big age gap. He was only 24, she was in her 40s, 47.
They have a few drinks, and they move from the bar to the back seat of Sheila's car, where they have sex. A few days later, Kenny goes to his roommate and says, I'm moving out. I'm moving to New Hampshire to live on this horse farm with my new girlfriend. And that was the beginning of the end for Kenny.
Kenny excitedly told his news to older brother Brian.
So Kenny says, oh, by the way, I have a girlfriend. So Brian says, you do? And he said, yeah, yep. He said, I met her on Valentine's Day. We went out to eat. We went out to eat before. He said, and she's rich. She has a big farm. She has a beautiful car. And she's 47 years old. So Brian looked and he said, what? He said, Kenny, no. You don't want to be with a 47-year-old. There's ulterior motives there. No. And Kenny looked and he said, no. He said, she loves me. And I love her. And my son Brian said, you just met her. And so Kenny said, whatever you do, don't tell Mommy. Don't tell Mommy. And he said, you're my brother. Be my brother. Do not tell Mommy, because she'll come looking for me. So Brian never told me.
When at the farm, Sheila begins to isolate Kenny from his mother.
Sheila is doing the same pattern as she had for all the other men. Sheila begins by trying to cut Kenny off from his family.
So I think what you have here is a man with cognitive deficits, so he wasn't able, or he didn't feel entitled to escape, and a woman who clearly is very capable when it comes to controlling men.
Carolyn, fearful for her son, calls him night and day.
I called the Epping police.
When Kenny is not returning Mom's phone calls, that's a red flag. Kenny's mom has to find out, what is going on. Is he okay? So she contacted the police in Epping, New Hampshire.
And so she'll call up the police and she'll say, listen, my son is staying with this woman and this woman is abusing him. You need to help him.
So the patrolmen go to Sheila's farm and they knock on the door and they say, we want to talk to Kenny.
Sheila didn't like that because of the fact that I sent the police to her house for a well-being check.
But when the police try and follow up on this and they go to speak to him, both Sheila and Kenneth actually say, I don't know what that woman's talking about. I don't know what my mother's talking about. I'm fine. I want to be here. I'm a grown man and I want to be here. So that's never actually acted upon.
Sheila had the run of Epping, which Sheila said went. She'd be able to say anything to the police. They didn't want to deal with her, so they just backed down.
As with Deloge, Labar tape records staged conversations with Kenny.
At one point, she had over 300 cassette tapes of things her on the telephone. Some of it's pretty innocuous. Some of it is, rather disturbing.
She had tapes of Kenny accusing his mother of molesting him, and also, as with Michael Deloge, of Kenny confessing to being a paedophile. Nothing on tape was true.
She probably had a gun to his head, don't know. But she had him saying all these horrible things about me. That I sexually molested him when he was a baby. That I continued to do that. It was just horrendous. And Kenny was telling Sheila all these things, and she was very, very graphic, and she was very nasty. And I was dumbfounded. She did all the talking. His voice became yes, no, and it was very robotic. When I heard that tape, I didn't want to see him anymore. I didn't want to talk to him because it was just it was horrible. It was horrible. But that's Sheila.
When Carolyn calls the police about her son, she discovers that Sheila has also played a recording of Kenny's voice to the police.
And what the officer heard was Sheila berating Kenny and getting him to confess that he was a child molester and that he had abused kids. And on the tape, the officer could hear Kenny becoming weaker. And at one point, he heard Kenny vomit. And then he thought he heard Kenny faint because Sheila was saying, "Get up, you can't fake fainting." So Sheila made this tape as a confession for some reason. It seemed to be a proactive move because she had something in mind for Kenny and she wanted to cover her tracks.
The police did not respond to the complaints made by Carolyn or those made with an accompanying tape by Sheila LaBarre. Kenny was an adult, they said, and anyway, they'd seen it all before. Men came and went from the farm many times, they said.
She would take young men to her farm, and they'd work the farm, and then she'd call the police department to say that they left. Well, I found that pretty bizarre, and I said, well, how do you know they left? How do you know she didn't hurt them? She could have killed them. Did she kill them? And then he started laughing. He said, no, that's not Sheila's MO. And I said, did you ever go there to check to make sure that they were okay? Detective Cody said, no, there was no reason. And I said, is she going to kill my son?
Carolyn County had become fearful for her son's life. It's worth reiterating in the story of Sheila LaBarre that the Epping police were aware that men regularly appeared then disappeared from her life. As regards Kenny, there were soon signs that he was being abused. He was next seen in public when out shopping, and he looked awful.
Sheila took Kenny to Walmart and he was unable to walk through the aisles himself. She was pushing him in a wheelchair. His face was a weird color and he had bruises and cuts and burns. And the thing that she was buying were diesel fuel cans. And she made Kenny hold these fuel cans as she shopped. So there's Kenny, he's slumped down, he's not really responsive.
He was spotted by a police officer, photographed, asked, are you okay?
They asked Kenny if he was all right. His head was hanging. He was drooling. And she told him to shut the F up. At that point, the police should have taken him. They didn't.
Despite the fact that he looked like he was in distress, there was nothing for the officers to do. He wasn't a minor. They couldn't take him into protective custody. All they could do was watch Sheila push him out the door.
They escorted her out of Walmart. They watched her take him to the car and lift him from the wheelchair into the car.
Why had she bought so much diesel fuel when spotted with Kenny at the local store? How much danger was Kenny County in whilst down on the farm with Sheila LaBarre? Carolyn County did not give up on her son Kenny as he failed to return her calls. In fact, she contacted the police in Epping repeatedly.
I'm putting on a second missing persons report. I want you to go to the house.
The detectives, after being pushed, they go out to speak to Sheila, and they want to know about Kenneth. Where is he? When was the last time he was seen?
When they got there, Sheila was not home. So they walked around a little bit and they found a burn barrel. There was a fire going inside, so they went over and took a look inside.
They don't like what they see.
And what they found in there was a human bone. And on the knob of the bone was some human flesh. So now they are very worried about what has happened to Kenneth County.
The officers make no arrest. There is not enough evidence.
You can't just turn around and right away arrest somebody for a fire. There has to be tests that are done. Are these possibly human bones?
Sheila returns home, and she's angry that the cops are there on the property, but she lets them come into the house and see that Kenny is not there.
Imagine what that says about her. Imagine what that says about her sense of being able to manipulate, to control perceptions, about her sense of intelligence, her sense of control over the situation, that she will actually, invite people to investigate a case that could lead directly to her.
Investigators think they see what could be blood on the walls. They also find Kenny's shoes, and they find it kind of odd that he would leave without his shoes. But they have no warrant to be there. They can't take any evidence. They decide, we're gonna come back and get to the bottom of this.
Detectives return 2 days later and go back to the scene. The sneakers they had seen in Labar's home had gone. When asked, Sheila confesses to burning them. They return to the fire. The bones, which appeared to be human, have largely disappeared, but some bone shards remain and are sent to a forensic team for analysis.
So now, analyzing and sending those bones off, looking at those pieces of evidence, that process is now taking place. And it's probably now at the point where the detectives are no longer treating this as a missing person case, where is Kenneth? They're thinking to themselves, what happened to them?
Inside the house, police carry out a detailed forensic investigation. Using specialized blood detection devices, they are shocked by what they see. Though attempts have been made to clean surfaces, there is widespread evidence of human blood on furniture and on wood.
An indication that there was an extremely large amount of violence that took place inside that room. Nobody can question the physical evidence that was there at that scene. It was close enough and enough probable cause to now go and arrest Sheila.
They asked her point blank, where is Kenny? And she pointed to a plastic bag filled with soot and bones, and she said, he's in there.
Later, a detective would describe what he saw to Caroline County.
I just want you to know that we found a bone, and as he put it, it was too big for a rabbit. And that was my son. That was my son.
Sheila did a lot to obfuscate the evidence that she had. She took bits of bone and teeth and smashed the teeth so that they couldn't be used for identification. She had dismembered the body. She burned it, and because of the charring, they could tell that it had burned at different temperatures. She had been burning and churning the bones. During the search for Kenny and for other evidence on the farm, they flushed out the septic tank, and it was there that they found some new evidence, but it was the driver's license of Michael Deloge. And this let investigators think they may be looking for more than one body.
The wallet and ID of Michael Deloge. I'd wonder, first of all, where now is this person named Michael? Who is Michael?
Michael Deloge. Michael had simply vanished from Epping, last spotted at Sheila's home. Labar's story of life and deaths began to unravel. Sheila, not in custody, knows that she's getting closer and closer to being charged with murder, and she isn't going just to wait and let it happen. She flees the state.
She needs to go someplace else, but they just don't want to let her out of her sight, so state police have some detectives tail her. But Sheila's pretty savvy, and she's able to get away, and she has a plan on where she's going. She withdraws a lot of money. She starts going by an alias. She calls herself Casey, which is actually her middle name. And she decides that she's going to get her hair colored differently and that she's going to go on the run. She sneaks out of the hotel that she's staying in and wanders to the interstate and starts hitchhiking. And a man picks her up.
The man, called Steve, has no idea that he's taking a wanted woman out of the state.
So Steve picks her up in his car. And after having some breakfast together, they continue down to Boston. And she gets a hotel room with him, and the two of them have sex, and then he leaves. And it isn't until he sees the news that Sheila is a wanted woman that he realizes who he had picked up.
Before too long, Sheila moves on to another man to help her avoid detection.
While Sheila is hiding out in Boston with police all over New England looking for her, she's holed up with a guy by the name of Kenneth Washington. He just met her on the street, she came on to him, and she was able to crash at his place. And when Kenneth Washington sees Sheila's face on the TV news, He realizes who he has let into his home, and he calls the police and essentially sets up her capture.
In March 2006, Sheila LaBarre is finally arrested. 2 years later, her trial for murder begins, and the case turns on what's been going on inside the mind of Sheila LaBarre.
The defense's strategy was not to argue that Sheila wasn't the killer of Michael DeLoge or Kenneth County. What they did was argue that Sheila was insane.
Sheila tells the story of what she did with Kenneth and Michael in the hopes that she's going to try to claim insanity.
Initially, she pleads guilty, and then she reneges that and says, actually, no, guilty because I'm insane, for reason of insanity.
In order to claim insanity, you have to, at the time of the offense, be able to prove, and the burden is on the defense, in this case Sheila, that they didn't know what they did was wrong. Why this story would unravel with Sheila is because of the amount of planning that went into her murders and the cover-up. Somebody who's crazy isn't going to try to burn evidence. Somebody who's crazy isn't going to try to cover up the amount of blood that was inside the house. Somebody who is crazy isn't going to methodically pick the most vulnerable of victims.
After several months of testimony, the jury eventually finds that Sheila was sane at the time of the killing.
Sheila LaBarre is found guilty of the murders of both Michael DeLoge and Kenny County. She eventually confessed. But were there others? What about the men that came and went on the farm that nobody saw ever again? Certainly, other gruesome evidence was discovered.
This is 100 acres of pasture and forest, and this ended up being the biggest police search in state history. They patrolled as much of it as they could, looking for any evidence of a crime, maybe bones that or the remains that had been scattered someplace. You know, they couldn't find anything except a pair of human toes. You know, one of the things later about the human toes was that they didn't belong to Kenny, and they didn't belong to Michael DeLoge. So, who is it?
It's worth underlining, human bones found on the farm were not those of the two men that Sheila LaBarre had been convicted of killing.
We don't know how many victims are truly out there that may have come across the paths of Sheila.
On this farmhouse, turns out that Sheila killed twice, possibly 3 times.
We don't know how many victims that are out there that Sheila actually was able to suck into her web.
We know that Michael DeLoge was killed. We know that Kenneth County was killed. But what about some of those other guys that were spotted going to the farm but were never seen leaving it? It's hard to say.
So somewhere out there, there's probably another missing person, somebody that was one of society's vulnerable people.
Sheila LaBarre had suffered an abusive childhood at the hands of men, including her father. She grew to become a woman who men found attractive, but her outward appearance did not speak to what was going on inside Sheila's mind. Her looks were simply a way of giving her control, for getting what she wanted.
So she's good at manipulating people. So someone asks for a companion, she sends sexy photos. She's able to move in, she's able to kind of keep somebody under her control to the point that everything that he has is left to her. Then later on, she has someone else move in, someone whose mother is so concerned that she's calling the police, yet she's able to say to his mom, do you know what? He's under my control now.
LaBarre was given 2 life sentences. She will never be released. Wilfred LaBarre's life was never the same after he allowed Sheila into it. Michael DeLoge's life was taken by her, Kenny County's too.
She looked at him as somebody that society wouldn't miss. She didn't count on that mother's love.
How she could have taken a human life and did what she did to him and laugh at it. He was somebody's child. He was my child.
Police home in on a phone signal. Will they be in time to save a missing couple?
This shipping container had several padlocks, chains, really bolted shut this place. So they spent a long time cutting through all this metal to actually get into the container.
They can hear someone inside. Is it a woman who's been missing for 2 months?
What's causing the banging? So you're there on that farm to look for a body and to hear that banging. Oh my God, are we going to find Kayla or Charlie alive?
Just a girl, just a girl. How are you, honey? This is bolt cutters.
As they free her, they want to know where her boyfriend is.
The gentleman on the line said, Mr. Carver, we found Kayla. And my first question to him was, where's my son? His response was, we haven't found him yet.
The rescue had taken place on the land of a respected real estate agent, Todd Colehep.
You might as well tattoo USA, All-American, all across his forehead. He would look like your all-American, successful, 30-something-year-old man with a good business.
But Todd Colehep was not what he seemed. He'd killed at least 7 times. Who, when, and where?
I was not meaning to hit the mom. I prefer not to shoot women if I can. And I refuse to shoot a kid.
As one of his kidnap and rape victims sat opposite him in court, she, the judge, and the jury were trying to get inside the mind of a serial killer. Like any other day when dealing with clients at his real estate firm, Todd Colehep is trying to be helpful. This conversation, though, is about kidnapping.
I still got a kidnapping charge. It ain't going nowhere.
It's a conversation about rape.
But I had her cuffed, and she wouldn't go anywhere.
And it's a conversation about murder.
So then you shot him how many times? Shot him twice. Okay. In the chest. Okay. He dropped forward. When he dropped forward, I went around him and put another one through his spinal column.
Todd Colehep is no ordinary home salesman.
Colehep comes out of the garage, shoots Charlie Carver 3 times in the chest. He drops dead there. He ends up burying Charlie in another shallow grave.
It's a hard thing to accept that your son is gone.
What made the prisoner sitting opposite cops in Spartanburg, South Carolina, the man he was? Linda Papadopoulos has been seeking the truth about the mind of Todd Colehep. From the start, his is not an encouraging life story.
So Todd Colehep's case is really interesting because what we find is very early in childhood, a certain deviancy.
Todd Colehep, extensive history, a very unique life. He was born in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, before moving to Spartanburg with his mom. And from a very early age, court records show that he had a pretty troubling childhood.
Even as young as in the nursery school age, Todd Colehep was violent. People were afraid of this child.
Some reports will say things like, well, he was very difficult at school. He get into trouble. He had behavioral problems. And that's, I think, something that you hear about a lot of kids. What you don't hear is about young kids being involved in hurting animals, in killing them.
An early favorite pastime of Todd the infant, torturing pets.
There's records indicating that he bleached a goldfish because he wanted a gerbil, meaning like he actually poured Clorox onto a goldfish to torture and kill the goldfish.
Police agencies, detectives need to be keenly aware of the animal crimes that take place around them.
He shot pellet guns at dogs.
Anytime you have a child that is purposely and intentionally hurting an animal, whether it's a dog, a family pet, or a wild animal, anytime you see a child that can torture and maim and derive pleasure from seeing death, it's a huge red flag.
His childhood was far from settled. In fact, he was not, at first, a Colehep.
He was uprooted several times. His mom was married and remarried several times. His birth father divorced his mom at a very young age. And then when she remarried, his stepfather adopted him legally. So that's why he became Todd Kohlhepp. He was born Todd Samsel.
As Todd Kohlhepp, his behavior did not improve.
He punched holes in his walls, he shredded his clothing. Teachers from his early classes in school would report just pretty abnormal behavior.
What's happening here is an emerging picture of a young sociopath.
It's not as if the authorities weren't trying to do something about Todd.
He was sent to a mental institution in the hopes that they could reform him, that they could help him. Why is his brain wired this way? He was eventually released from the mental institution, and he's out. Looks like a normal teenager.
What you don't hear is about young kids being involved in aggressively destroying property that belongs to others and belongs to them. So we know that very early on, Todd Kohlhepp is displaying many of the issues that you would see in a psychopath later on in life.
The worrying child took until he was just 11 before he was hooked on pornographic magazines. By 15, he was enacting his darkest fantasies.
There's a 14-year-old girl, and there's Todd Kohlhepp, 15 years old. His weapon of choice this time is a firearm. He abducts this 14-year-old girl at gunpoint, brings him back to his own house, ties her up with duct tape, wraps that tape around her mouth, and she's helpless, and he sexually assaults her. He threatens her family, he threatens to kill them, and she believes him. She can see the look in his eyes. She has seen what he has done to her. She truly believes Todd is going to kill her family.
The idea that Todd is capable of such a violent act at such a young age, combined with the fact that we know about his other acts before that as a child, is really starting to build up a picture of somebody that not only can't empathize with others' pain, but actually seeks it out and is beginning also to have a complicated relationship with sex and dominance and sex and violence.
It was all there, the red flags as police call them, that Todd Kohlhepp would one day kill. For now, he'd have to wait, because after his conviction for abduction, he was sent away for a long time.
He has to be listed as a sex offender, but he goes, as a 15-year-old child, he goes to the man jail.
Whilst inside, he begins taking courses, equipping himself to be Todd Kohlhepp Mark II.
During that 15 years in prison, he's gotten smart. He is smart enough that he's gone to college. He's obtained knowledge. He has recreated himself. He has performed as a prisoner what society and what prison reformists would think is a model prisoner. And at age 30, he gets released once again into the world.
Once he came back to Spartanburg, he lived a seemingly very normal life. He went to school, got a degree.
He has completely changed who he was, at least on the outside. But that evil, that violent monster was still within.
After getting a job as a graphic designer, Todd is able to indulge two post-prison passions: collecting guns and motorbikes.
He had several BMWs, motorcycles, would brag often about the amount of guns and firearms and ammunition he had been collecting.
2 years after the reformed Todd Kohlhepp was freed, something very bad happened in Spartanburg. Todd Kohlhepp may have appeared rewired for the better since his juvenile days, but he wasn't. He was a killer.
I just remember standing there, and it was a tearful plea to the judge, but I just looked over there at him and wanted him to know, or what a great person that he took out. Charlie would have gave you the shirt off his back.
As he drove his motorbike along Interstate 85 in South Carolina, Todd Kohlhepp was heading for Chesney, a town with a motorcycle shop.
On November 6, 2003, that date became known as one of the most notorious homicide cases in Spartanburg County. It all happened at Superbike Motorsports, which was a pretty popular motorcycle dealer and shop there in Chesney, South Carolina. And at the time, on this date, 4 people were working there. So it was Scott Ponder, who was the owner, Brian Lucas, who was the shop manager, Beverly Guy, who was Scott's mother and also the bookkeeper there, and then Chris Sherbert, who was a mechanic there. So the 4 of them were working there that day, and all 4 were executed, shot and killed right there in the store.
They knew Todd Kohlhepp.
He's a frequent visitor there, often discusses different parts of a motorcycle and different activities, and this was his hobby. He was well known in this shop, and they liked him. However, this one time, Todd went into the shop, and they disrespected him because Todd wasn't as knowledgeable as those workers. See, Todd's persona in his conversations, he tried to portray himself to those workers inside that motorcycle shop as someone he was not. Todd revealed some things that actually stood out, and they called him out on it.
Tell me from the very beginning about Superbikes.
Got there, not everybody was there. Went and sat on a few bikes, did my usual, basically stuck for time, and doing my best to make sure that the paying customers were not there. Collateral damage is not cool.
Sat on a few bikes stalling for time to make sure
Customers were not there. This was during the time, as you know, that it was not busy. I chose time that was not after work, when I would have a lot of people in there. Did not want to shoot other people.
And because they called him out, Todd felt like that small little kid again. He felt angry, and that little demon inside of him that could blow up fish and destroy animals and tear them apart limb by limb came out.
He decided to take his revenge. On the day he arrived, secretly armed, Kohlhepp did not just want to kill, but to wipe out the staff and anyone else who got in the way.
I cleared it in under 30 seconds.
You what now?
I cleared that building in under 30 seconds. You guys would have been proud. I'm sorry, but you guys would have been proud.
All 4 were executed, shot and killed right there in the store.
And in just a matter of seconds, Todd Kohlhepp executed 4 people.
Beverly and Chris were found inside the store. Scott Ponder and Brian Lucas were both found outside the store, just outside the front door in the front parking lot.
Did anybody, as they were falling, did they look at you? Did they face you? Did they say anything to you? Was there any conversation, don't, please, whatever? No, sir. With any of this? I don't remember hearing any of that. I will tell you that once I was engaged.
Okay.
So it's like, at that point, it's almost like a video game. It's not a game, but it's almost like you're focused on, you've been there, sir. You know what I'm talking about.
Suspects, not Todd, were interviewed, but despite a police campaign for information, the case went cold. 9 years would pass before Todd Kohlhepp would make his revelations about what had happened at the motorbike shop at Chesney.
I'm saying, see, I did not want to shoot.
I didn't want to shoot other customers.
Kohlhepp may have been happy to brag about it when eventually arrested, but in 2003, he remained beyond suspicion. Indeed, he set about the complete rebranding of Todd Mark II. He wanted to become a businessman, buying and selling houses. For that, he needed a license, and he wrote a letter to the South Carolina Real Estate Commission, apparently confessing to some of his early crimes, but decidedly playing down the incident which led him to spend 15 years behind bars.
This letter, I think, is so telling. It's kind of coming clean. Yes, it was a rape, but actually, if you think about it, it's more like a lover's tiff. We got into an argument and things got out of control, and I was a kid. So you begin to see him trying to manipulate perceptions about him. And again, I think he's a master of this.
He was just 15, he said. He'd confronted his girlfriend about two-timing him. They'd gone back to his house rather than shout in the street. Yes, he had a gun, one which he'd never fired. It was his simply because he wanted to defend himself against gangs. The out-of-court plea bargain, which left him on the sex register rather than guilty of rape, that was never mentioned.
This horrible incident that we see back in his childhood, age 15, is something that, people will read the letter where he explained it and think, you know what, he was right. It was a blip, it was, awful that it happened, but look, he's been rehabilitated, he's better. But of course, that's not the case.
But it works. Todd C. Kohlhepp, age 33, had used his powers of manipulation to gain respectability.
It's actually scarily impressive. So what we find is that he sets about reinventing himself. He gets a real estate license. He then becomes interested in flying. He gets a pilot's license. He's a successful member of the community.
And from there, we just see him really digging into his professional life. He eventually opened his own company, TKA Real Estate. He was the lead broker, and he had almost a dozen agents working under him, selling houses for him and everything.
By 2015, Todd Kohlhepp seemed set. The real estate business had been kind to him. He was the go-to guy when it came to buying and selling homes around Spartanburg, Anderson, and Woodruff in South Carolina.
He looked like everyday an American. He looked like that person that you would want to be your neighbor. That's what makes him so scary.
Todd had bought a big house himself and a 100-acre farm. Some of his neighbors found something unnerving about him. He seemed obsessed about guns.
Some neighbors down in Woodruff, where he had that massive property, they would hear gunshots every night. Hundreds of rounds of ammunition. So they were only left wondering, what's going on down there? There must be a lot of target practice if that's the case. He also spent a lot of time down there. So when he wasn't working, he was down there in the evenings at the property, just kind of doing whatever he did down there. So those were a couple of signs where I think in the public eye, you'd start to wonder, what is it about this guy? There's got to be more to him.
Occasionally, Todd Kohlhepp advertised for help. On one occasion, a couple called Johnny Joe Coxey and Megan Lee Coxey turned up for an interview. This might be a nice job to supplement their income.
Many real estate agents or real estate firms, they will hire people to stage a house, get it ready for sale. Or they hire people to clean up existing homes so they can get it ready to sell. Todd advertised for a job for people to come and help him be his cleaners. So this unsuspecting couple went and met Todd at Todd's farm. This was a nice area. It was a lot of land out there.
What was there to be fearful of as they pitched up at Todd's farm? Mr. Kohlhepp seemed such a nice guy.
From a sociological point of view, we have indicators of success, and success makes us feel safe. So if someone has a big house and a good job and a nice car, well, those aren't traits that you typically associate with a psychopathic murderer. Those are traits that make you feel safe. If this person is out there and is saying, well, look, I need someone to come and help me clean the house or help with the gardening, well, clearly they're successful enough. Clearly they have the right interpersonal skills. And I think it's because of this that Todd never really raises any serious alarm bells.
But Todd was still the little boy who would throw a tantrum if anyone got on the wrong side of him, and he was prepared to use extreme violence to sexually dominate and/or kill. The Coxeys were in deep trouble.
Kohlhepp had met the Coxeys, met Megan Coxey first, and had invited them both to his property.
As they arrived at Todd's farm, something happened.
Todd claimed that Johnny pulled a knife on him.
And that's when Johnny pulled a knife out.
What'd you do with his knife?
Oh no, I don't keep that kind of crap.
You just threw it out?
Yeah, that's right.
Kohlhepp claimed the couple, who had a criminal record, were trying to rip him off.
What did she do when Johnny pulled the knife out? What did she say?
Nothing.
So you think she was planning on the planning of this?
I think she entirely was in the plan of it. Okay. There was no, oh shit,
yeah.
Johnny, what are you doing? There was none of that. This was, she knew he was doing that. They saw a guy who had a shitload of money, driving a car they can't afford, and they were going to get something.
And the events that unraveled was a complete nightmare.
So then you shot him how many times?
Shot him twice in the chest.
Okay.
He dropped forward. I went around him and put another one through his spinal column.
Okay, and you shot her?
Not exactly.
Not exactly. He had other plans for Megan.
He shoots and kills Johnny and takes Megan Coxey captive.
He forces her into a locked-up container that he owned.
Tied her up, left her there, while I tried to figure out what to... I didn't know what to do with it, man.
Right.
Got rid of Johnny, came back, left her there, went and got food, fed the girl.
Fed her after she tried to rob you?
Man, what are you gonna do with her? I don't want to shoot her.
Her husband dead, Megan Coxey at his mercy. Todd Kohlhepp armed, and no stranger to killing. Megan Coxey does not have much to defend herself as she's locked in a container by Todd Kohlhepp. She does have a lighter.
She tried to light my damn building on fire. Do you know how?
In the back of what building?
The Connex.
He holds her there for about a week. This is near Christmas of 2015.
Mostly just left her the hell alone. I didn't know what to do with her, and then she kept burning shit. I come in and all of a sudden find that she burnt her blanket and she burnt this. She's sitting next to 100,000 rounds of ammo. Love of God, please stop burning shit. If that thing goes off, do you know what that would do to a neighborhood?
So after a short while, Megan tries to get out, and she puts up a struggle with Todd.
Mistake. Kohlhepp knew only one way to deal with someone putting up a fight. He shot Megan in the head, and it's likely she died instantly.
At that point, he had killed Johnny and Megan Coxey, both of which their bodies were found buried in shallow graves on his property.
The couple were reported missing, but weeks of appeals yielded nothing. Todd Kohlhepp carried on with his business, using Facebook to sell houses, LinkedIn to boast of his success.
While the people that know him face to face, for all intents and purposes, see him as perfectly respectful, his social media site starts to display something that you don't see when you meet him.
If the front behind which Todd Kohlhepp hid the fact that he was still a torturer, a murderer, had worked to allow him to kill and most probably rape again, what was stopping him doing it all over again?
We know that he's already kidnapped and killed one couple, Johnny and Megan. And he's done this by putting out an ad and saying, look, I need someone to come and help me take care of the house. I need a cleaner, I need someone out in the garden. And he does this, gets away with it, so he decides to do it again. And Carla Brown and Charlie Carver respond to the ad in the paper. And that's what the beginning of the end is for Todd Kohlhepp.
It was the beginning of the end for a young man called Charlie Carver.
Charlie was a good kid growing up. Wanted to go out, make an honest living, honest day's pay.
One weekend, Charlie met a young lady. The relationship blossomed. Her name was Kayla Brown.
Charlie and Kayla, they met through Kayla's mom, became friends, and just kind of stayed friends, for a year or so. And Kayla was, there, and they were basically just friends. And then eventually, I guess it led to them dating.
On a hot summer's weekend afternoon, Charlie brought Kayla back to meet his dad.
I really didn't meet Kayla until the Saturday before they went missing on August the 31st. That was the first time I met Kayla. And when I talked to Charlie's mom, I'd asked her how long had they been going out, and she said she had only met Kayla once. So, you know, we got to talking, and, you know, they'd probably only been dating just a couple of months.
Missing. The couple had gone missing. Nobody saw or heard from the couple for 5 days. What had happened to them?
Texted him, called him for days. And then on that Sunday, his mom went ahead and filed a police report and reported him missing.
And Charlie's own mother filed a missing persons report. And in that report and in the conversation, it was known that they were going to meet somebody about a job.
They'd set off for the job on August 31st.
Kohlhepp asked Kayla and her boyfriend Charlie to come to the property in Woodruff to help clean. This was primarily to help him clean up the land there outside. He wanted them to make some paths for him and clean up some pathways for him.
On arrival, Kohlhepp set about his work.
Unfortunately for Charlie, he was killed probably in those first few hours.
The way that Todd operates really gives some insight into how au fait he was with control and manipulation. The first thing he does after kidnapping these couples is to shoot, well, the strongest party, right, is to shoot the other man. And I think this accomplishes two things. I think on the one hand, he has less of a challenge there, someone who he doesn't outweigh by 50 pounds and doesn't, you know, outrank by, you know, 5 or 6 inches. But the other thing that it does is he ensures that he tells the women he's not playing around. So they better feel intimidated, they better feel scared, and most importantly, they better not challenge him.
Kayla is at his mercy. As he had with Megan, he throws her into his container. Somewhere nearby, her phone is left discarded. It becomes vital in what's to happen next.
Kayla had a cell phone. As a detective, one of the first things you would do in this kind of case is order the cell phone records. Now, one would think that you would be able to declare an emergency. There were really no signs that an emergency was happening at this point, so you're having to rely on court orders, warrants, or subpoenas. Telephone companies can take as much as 6 to 8 weeks before you get those records back.
In the 9 weeks which followed the disappearance of Kayla, all hell would be brought to her life. Kohlhepp buried Charlie's body, showed Kayla where, the better to control her. Meanwhile, the police and the families of the couple were desperately searching for them.
For at least the first 30 days, you know, we would just cover roads, rural roads, looking for a car that was wrecked off the side of the road. Park on the road, go down an embankment, you know, do anything that looked out of place. Our car could be hid up under, you know, if it went underneath brush or whatever. Charlie's mom and her husband, they did the same thing that we were doing. So we cover more roads around the county. Because, you know, at that time, that's what we thought had happened.
They were not to know that Charlie was dead, or the chilling ordeal that Kayla was being put through. She'd been chained in his container, forced to become the sex slave of Todd Kohlhepp.
There were some things inside that shipping container, little bed area, boxes, some things for storage, a lot of ammunition and firearms, but he chains her up in there.
When you look at the way that he acted, it's truly chilling. Every day, he would go home around the same time, around 4 o'clock, take out Kayla Brown from the container, take her into the house, rape her, then put her back, and go on with his day, and repeat the same thing over and over again. So there's a ritualism around it.
Todd used fear with Kayla, not only physical torture, but mental torture, describing how he was good, good at taking life, good at killing people. That would keep the fear factor. Can you imagine being chained up and the person holding you hostage is telling you how much they enjoy killing and how good they are at killing people?
There's probably this almost obsessive element around it, right? So kind of this comfort in scratching this itch, this comfort in having this release. Indeed, there must have been a serious high gotten, not just of the sexual gratification, but of the ability to impose your will, to subjugate somebody to that extent. And if we think back to those early days when he was just a child and acting on animals the way that he was acting on human beings, you can see almost how this escalated.
After some weeks, the phone company was able to supply detectives with the data from Kayla's phone.
Using Kayla's phone number, the detectives are able to what's called pinging, look at the cell phone towers. And it basically is a triangulation. And they know that somewhere within a 3-mile radius of the last cell phone tower that Kayla's phone hit will be Kayla's phone. And so they start the search. And where they start is the closest area near this cell phone tower.
And it narrowed their search down to that area in Woodruff where Kohlhepp had purchased and was developing that 96-acre property. Quickly, they traced the property back to the owner, who was Kohlhepp at the time. So that leads us to November 3rd, 2016. On this day, there's a team of law enforcement officers who go to the property in Woodruff where Kayla Brown was being held captive.
Kayla had no idea anyone was searching for her. She could simply hope and pray. Kohlhepp had murdered her boyfriend in front of her, showed her where he was buried, and then where he had buried Johnny and Megan Coxey. Kayla expected to be killed, not rescued. Detectives expected the same fate. They arrived at the site where the phone ping had led them, Todd Kohlhepp's farm.
I would expect to find a dead body, because my training has told me on typical abductions and kidnappings, if you don't find them in the first 48 to 72 hours, the more time that goes on, the higher probability that they're dead. And in any case, most abductions, people are killed in the first 6 hours if it's going to be an abduction where a death is going to occur. So my heart would be racing.
What would detectives find inside the container on the farm of Todd Kohlhepp? This is the moment Kayla Brown was rescued. Detectives' hopes were raised as they battled to get inside because of what was not there.
So as those doors are ripped open, what would stand out? No smell. It's a farm, a small shed with no smell, and you have the banging. What's causing the banging? So when you're thinking you're there on that farm to find a body, to hear that banging, oh my God, are we going to find Kayla or Charlie alive?
Just a girl. Just a girl, just a girl. How are you, honey? This is bolt cutters. This is our best friend. He's a paramedic, sweetheart. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to get you out of there, okay?
Kayla is indeed alive. She has a chain, like a dog chain, a thick chain wrapped around her neck. She can't really move too long, and the detectives and the police are able to rescue her. What is discovered shortly thereafter, unfortunately, Charlie was murdered.
Do you know where your buddy is?
Charlie?
Yes.
He shot him.
He shot him?
Who
did? Douche.
Todd Kohlhepp shot Charlie Carver 3 times in the chest, wrapped him in a blue tarp, put him in the bucket of the tractor, locked me down here, and I never seen him again.
Charlie was murdered that very first day. You see, Todd didn't need Charlie. He wanted Kayla. He made Kayla her chained up sex slave. He did to Kayla anything and everything that he wanted to do. He gained pleasure from torturing her as well as doing other horrible, horrendous acts that one can't even think of.
We're gonna step you out, sweet.
Charlie Carver had been shot almost immediately he arrived at the property. A detective called his father.
The gentleman on the line told me, he said, Mr. Carver, we need to talk. We found Kayla. And I just remember thinking, wow. You know, I mean, because at that point, my first question to him was, where's my son? And his response was, we haven't found him yet.
Kayla led police to a shallow grave, that of Charlie Carver.
Just didn't seem real. The whole conversation, you're thinking, no, it can't be. You get to that point, you're denying it, you know. You got to show me, you got to prove to me that you know without a doubt that it's him. You know, and they were going off of a couple of tattoos that he had and things of that nature. That's how they identified him. It's a hard thing to accept, that your son is gone.
Based on the information,
Todd Colehep was not on the farm. Detectives notify a second team that had tracked down where he might be, at his home.
After they find Kayla, they alert the other team that is with Colehep in his house, questioning him about Kayla's disappearance and their connection with him hiring her to help with the houses. At that point, they communicate with each other saying, we found Kayla, and the investigators with Colehep ultimately arrest him there.
we have Kayla. Excuse me? We have Kayla in your property. She was locked in a container, okay? She has told us that you shot and killed Charlie. Then go ahead and put him in the back of your car. Sir.
His arrest had put an end to the killing, but the grieving for victims' relatives was only just beginning.
We went into the bond hearing, you know, they sat us down, told us don't make eye contact. You can't say anything, you can't do anything. They walk him in, and the only thing between me and him was a row of chairs. And I'm thinking, what can I do, or how quick can I jump over this row of chairs, and how long before they pull me off of him? You know, that was my first initial reaction.
Colehep is confronted by detectives in an interview room. For hours, he'd refused to talk, but suddenly he changed his mind and reveals where other bodies are buried, those of Johnny and Megan Coxey.
Todd leads the detectives right then to another couple that came onto his property seeking a job that Todd had reached out to, and he did the exact same with them. The man was discarded quickly. The woman was kept around until eventually she wasn't needed anymore.
I told her I wasn't going to touch her, wasn't going to rape her, wasn't going to do her. Just calm the hell down and let me sort this shit out.
But more astounding revelations were still to come.
Eventually, he sits down with investigators and confesses to being the shooter responsible for that quadruple homicide at the motorcycle store in Chesney.
Todd starts telling them about the bike shop, that he's the one responsible for the slayings of the 4 people. As a detective, that would be one of your life bonuses in a career. Probably the detectives were shocked, blown away that Todd would admit and confess to that crime, which is so different than the crimes that took place on his property. So what kind of person were we dealing with?
He had not even been a suspect in the Chesney slaughter.
So now he's looking at 7 bodies to his name.
It's under interrogation that Todd Colehep confesses. He confesses to the murder of Johnny and Megan Coxey. He confesses to the murder of Charlie Carver. And he confesses to something nobody even linked him with in any way, which was the quadruple homicide committed years earlier.
At that time, all 3, manager, owner, and the mom, they were in the back and were coming this way to figure out what had happened.
Why the confession? He is showing who's in charge, dominating.
He's caught, and he wants you to know that he was much better at this, that he duped you for years, that he was able to kill not one person, but he's responsible for the murder of 7 people.
Todd is confessing to crimes because he's getting a thrill at watching the detectives learn from him. He wants to show that he's good at something. He's the expert at killing, and he got away with it. And the cops are inquiring why, how, and they become the students. And Todd gets that thrill out of teaching and educating the cops just how he got away with the crimes he got away with.
All of a sudden I had 3 people in front of me. I dropped the nearest. Mom was the closest, and I shot her 2 to 3 times in the chest.
He wants the police to know this. And I think the reason he wants them to know this is because this feeds into the true thing that he values about his identity. And I think that's being able to manipulate and hide and conceal, and to be better at that than your average sociopath.
Did a tactical reload and dropped the other one. That was a very fast reload.
Todd Kohlhepp's childhood was pockmarked with instability and littered with wrongdoing, but the man he became was stable enough to rebuild his life whilst in prison, taking a degree. He went 12 years without committing a crime, evidence that he knew right from wrong, and enough for Charles Carver never to forgive him for taking away his son.
Charlie would have gave you the shirt off his back. He would have gave you his last few dollars, whatever he had, if you needed it. And for him to take him out the way he did was terrible. There's right and wrong, and everybody knows what's right and everybody knows what's wrong. You choose to do what you do.
Kohlhepp pleaded guilty to the murders that he had boasted of. His confession and cooperation with the police became part of a plea bargain. There would be no death sentence. He was given in 2017 7 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. In 2018, Kayla Brown initiated proceedings against him in a civil court, bringing the couple together in the same room for the first time since Kayla had been chained and tortured by him. She and others are seeking damages from Kohlhepp. He was the serial killer who could sail from a port undetected, who could arrive at another city unsuspected, able to target another victim. A serial killer who's a moving target can be hard to find. Was that serial killer Richard Dorrough?
Part of the inquiry was to monitor where Dorrough had been throughout his service in the Navy.
Dorrough's career as a naval seaman allowed him to travel from port to port.
As a sailor, he was in Perth one day, the following week he was in Sydney, the following month he was in New Zealand.
And he became almost ghost-like. He was elusive. He was a stranger in every town that he visited.
And in every town he was capable of killing before moving on. Until he settled in a suburb of Perth, Western Australia, where Richard Dorrough saw the light.
He found religion, we think, joining the Jehovah's Witnesses.
By then, Richard Dorrough was hiding a lot of secrets. He would one day deliver a note which revealed some of his ugly truths. But to this day, the full truth is still to be uncovered as investigators try to get inside the mind of a serial killer. The sea is sometimes slow to give up its secrets. The tragic stories it's witnessed remain untold. Locked deep beneath its waves, the truth can be kept prisoner. When Richard Dorrough sat down to carefully choose what would be his final words, he revealed only so much of his days as a sailor in the Australian Navy. But he wrote enough to torture those left behind, those who would wonder till they die what happened to loved ones whose lives had been ended, probably, but not certainly, by Richard Dorrough.
He commits suicide. He goes to a gun range, turns the gun on himself, and shoots himself. But not before leaving a suicide note.
In the suicide note, he stated that he'd been involved in the death of 3 women, but he didn't name the women and he didn't nominate the location where the women had died.
When you read the letter, it's full of I's. I'm doing this to be a better person. I'm doing this to get it off my conscience. I'm doing this because I need to let you know. There's this conflict within the letter between this person that he wants to be and ultimately the person that he is.
It seems cruel that he didn't reveal the names of his victims in his suicide note.
Cruel because by not naming who he had killed, the newly converted Jehovah's Witness had confessed enough to leave torment as well as grief behind.
His confession, written in a notebook and posted to his then girlfriend, said, "I did kill 3 times and it's the hardest thing to live with while trying to become a witness."
Was that all part of a mind game played by Richard Dorrough? He'd also left behind a trail taking in a continent, because detectives can't be certain where he killed. Understanding the mind and investigating the actions of Richard Dorrough was a task for a Western Australian coroner in 2016, as he tried to answer a 20-year-old mystery. What had happened to Sarah Lee Davey?
Young, 21 years old, Aboriginal girl, had been staying with relatives, and apparently the last time she was seen, she told her relatives that she was going out. She went to pick up a handbag and she went to a bar.
The bar was in the small, beautiful coastal town of Broome.
About 2,000 kilometres north of Perth. Very beautiful, stunning beaches.
To this day, a former detective in the homicide squad in Western Australia can't be certain what happened to the girl who simply disappeared from Broome one day. Sarah Lee Davey.
Sarah Lee lived at the peninsula, and she used to come down most weekends and knock around with her friends.
She was seen in bars, having drinks with friends.
On that particular occasion, she'd come down to Broome. She'd been to a hotel, and I think she went to a nightclub, which was an extension of one of the hotels.
It's called the Nippon Inn and was one of the few places offering late-night entertainment back then, 1997. That same weekend, an Australian Navy vessel, HMAS Geelong, docked in Broome, and 19-year-old seaman Richard Dorrough went on shore in search of a good time.
And that's where we think she met Richard Dorrough.
By the time that he met Sarah Lee, she was on her own. She would have known nothing of Dorrough's past. Richard Dorrough had grown up in an abusive environment.
We know that he was born in Bundaberg, which is in Queensland, Australia. He was born in March of 1977, and he had a terribly difficult start in life. He was sexually and physically abused by a family friend.
Abuse that continued over many years.
This would have had an immense impact on his own ability to cope with life, his self-esteem, his mental health, all of these things.
And it's pretty clear that what unfolded later, that's where the seed was sown of that violence.
I think one of the most horrific aspects of abuse is that it usually is done by someone who you know and you feel you should trust. So as a consequence of that, your ability to feel safe, to ever feel safe, is completely gone.
What he suffered may have been when Dorrough was younger, but abuse has a slow fuse.
We do know that there's a substantial amount of clinical evidence that that young kids that experience this will have a really hard time later on. We know they have higher levels of depression and anxiety, are much more likely to abuse substances. So traumas in childhood we're learning more about every day, but we certainly know that they're potentially harmful throughout the lifespan.
By the mid-90s, Doro had taken a momentous decision which would impact on towns and cities throughout the coastal zones of Australia and New Zealand. Was it then he began to sow the seeds of murder and of mystery?
He joins the Australian Navy. In some ways, it makes perfect sense. You kind of leave what's wrong, you go away. But when what's wrong is something that you've experienced internally, is it something you can actually run away from? Because don't forget, he doesn't run away to resolve it, to address it. He just runs away.
On board ship, his inappropriate attitude to women was clear for all to see.
We know that there's some sort of altercation with a girlfriend. He's 17, don't forget. And he's gotten the girl pregnant, and this altercation is so severe that he's reprimanded by his superiors in the Navy. So we're beginning to see these little bits of antisocial behavior quite early on.
He was described by some fellow sailors as immature. He was far from popular.
Most of his colleagues were a little bit, they were reticent about him. They described him as a compulsive liar. They couldn't trust him. There was just a bad feeling about him. He had a nickname, Bambi, which, makes you think perhaps he had big brown eyes like a deer. But what is known is that his colleagues didn't like him. They were suspicious of him. They felt that he was odd. The response to the people that worked with him was not warm at all.
Whilst a seaman on the HMAS Geelong, Doro would have plenty of time on his hands. As he lay on his bunk, he would fantasise about what he might get up to at the next port of call. In January of 1997, his boat moored in Broome, and it was then that Seaman Doro headed for a club he'd been told about and met Sarah Lee. The couple seemed to hit it off. They left together. Nothing untoward was spotted.
There was CCTV, I think, at the nightclub, and to the best of my recollection, it didn't show anything.
A young 21-year-old woman who meets, a cute 19-year-old sailor who happens to be around for a night or two. They meet at a club, they hit it off. He looked normal, he was actually, pleasant looking, and so they go off.
Western Australia-based journalist Sonia Voigt has been piecing together the evidence in the story of Richard Doro and his encounters with women who either go missing or are killed.
The pair are believed to have left in a taxi together and travelled to the wharf where HMAS Geelong was moored.
Doro walked back to the ship. He walked past the gangway that went upon the deck where there was another seaman at the top of the deck, saw him and a young lady.
Doro told shipmates that they were going to have sex. The pair walked out of sight.
They walked to the end of the pier, which was in the darkness.
Another HMAS Geelong sailor called Dean Fraser saw Doro.
When he came back, the same sailor, Dean Fraser, reported that he had scratches on his face, that Doro had scratches on his face. And he didn't just ignore it, he asked him what happened. And Doro shrugged apparently and said, she didn't want to have sex with me and she's gone now.
There were others who saw the couple that night too.
There was a reported noise, and then Doro walked back and went up the gangplank and went on board the boat.
And that was the last time that Sarah Lee was seen alive. And to this day, she remains on Australia's list of missing persons.
What happened that night by the sea in Broome? Had Sarah Lee Davey become the first of those killed by Richard Doro? The ones that he'd written of in his 2016 suicide note. Police in Western Australia now know that Richard Doro has confessed to killing 3 times, but was one of his victims Sarah Lee Davey? Detectives have been able to prove that Sarah Lee had been with Richard Dorrow for much of that night.
There was certainly no doubt, because the sailor that was at the top of the gangway certainly said it was Dorrow that went past, and the friends that Sarah had been with that night certainly confirmed that she had been with him.
The morning after the couple had been together, Dorrow shipped out.
The HMAS Geelong left port then and headed back out to sea and towards Darwin.
Richard Dorrow had been in Broome just one evening, and he had left behind him a mystery. The day after being seen in a bar with Richard Dorrow, some of Sarah Lee's friends noticed that she wasn't around, but that wasn't unusual.
She's young, she's partying, she goes missing, nobody notices.
Effectively, it seemed to be part of her lifestyle at the age of 21, and so nobody was really worried.
It was several days later when the family of Sarah Lee Davey, who'd not been in Broome at the same time as Sarah Lee, returned. They soon reported her missing. Detective Paul Ferguson flew up from Perth to Broome to lead the hunt for Sarah Lee. The community was immediately helpful.
You know, when we went up there was a hovercraft working tourism up there, you know, even to the extent where the fella up there donated the hovercraft and his time and did all of the shores and all in the harbour. And Broome is, you know, a tourist centre, but even the community felt the pain that the family were going through, and there was a hell of a lot of support by the local community to try and assist where they could.
It was clear something had happened.
When Sarah Lee was reported missing, and there was some concern in relation to the fact that she hadn't accessed a bank account and other bits and pieces, the detectives took it on as a suspected death.
As they tried to clear up the mystery, detectives were interested to hear from the young sailor that she'd been seen with. The Geelong was now in Darwin.
Durham was certainly without a doubt the person of interest that we try to focus on, and the investigation also then looked at his time in the service, where else he had been, whether there was any other incidents where he'd been.
Officers flew to Darwin to meet up with him.
They got up there, they made arrangements to interview him. He reported sick, and the medical team up in Darwin within the Navy said he wasn't fit to be interviewed.
Eventually, he did allow himself to be questioned, but not for long.
And midway through the interview, he got upset and the interview was terminated.
Dorrow gave nothing away. The police had wanted answers to questions. When the appeals were made for information about the missing Sarah Lee, more locals came forward to report what they had seen and heard that night. Dorrow was most definitely in the frame.
There were witnesses that heard yelling and screaming from the wharf that night. There was a local fisherman, and he said he heard a female yelling, "Get off me," and words such as, "What are you doing?"
Dorrow had said yes, he had been with Sarah Lee, but they had gone their separate ways. It was hard to believe him. He offered no explanation for the scratches on his face, but there simply was not enough evidence to prove a case against Richard Dorrow, who was subjected to further questioning, this time by the Navy.
It's not long after this that his behavior is causing so much concern by those around him that he's asked to see a psychiatrist and get an evaluation.
Dorrow was referred for psychological assessment, and he admitted to alcohol and cannabis abuse.
That evaluation is very telling. So they note that he's had a substance abuse and misuse with both drugs and alcohol, but they also critically note that he's displaying quite severe antisocial behaviours, and also that he scores highly on a trait that they call amorality, where he sees the world as a dangerous place, as a place that rejects him, and therefore he begins to enact that upon the world himself. In fact, one of the lines in the report says that there's an expectation that this young man would be prone to angry outbursts.
All of that may be true, but it did not prove him to be a killer, leaving the community back in Broome in limbo. A limbo that would last decades.
Any regional centre that has a major incident, whether it be a fatality or a homicide, something like that, has an impact on everyone in the town.
Dorro's final letter has not helped clear up the mystery. Something had happened that night by the sea involving Sarah Davey. The case of the missing Sarah Lee remains unsolved. It's a mystery. Her family denied a last chance to see her remains.
Well, like all prolonged suspicious death investigations, trying to find her body was paramount.
I think what's really sad is that Sarah Lee's body has never been found.
Sarah Lee Davey was last seen in January 1997. An inquest in 2016 was not able to designate her as having been murdered.
The coroner looked at all of the evidence and the coroner came to a finding that she was dead. However, the cause of death was unknown.
Cause of death unknown. She had been with Richard Dorrow. She had been at the end of the wharf. Screams had been heard, but that was not enough proof that she had been murdered. The coroner returned an open verdict. Some believe that Sarah Lee was one of those that Dorrow was referring to in his suicide note.
And although the circumstances surrounding her death couldn't be established, Richard Dorrow's association with her and his actions at the end of the wharf were raised by the coroner, but as the coroner stated, the fact that she may have fallen in off the end of the wharf, she might have jumped in, he couldn't make that comment, so it was an open finding.
But that is not the view of everybody connected with the inquiry.
Sarah Lee's death is still in limbo. Sarah Lee's parents would have some comfort that the investigation was on the right track. They were very much aware of the hurdles in relation to the alleged sightings of Sarah Lee after her meeting with Dorrow. So there would be some relief that the perpetrator had been identified, but legally the case is still open.
Was Sarah Lee victim number one? What about Dorrow's other victims? And where had he struck? Between 1995 and 1997, Richard Dorrow had docked in a number of cities.
What really makes this case so difficult is that over a really short time, just a few years, he travels kind of the breadth of Australia. He's in Broome, he's in Sydney, he's in Darwin, he's in Perth. I mean, this is a vast area. So he's constantly moving. So anyone trying to piece together this puzzle is going to have a really hard time.
Where else would the police investigation lead? Who else had he killed? Since the suicide, which left so many questions unanswered, detectives throughout Australia have faced a challenge. Do they have any missing person files of women that Dorrow may have killed? Dorrow's Navy lifestyle opens up grim possibilities.
Part of the inquiry is to monitor where Dorrow had been throughout his service in the Navy and see if there'd been any other incidents that was similar to what we were looking at.
A fact which complicates any analysis of the events of the timeline of Richard Dorrow.
Dorrow's career as a naval seaman allowed him to travel from port to port across the nation, and he became almost ghost-like. He was elusive. He was a stranger in every town that he visited.
So this too feeds in to his ability to kind of carry on like nothing's happening. You know, he's got a built-in alibi with everybody on the boat, and he's able to move from place to place, and it doesn't seem suspicious because, of course, that's part of his job.
There is one murder which Richard Dorrow stood trial for. Again, the story is made complex by the facts of Dorrow's nomadic life. 15 months after his night in Broome, with Sarah Lee still missing, Dorrow pitched up in Sydney. No longer in the Navy, he was then working as a mechanic and living not far from Rosebery Avenue in the city. To those he lived amongst, he appeared normal enough. Held down a steady job, was known to have female partners.
He could have, as his friends thought, he could be a ladies' man, and that he was attractive enough to attract young women and the trust of young women.
He was able to keep on with his life and move ahead like nothing was happening. So we know that he was able to hold down a job. We know that he was able to hold down a relationship.
Rachel Campbell was living in Sydney at the same time as Doro. She was 29 and had a daughter, but her life was not going as she'd planned. She and her boyfriend had experienced a messy split. Rachel was working in the city's red light district. The sex trade kept her in money. Rachel's life on the fringes of society was to end all too soon, on the night that she met Richard Doro.
In 1998, a young woman called Rachel Campbell was found in abominable circumstances in a car park of a church.
Rachel's mutilated body was found at St. Joseph's Catholic Church on Rosebery Avenue. By abandoning her in the car park, her attacker will have known it would soon be discovered. For those heading to church, a gruesome discovery was awaiting them.
It was a terrible attack, multiple stab wounds, human bite marks. I think the police were shocked themselves.
She'd been bitten, she'd been raped, she'd been strangled, she'd been stabbed.
Rachel had been out working as a sex worker. Whoever had killed her probably had had intercourse with her and appeared to have used a condom. 2 used condoms were found nearby. So vital evidence was discovered which gave hope that her attacker could soon be found.
DNA was taken from her body.
And living nearby?
Records show that in 1998, Doro was living in the vicinity of the Sydney church by which prostitute Rachel Campbell's body was found.
What we do know is that Richard Doro lived only a couple of streets away.
Doro, however, was not suspected. His DNA was not on the Australian National Database. There had been no witnesses. Linda Papadopoulos, in analysing the life of Richard Doro, sees a pattern between the disappearance of Sarah Lee Davey and the murder of Rachel Campbell. Her attacker, as Doro often did, seems to have lost control, to have snapped.
He had a very explosive, impulsive type of anger that would cloud his judgment. And one has to wonder if it wasn't something that played out that night as well. He was expecting something to go one way, it went the other way. And that's where he became extremely violent and aggressive. And again, we have lots of people that speak to the fact that he was quite a violent, aggressive person. And, that he was very quick to go there. And if that's the case, this young woman being alone with him in a situation where no one knew where she was, no one could hear her, made her extremely vulnerable, especially if she went against something that he wanted.
Detectives interviewed anybody who knew Rachel, spoke to those who went to the church, went on exhaustive house-to-house inquiries in the Rosebery Avenue neighbourhood and in the red light district of Sydney, but they were unable to make a breakthrough. At her inquest, the coroner made a prophetic remark. What we need, he said, is to find the person with the DNA that matches the DNA that we have now. That may never occur. It could occur tomorrow. Rachel's murder had taken place in 1998, and by the year 2001, there had still been no arrest. Doro needed to make a mistake to commit a crime which would mean his DNA would be taken. For now, it was time for him to move on. He headed out of Sydney. By 2001, Doro was back in his native Queensland when he got into trouble.
We know that things for Richard Doro aren't going great. Reports say that his behavior is very erratic, he becomes very violent, as predicted, has a lot of aggressive outbursts. In fact, one time he's so aggressive that he has some sort of altercation on the street and tries to mow someone down with a car, to kill them.
He runs down a pedestrian on purpose. It's a ferocious decision, terrible injuries.
It was 2 years since the discovery in a church car park of a body. He pleaded guilty, but offered his history of abuse when a child as mitigation.
When he was charged with the deliberate running down of a pedestrian, the judge took it into account. And the suggestion, I think, by a psychiatrist that he had confused his abuser for the person that he ran down. Now, the person that he ran down, it turns out, had attacked him earlier in the day. So there was this sort of psychological maelstrom, if you like, and his sentence was much more lenient than was expected.
Instead of getting a lengthy sentence, Doro was out in a year.
Arguably, that sentence was quite lenient. 5 years prison with a 12-month non-parole period which he served. However, that charge saw Doro's DNA added to Australia's national database.
He may have been treated leniently, and possibly correctly so, but the crime was serious enough for Richard Doro to be ordered to give a DNA swab.
The nub of this is interesting because that's when they get his DNA on file. And in a lot of ways, it's this moment that allows us to really get to know what was going on with Richard Doro.
Perhaps there was finally a chance to tie Doro to the murder of Rachel Campbell, and possibly to solve the mystery of what had happened to Sarah Lee Davey. But that was not the case. Whilst detectives in New South Wales had taken DNA from the scene of Rachel Campbell's murder, the arrest of Doro in Queensland was not linked to that murder. There has to be some evidence to link a traffic offence in Queensland to a sex crime and murder years earlier in Sydney in order for investigators to request to see if there is a DNA match which can be made.
He basically slips the net.
On his release, Doro set sail again, this time for New Zealand, where he lives in Auckland, working as a dive instructor. In 2006, another complication in the mystery of the disappearance of Sarah Lee Davey helps Richard Doro. Detectives in Western Australia make a link, one which turns out to be false, between a murder in the outback and the disappearance of Sarah Lee Davey.
Police were thrown off the scent of Doro in 2006 when they believed another man may have been Sarah Lee Davey's killer. That man was Bradley Murdoch, who was, and he's actually still serving, a life sentence for the 2001 murder of British tourist Peter Falconio in the Central Australian outback. You see, Murdoch was actually in the Broome region at the time Sarah Lee disappeared.
Which meant Doro, at that stage still not in the frame for the murder of Rachel Campbell, was no longer the main suspect in Sarah Lee's disappearance. Doro went on with his life, eventually heading for Perth.
In 2009, he was back in Western Australia. He was living here in the Perth suburb of Osborne Park.
Not only was he in work and had a partner, he seemed no longer the impulsive, angry young man.
It seems that far beyond, the usual serial killers that we speak about, there's something very different here that doesn't fit that mold, that doesn't fit that kind of cookie cutter mold of someone that never had empathy, never had, any sense of remorse. This is someone that was very much, just not in control of his emotions. And as he grew and changed, went on, a real emotional journey.
He was working as a commercial driver most of the time, but also still found work on the sea. He helped maintain rescue submarines. All in all, he'd become a straight up and down citizen, but his past was about to catch up with him. In 2009, New South Wales police carry out a cold case review of the murder of Rachel Campbell.
There was a match found between Doro's DNA and DNA from Rachel Campbell's body. And so again, the spotlight is back on him. He's brought in, he's questioned.
And that means they're able to link him to the murder of Rachel Campbell.
And he was then extradited to New South Wales to face trial.
It appeared that justice would be done, that Richard Doro would be convicted of the murder of Rachel Campbell and possibly finally forced to admit what had happened with Sarah Lee Davey. Could Rachel Campbell be confirmed as one of the 3 victims that Doro says he killed? In 2010, prosecutors and police in Sydney prepared the evidence against Richard Doro. Despite the fact that DNA found on Rachel and on condoms discovered in the St James's Church car park near to her body The case was not necessarily straightforward. She may have been with more men that night, Dorrough being just one of them, and she was estranged from her boyfriend. Might he have borne a grudge? There were potentially more suspects than Richard Dorrough, who pleaded not guilty and was about to walk free.
When he was charged and the jury then acquitted him for this particular case where the DNA clearly linked him to the dead girl, he admitted that he'd had sex with her and he admitted he bit her, but wouldn't admit that he killed her. The defence then brought in the fact that she had an estranged boyfriend, and that potentially, the doubt was thrown open and the jury effectively could not find that it was beyond reasonable doubt.
It seems incredible now, but the life that Rachel led had been in the shadows. Dorrough might well have been one of a number of clients that she'd had that night. The jury had believed him. In the crimes he was associated with, Dorrough seems to have been able to evoke sympathy, or at the very least, credibility. Crew members had believed him when he said that he had left Sarah Lee behind, and that the scratches on his face were nothing to do with any crime. The judge, in his trial for driving into a man in Queensland, accepted that the abuse Dorrough had suffered had influenced his aggression. And now a jury believed that he was not a killer. Linda Papadopoulos puts Dorrough's apparent personality in a different category to that of a cold-blooded psychopath.
People just feel there's always that little bit of doubt. And I think the reason for that is that at some level, he didn't fit that picture of the classic serial killer.
Some detectives in Sydney were surprised by the verdict, but Dorrough had played the system. For Detective Paul Ferguson in Western Australia, Dorrough's acquittal may not have proved his guilt, but neither did it prove his innocence.
Like a lot of crimes, police have the responsibility to undertake an investigation. They do that investigation, they send it to the courts. At the end of the day, particularly if you're talking about the District Court or the Supreme Court, members of the jury, if they deem the person is not guilty, then that person walks free.
So was he a killer? Was Rachel victim number 2 mentioned in Dorrough's suicide note? Rachel Campbell had met Richard Dorrough on that night in 1998.
We don't know if he approached Rachel with the intent of killing her. He may have approached Rachel with the intent of sleeping with her. But ultimately what happens is a very violent, horrific attack.
She had been brutally murdered and her body cynically abandoned adjacent to a church. Dorrough had been with her before the attack, knew the church car park. He lived nearby, had an impulsive temper. But, officially not guilty, Richard Dorrough had walked out of the court in Sydney and returned to Perth. The trial had ended in 2010. Before long, Dorrough would become a changed man.
It's now 2014 and Richard Dorrough has literally lived in every state in Australia and New Zealand. He's traveled everywhere. We know that he's connected at this point to at least 2 homicides. And we also know that this is when he chooses to turn to God.
It was back here in Perth that Dorrough found God through the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Now, religion's interesting because it allows people to make sense of a world that feels chaotic. So even though bad things happen, there's a reason that bad things happen, that everyone can be saved as long as you want to be saved, that there's goodness in everybody, that, even if you've done something horrible, that there is love out there, there is forgiveness. So you begin to see the world in a different way.
His neighbours accepted him. He was Richie, a nice guy, not bad looking either.
He appeared as someone that had remorse. And I think his look, he was very much boy next door. I think people are predisposed to kind of feeling that when someone, looks like, their cousin, their uncle, their neighbor, that maybe there's nothing kind of behind that. And I think because of that, this juxtaposition between this violent, aggressive man and this actually very fragile, remorseful man that we saw later on, while incongruent, I think is the thing that allowed him to function for as long as he did and never get caught.
Life in the Byford area of Perth got back to normal after the trial that he had faced for the murder of Rachel Campbell. Sometime between 2011 and 2016, the former seaman began a new hobby: guns. He was known to go to the Lone Rangers shooting complex. He now had a permanent partner. So in Byford, Perth, Richard Dorrow got on with his routine. But something had changed. God and the Jehovah's Witnesses were now in the life of Richard Dorrow.
This is where it doesn't really fit in with that sort of, central casting serial killer. This is a man who clearly at some point felt enormous remorse. He found religion, joining the Jehovah's Witnesses.
And in many ways, we know that his words following this religious epiphany actually attest to the fact that he begins, at least slightly, to see the world in a different way.
Being a Jehovah's Witness was about seeking forgiveness for any sins that he may have committed, and by 2016, that fact was going to answer at least some of the mysteries in the life of Richard Dorrow. It was now that he chose to reveal some of the truths of his life. In a darkened room in his home in Byford, he composed his thoughts. He put pen to paper and set about telling the world that he was a killer.
He posted his personal belongings, including his laptop and a suicide note, back to his partner. And within that, he made clear that he couldn't live with this huge guilt anymore.
But it was then he also took the decision, in writing his confession, which has caused agony and mystery. He did not name who he had killed, and he revealed that he had not taken 1 or 2 lives, which many suspect, but 3.
Unfortunately, the note didn't give any names, so the mystery remains.
He goes to all the trouble of writing a suicide note and a confession, yet he doesn't name his victims. So the question is this his way of kind of, asserting control or torturing, or is it that he found these acts so horrific that he couldn't face up to them?
Having written his note, Dorrow was not about to stay around to answer the question. He drove to the shooting range. Inside, owners are meticulous in ensuring that firearms can only point at targets in the distance. But the mechanic brought with him the means to release a weapon, and in a booth, he turned it upon himself.
This fellow went to a firearm range and used the firearm at that range to shoot himself.
By killing himself, having admitted to 3 murders, Dorrow was leaving tragic mysteries unsolved. Was this a mind game being played by a serial killer?
With that letter, he takes with him ultimately what will be an unsolved mystery, because we know this other person could have been anywhere across this huge landmass during the span where he had this killing spree.
For Paul Ferguson, the note is a further tragedy for the family members.
I did 38 years in the police force, and you meet a lot of victims. And a victim can be a direct victim from an assault or whatever the case may be, or it can be the family of someone that's been killed. So, closure is important to a lot of people. And when something like that occurs, particularly if you have some knowledge that your child had met with a sailor or a soldier or whatever the case may be, and then someone nominates, yes, I've killed 3 people, of course it would cause a lot of pain.
The coroner's inquest, which investigated the events of the death of Sorority Davy in 2016, recorded an open verdict, and officially Dorrow remains acquitted of the murder of Rachel Campbell.
That doesn't necessarily mean that the investigative team or the family of the victim, whether that be a homicide or whether it be some other crime, aren't convinced in their own mind that the guilty party hasn't been convicted.
So for those investigating events, there are some answers provided in the note, that he killed 3 times, but tantalising questions remain.
While it's assumed that 2 were Sarah Lee Davey and Rachel Campbell, who was his 3rd victim? And where was he or she killed? That's not been an easy puzzle for investigators to solve.
And yet that is now the challenge. Dorrough, when serving as a sailor, had moored throughout Australia and in New Zealand. Where had he killed? The suicide note was so vague, it leaves open the possibility that he also may have killed in his native Queensland. The mind of a self-confessed serial killer continues to taunt from his grave, and yet, for those investigating his mind, the suicide note is evidence not of a desire to control and manipulate those relatives of the victims, but because at the last, the abused Richard Dorrough may have realised the error of his homicidal ways.
He didn't have to confess, right? He didn't really tell, anyone anything they don't know. I wonder if it was just a last way of kind of saying, maybe I'm not as broken as everyone thinks I am because I'm doing this one last thing. And don't forget, this is, immediately following him finding religion. And one of the things that religion gives a lot of people is the ability to forgive themselves, or at least the ability to see that maybe there's another way of looking at things. And I wonder if that's not what we're seeing, at least to some extent in the letter.
That is not the view of those who investigated him in New South Wales and in Western Australia. If he had been truly remorseful, then he would have left behind confirmation that he had killed Sarah Lee and Rachel Campbell, and he also would have named his third victim. There is, of course, another possibility. Because of the nature of his days in the Navy, there is actually a good reason why he hasn't named his third victim.
Maybe Dorrough didn't himself know all his victims' identities.
Dorrough knew the name of Sarah Lee. Even having only just met her, he had forgotten by the time he was back on the ocean waves. Subsequent interviews will have reminded him. He may not have known the name of Rachel Campbell when he was with her on the night of her death, but the subsequent court case will have reminded him. But he was not interviewed about the other murder, faced no court case. So if his third killing was committed whilst he was a sailor, it may be another secret kept by the sea and by Richard Dorrough.